Mic check. Bang, bang. Niners game. What's going on? Let's do a quick roll call for some legends. Get in the room, in the building. A little bit early. How my levels are sounding? What's going on, Mason Gamer? What's going on, Zach Riley? How you doing? Astro Parrot King, what's going on? I see you. Mic check. Uh-oh, we got the legendary Harold in here early. He was ready. He's never late. That man is ready. So I was doing roll call with the live chat while you get in the room for Sunday. We got the legendary Harold Goldberg in here. Now Omar, what's going on? Sounds very good. Okay. So I'm gonna do some audio stuff with Harold. We'll be back, but I just wanted to check on him. Make sure stream is good. See if he's doing okay. I'll talk to you a bit.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm doing some super
keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Over. Let's do a quick mic check with everyone. Let's start with the legendary Harold Goldberg. Mic check while we are live.
Iron Lord.
Yes, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. No question. Lord Ryan, let's get a quick mic check while we are live.
Check 1, 2.
Yes. There we go. No question. And of course, the Lord's Lord Addict. Mic check.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, good to go now. And Solve once again.
Hello.
Yeah, and King, I think, dropped. King ain't come back. He was here.
Where's the king?
The King was here. He's probably had a little camera issue. He may have to restart. I remember I had an issue with mine. But we will join in progress. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the ILP Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 337. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today I'm very excited about both our special guests, and we've got the New York Game Awards. XboxDeveloperDirect, Final Fantasy 16 to Xbox rumors, and Palworld's incredible success to discuss, so we are going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose passion for marrying the worlds of education and video games truly shines, as relationship builders and ultimately a teaching catalyst for our underserved communities. Introducing the executive director of the New York Video Games Critics Circle and the former New York City Department of Education Middle School Educator of the Year, the Lord of Zelda and now Baldur's Gate, and everyone's favorite video game teacher. Live from New York and making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Ryan O'Callahan. How we doing, sir?
Doing great. Thanks so much for having us.
Woo!
I'm so excited to be here. I love an excuse to just sit and talk to people about games. It's few and far between that I get a chance to just talk for a long time about it. So
that's awesome, man. Good to have you in the realm. You're a lord at what you do. What you been getting a chance to play lately? Any games lately you've been playing?
So with the insanity that was last year, I was like, I got to fall back into something real light. And just like over the past few nights, I played through Viewfinder and just went through and did the whole thing. I love like games like that, like Portal and Superliminal. I just recently played for the first time as well. So this was like a perfect like trilogy to do those three.
I like those.
And I'm getting back into Ghost of Tsushima. And then just this year hit, and then I never got to finish it. So I dived back into that a couple days ago, just doing little tasks on the side, relearning how to actually like parry and dodge. No idea what I was doing.
Getting your stances down, water stance, and all that stuff. Yeah. I got to get back to it too, man. I think I'm trying to remember if I finished the DLC. Was it Iki Island? And then the multiplayer is really good. Yeah. That's that. Go see my heart. Actually, I'll show you how much it is of my heart. I am a huge
very nice.
Ghost of Tsushima fan.
That's the one that I'm currently wearing right now. I just went in and redid the whole customization. That was my morning. Was just like getting Jin back to what I wanted.
Exactly. You gotta get your Jin Sakai fit right.
Yeah.
I respect that, no question. And of course, we have a returning lord to the realm whose iconic journey within music, journalism, and video games has motivated so many of us to volunteer and join the legendary circle of video game culture. Introducing the award winner, author, president, and founder of the New York Video Games Critics Circle and the New York Game Awards, the Lord of Video Games and its dominance on pop culture, and New York State's #1 advocate for his beloved Buffalo Bills tonight. Live from the Lower East Side and making his triumphant return into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Harold Goldberg. How we doing, sir?
I'm good, Lord, man. Go Bills, first of all.
Woo! You ready? Are we nervous? Big one. It's a big one.
They're always nervous with the Bills, man. You never know what's going to happen. And I'm nervous about the New York Game Awards too. But you know, I think we've got it down so that we only have you know, maybe 20 tickets left to sell, and then we'll be sold out. So that'll be great. Neil Druckmann will be with us.
Yes.
We got some Neil Druckmann signed stuff.
Oh, you know I'm getting mine.
Yeah. We're going to get that exclusive right there. That sign. Oh, it's going to be great.
It's going to be great, man. Thank you for having me on.
No question.
And it's, you know, and have Ryan on. It's like a dynamic duo here.
Yes.
To talk games with you.
I agree. The circle is represented quite well today. So, a quick question before we get in, as far as your gaming, with all the craziness of planning and everything you got going, has there been any time for games? Because I know this upcoming week has got to be stressful for you.
It's a little stressful, but I started playing a tiny game called Turnip Boy Robs a Bank.
my son is playing that right now.
No question.
And, so that's cool. And I'm trying, you know, all of our nominees I'm trying to get back to just a little bit before the show, just to especially Baldur's Gate, which I got into, but I didn't get like 100 hours in.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
But want to play that, and then, you know, I'm looking forward to what's coming in you know, February as well. So I'm looking at like, what am I going to review for that month, that sort of thing.
Nice. Man, it's always playing games. Gotta love it. No question. And of course, you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm, here at the round table with abbreviated intros to respect our guest time.
That's right, Sovereign.
Blame Sovereign.
Yeah, blame the one whose intro always gets taken.
Intro. My co-host, the co-host, my brother from another mother, difficult game conqueror, lord of the spin clap, and the how of the young wolf, Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I can't talk a whole lot right now.
I hear you, brother. We appreciate you making it. We know you're going through a lot right now. I'm not going to get too long with you as far as
Give me
that.
your time.
Yeah. But I know you've been playing Palworld. Has that been it or anything else?
That's pretty much it. Palworld. I've been playing Resident Evil 0 too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
Cool. No doubt. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience. And also, the Sopstradamus, the Lord of Crowns, Messiah of ILP. I have to say this in this intro now. Begrudgingly, because I lost bets. And Lord Patriot of the Iron Bank. PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for that intro. Beautiful. I appreciate it.
You like my enthusiasm every time I get to that part?
I love the enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Enthusiasm, which I say Dr. Strangelove. Dr. Strangelove.
Thank you for your patronage.
Thank you for your patronage.
No doubt of it, sir.
I'm doing good. Yesterday was a good, productive day. Got a bunch of stuff done, so that was good. Sometimes Saturdays should be the lazy day, but it wasn't happening. But I did manage to keep playing throughout the course of the week. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Ooh, nice.
Brother, that's an all-timer.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a side mission. If you take it, it freezes and locks the game. So
What are you playing it on?
Not me. I'm not playing it. I stopped playing. I got something else I'm playing.
Oh, okay.
Somebody hit me in my DMs, was like, don't take this question. You're gonna lock up.
Oh, okay. So it's like people giving you the heads up. Okay.
And you didn't see fit to tell me
tell us what it is. Thank you for your timely information.
I just wow.
You said if you take a quest in this massive game, you would not be able to.
Now he's looking at all his side quests in fear.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Relax.
I appreciate that.
Good to you.
Oh my God.
But no, so far I haven't had that, thankfully. But it really is. When I think about how much I love this genre, the Metroidvania genre, and all the games I've played over the years, it's in there. It is in that top 10 easily, maybe top 5. Wow. It is that good. When you look at the team that made it, and it's not difficult to sort of see why the team that made it was the team that did, Rayman Origins, Rayman Legends. So the platforming is impeccable. Couple that with the combat and the variety and just the world that they built. Obviously, a Metroidvania. When you think about Metroidvania, you think about having to go back, backtrack and depending on whatever, upgrades and power-ups you get, it allows you to access different parts of the map. And there's a certain flow to that if you get it just right, it just constantly makes you feel rewarded for what you're doing.
Nice.
And this game has that in spades. So I'm elated to be playing this, and that's kind of where my head is right now. Just Prince of Persia: Lost Crown.
Oh, that's huge.
That's definitely one of the better games that's came out already this year.
Yeah.
Wow, that's high praise from you, no doubt. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the undisputed leader of the Xbox frontline movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I can't wait to Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
Yes. I plan to look dapper as
Dapper
always.
and debonair. We're ready. Suits are ready.
Yes. And I can't wait to see what Harold's wearing because
I'm gonna wear my lucky suit, man. My lucky suit, same thing as I wore last year.
Oh, we got the line. We're bringing the lining in. Oh, I love the line. That's my thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The line in the bow tie. Let's go.
All those skulls inside there help me out.
I didn't know who Harold was, and, because last year we went and I just saw this guy in the corner, like he was just standing there, and it was just like a proud father watching.
Yes.
Like how when you look for that approval from your parents, it's a look that they're really pleased with you. Yes. And he had this look, and I'm like, who is this guy in the corner with this creepy look? Right? and I said, he must be the controller.
He's the controller behind the scene. Yeah.
And come to find out, he was, and I was just like super enthusiastic to have him back today, and the fact that last year. And I'm gonna tell people, always project yourself into a space. last year we went and we were in awe, but at the same time we had an objective to become part of.
Yeah.
And we was like, it would be crazy dope within the next 5 years that we'll be on stage presenting something. And
You were thinking that back then.
yes,
He speaks things into existence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my 90% of my books is focus and meditation and projection, and it's like, oh my God, it's happening.
Yeah.
And I said, we are ready for this moment, and we are looking forward to other things as well. But I was super excited to get back to you, have this conversation with you today, and I can't wait. I can't really wait till Tuesday. It's like a kid on Christmas.
No doubt.
That's great, man. No, we're excited. We're excited too, man. Reggie's coming into town today. Neil will be in town today.
Truck, man.
So everybody will be ready to do some. Well, Neil doesn't have to.
Yeah.
But Reggie and I and Cherie L. Smith, who's our third co-host this year, we have to do a couple of rehearsals before the big moment. So it'll be good. We're excited about it. We love the theater, SVA Theater. The people there are good people, and and we have Iron Lords coming out.
Yeah, we're coming back.
How can we go wrong?
Woo!
This is crazy. So what I've been playing this week, Valhalla.
Oh, you deep in it. Oh, wow. Okay.
I waited, because I had faith in Phil. And that he was going to bring it to Game Pass, right? also,
you told it out.
I didn't even have faith. I had fear.
Wait, you Valhalla or Valheim?
No, Valhalla.
Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Oh, Valhalla.
Finally, he's in Game Pass.
Never mind. I was thinking about. I was thinking about Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
You was
the Game Pass.
You about to say, oh, they bend the knee?
Never mind.
Third-party games truly are going everywhere.
So I purchased the DLC by mistake, right? And I thought I got the game, and I was just like, I did. It was a big thing about it, but I got the DLC and everything now, and I got the main game now. Nice. So, I played Mirage, right?
Yes.
And it felt cool. It was whatever. The moment I put this game on, it felt like old home because I'm, from Origins to Odyssey to this Valhalla. I don't know, man. I'm so addicted to the formula that they put together. The expansiveness of how I want to, traverse the world, the stuff that I want to do, and it just goes to show you a great game is always going to be great no matter what time you do get it. You don't have to get it day one, but you can get it whenever down the line, and it will still have that same hook that you're into. And I'm so addicted. I'm so addicted to this game that I didn't play Fortnite.
Wow, that's big from you.
Yes.
This man is
normally
Fortnite.
I got to get my Fortnite fix every day. I did not jump on Fortnite for the past 4 days. This is all I've been playing.
Oh, wow, that's big. I gotta take you seriously.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game. And if anybody hasn't got a chance to try it out, and if you like these type of games, get in there now.
Yeah, it's in Game Pass, no doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke, my partner, Mr. Matty Plays, talking Xbox Direct. Shout out to Ebontis and Ty Guy Travis of The Last Word. We had Bungie's own Gerald Ludy from the Bundy Foundation. We helped raise, they helped raise with the Game to Give program, $1.5 million, y'all. And this is for the Little Light programs, providing comfort to children with serious conditions in hospitals. So very proud of the team and them. And he was talking about his work, his charity work there. It's absolutely amazing stuff. So go check that out. For me, it's been Baldur's Gate mostly. Baldur's Gate 3. I finally spent a lot of time with it in the beginning, and now I think I'm towards the end of Act 1, and some beef between the dwarves and some tree-like beings who I have to make a big decision on who I'm going to side with. So I had that. Been doing a lot of Tekken 7 prep and reference for Tekken 8. I'm a huge Tekken fan. Tekken 8 this week.
Yes.
Your man Eddie Gordo was debuted. So
soft. Yeah.
The Iron Banquet.
I know.
We'll talk later.
Yeah, we'll talk
Soft
later.
hopefully will prove our purchase. Hopefully, or not. But anyway.
Or I'm not approving or disapproving. I'm just let's just be a little patient.
Oh, okay. Got you. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I've been doing that in preparation for Tekken 8, and then got to shout out Addict, man. I only played like an hour or two of it, but I did fire up Palworld just to see the insane craziness of what's going on. And yeah, as a person who generally doesn't like Pokemon or play survival games, like, yo,
you didn't get that creepy thing that you don't like.
I was the kid. I was the grown man at the playground.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, no, look, it's like, I don't know, it's like Ark, Pokemon, Breath of the Wild, and Grounded had a baby. Like, it's a lot of elements to it. But from what I played, what I like is the hand holding, because survival games are too intimidating to me. So like they're like, okay, make sure you do this, go here. There's all the indicators on the UI. All right, build your station, get a club, go catch this one, what is it, like the Pokeball thing and whatever they call it. But anyway, long story short, I heard
you can catch humans.
Yes.
You can humans,
and you can make them make people work. It has a lot of funny aspects to that game. But anyway,
how he frames it, make people work.
We I.e. slavery, but we go move on. Very casual topic for some. But Saul, real quick, because I know time's super chats if we can. We got a lot, or
we'll hold off.
Want to hold off? Oh, okay, I got you. We'll hold off until after, because I don't
we
respect
have companies in the house.
We'll hold off.
Thank you all for your patience.
We'll get to you. We'll get to you.
Embarrassing email.
Let's get to it. So look, now that we got into what the Lords have been playing, we got to shift our focus back to the New York Video Games Critics Circle. Lord Ryan and his video game system history, his journey as an educator and now executive director at the Circle, and of course updates with Lord Harold and everything involving the 13th annual New York Game Awards. So Lord Ryan, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
So for me, the big first was Sega Genesis.
Ooh.
Especially growing up, or in your household, you have one thing or you have the other. So console wars are wild, but honestly, at the end of the day, it's just about finances, right?
About finances.
Mom's not going to say yes to the second thing.
Okay.
So we got the Sega Genesis, and most of my gaming history is me and my brother. Nice. So we were big on 2-player co-op things, and Genesis was perfect for that.
Yep.
So you had obviously your Sonic the Hedgehogs. We loved Joe and Mac.
Oh, yeah, you remember the caveman?
Yeah, that one was wild.
Okay.
Toe Jam and Earl Panic on Funkotron.
Yo, I forgot about Toe Jam and Earl.
Right? Kind of got that Pokemon thing, right? You're literally catching humans.
Yeah.
And then our big one that was the big co-op on Genesis was Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Yeah.
That is a forever favorite of mine. I go back to that, because now it's on the Switch, and I'll go back to it and just try to get as far as I can. That game is relentless. That is that is exactly someone who made arcade games was I'm gonna make a game for a system, and I'm not gonna give any
quarter. Yes,
right. It's still gonna be a quarter eater, regardless of the fact that it's on the system. I cannot beat that game, but I will play it constantly. Big fan.
No question. Got to back you up 1 second, because you talk in my language, and I used to play obviously with my cousins and stuff like that, but. Did you get a chance to play? I'm trying to get some Genesis. Forgotten Worlds. That was like a shooting one. That was an early one. Obviously the classic co-op on Genesis. I would say Streets of Rage. Any Streets of Rage?
We did a lot of the beat 'em ups, and because I was probably like 6 or 7.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
So a lot of it is just flash in the pan memory.
Got you. Okay.
And, but we did. We loved the turtle games, but we liked Hyperstone Heist more than we liked Turtles in Time.
Really?
And when I say we liked it more, we had it.
Right.
Which is just, when you're a kid, that's the thing, right? You like what you have, and that's it. And
that's right.
That's fair. Continue. So you got going through with the Genesis and everything.
Yeah, and then once we got through the Genesis, one random day, my dad came home with the PS1, and that was just a big family event. We were, going through, and we still have some of the old classic full cases. We even have this, how they used to come with the sponges?
Yes.
And you could wipe off those things, just scratch your disc. They never work.
I remember that.
We have them packed in with the sponges, and I remember when the Twisted Metal show came out, my brother has all our stuff and has it organized and on shelves, and I'll go hang out with him. And I was like, I gotta see, we still have the Twisted Metal. And it's mint. It's insane. But we loved all those things. And my biggest PlayStation 1 memory.
Let's go.
was like that's when we started to like co-op games weren't as abundant at the time, but we did a lot. We would sit down as a family and play a game, and I was probably like, well, PlayStation was what, like 98-ish around. So I was probably like 7 or
95.
Oh, 95. Yes, you are right.
Oh, geez. So then I'm even younger than I think. So this is about my parents. But we would play Resident Evil together. Like, and it was my brother would be on the controls because my baby brain couldn't handle tank controls. It still can't. My brother would be on the controls, and then my mom and I would just like sit and watch, and would just like talk about the puzzles. So it would be like, you get to the tiger head and there's a gem in one eye, and we're both like, wait, there was a gem in another room. Like, let's go find the gem.
I love it.
And like those memories were so cool for me because it was like the game wasn't intended for that, right? It wasn't intended to be this big co-op game, but it became this story, and not as much of the narrative in that time, because I don't think we were picking up random journal entries and reading them as a family, but like figuring out those puzzles together, like that resonates so much for me with the Resident series, so much more than like the insanity that it's become, how it's just essentially like it's just an anime now. Just like people constantly love it now. But yeah, we did a lot of stuff on that, and then the big turning point for me was my brother got an N64. I think it was like his communion, and everyone gives you the I'm going out and getting the N64. And my uncle, for my, I guess, 7th or 8th birthday, got me Ocarina of Time. And that was the first time that I had a game that was my game. And I played it, I followed through, I was terrible at it, I learned. And like the first big cinematic moment for me in a game was like, by the way, Sheik is Zelda. And like my mind was like, this is a story. Like this person who's been helping me is the person I've been trying to help the whole time. This is crazy. And like that's when just games became so much more important to me on a personal level, whereas they were like, this is what I do with my brother, this is what I do with my cousins when we hang out. But then it was like, oh, games can be for just me. And the story can be for just me. And like from then, like, because like I said before, when you're a kid, it's like you get one thing or you get nothing. I became the Nintendo kid because you have to choose, because there wasn't the money, there wasn't anything. So I rode the Nintendo train for a while. My brother drove the PlayStation train for a while. And we would like dabble with each other and share. And then, then you become an adult, and it's like, well, you want. And things start to converge. But beyond that, like it was, we had those mixed consoles and we would share and play. The biggest game for me until Baldur's Gate showed up and just ruined my understanding of what a favorite is was Final Fantasy X. Was always a favorite of mine.
Final Fantasy X.
Because at the time,
which one, Ryan? Which one?
10. The first one for the PlayStation, and I loved Final Fantasy before that, and I had never completed one. Because, when you're 9 years old, like I was playing Final Fantasy 9, and I'm essentially just learning like old English through that game. Like I'm like, why are they saying thou? Like, what does that mean? Learning all these different things and figuring it out. And Final Fantasy X came out in 2001, so I was like 10 going on 11, and it was the first jump into voice acting and all of that. But it was an easy game to start playing because it was really simple turn-based mechanics. It's Pokemon at its core and how you play it. And obviously, like, I knew that really well coming through. But
what's funny is Final Fantasy X, you can argue it's got like the best like gameplay in terms of a Final Fantasy. You could switch like in battle, like there's not a lot of Final Fantasies that do that.
Wow, Attica proof.
Yeah, there's a ripple effect into everything that you choose, and like it'll tell you like on the side, like if I do this attack now, I'm changing the order, and it became really like methodical in that sense. But I started to just really fall in love with the story, and it started to mean a lot to me. But then as I was going through the story, I also had this like real world conflict, which was playing a game and having an older brother which is like if I for 1 second show that I'm struggling at something, like let me help you out.
Oh, you had one of them brothers.
I'm gonna beat this game and I'm gonna make you watch me beat this game. So I would play Final Fantasy X. I would wake up on a Saturday at like 6 in the morning, and I would like sneak downstairs and I'd play it on low volume. I gotta beat this game for myself. I'm not gonna let him do it.
I love this.
But now it's like he and I love that game, and it's like it's just like our, like some people have like a sick movie or TV show, like you're homesick, I'm gonna watch this thing, I'm gonna do this thing. That's that for me. I play that once a year. If I'm not feeling great, I go back to that game. It means so much to me.
I love it. I love to hear this. This is real quick. Quick interruption, Lord Ryan. We got the breaking protocol slightly solved. We've got the legendary hip hop gamer in the chat. He's like, shout out to my family, the iLords. I got my mans Ryan and Harold in the building. We lit. We are up there on the 23rd. He's in the building for the New York Game Awards.
Nice.
I know Hip Hop Gamer's gonna be there.
Yeah, hip hop's in the building. I just had to shout him out, man. That's cool. But continue. No, but that's an amazing story, and I love the aspect of the competitive nature. And so I appreciate this with your brother. You know what I'm saying? And like I love the fact that like you were determined to do so. There's not going to be a hand holding. You're going to beat this dude.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, and like throughout that time, like he was the PlayStation 2 owner in the house, and I had the GameCube. So like I was dabbling in that like forever. Wind Waker like is one of my favorites as well. Like I love all my Zelda games, but something about what they did with Wind Waker I think is the most perfect thing from
I could tell by the background you love Zelda.
Yeah, that my entire left arm is
that's one.
Wait, hold on. We gotta
you gotta lead with that.
Yeah, hold on. Ryan, you put that back up. Put that back up. Put that tap.
Lead back up.
I try to do it without taking off the shirt because it goes.
Okay.
No pepperonis on Sunday.
We got the
my favorite one, which I don't know if we can get it in. Is Fierce Deity, like right here. Really awesome tattoo artist in Long Island at Green Apple Tattoo. Adam Pergitel, he's like the greatest tattoo artist I've ever met. I mean, he did one, and I was like, I'm never going anywhere else.
I immediately scanned your background and knew your love for Zelda. You know, because I have those statues back there. Those are cute. And I was like, he's gonna go into Zelda. He's going to go, and you went right into it. But I didn't know that you had a sleeve. Now, the consciousness, the thought process in getting that sleeve, because you're marking your body. This is gonna be for the rest of your life. You're going in there, and you have it pounded in your heart. I'm gonna do this. This is gonna happen. It wasn't no bet that you lost. None of that stuff.
Nope.
This was conscious thought.
100%.
What was the first piece that you said that you had to get on first?
So it's actually a little weird. So I had like one or two. The first tattoo I ever got, which I regretted and is now covered up by the Zelda tattoo, was I got from the Lion King. I got like the Simba that's painted on the tree.
Yes.
So like it was cool, great, but like I didn't understand tattoos. I didn't understand tattoo culture, placement, anything. So I have this like little animal cracker right on the prime spot. Luckily they didn't like light browns, but I just started to like fall in love with tattoos, and I watched a ton of Ink Master in college and was like obsessed with that. So like I got to the point where I was like, I'm an expert. I understand tattooing is. I didn't. But I followed this guy who is now like my regular tattoo artist, and he was doing a giveaway. And he was like, I'm gonna, give one free tattoo, and he does mostly anime and game stuff. So I was like, that's right up my alley. This guy's great. He lived not far from when I lived on Long Island, and I started to notice on Instagram he liked one of my posts, and I was like, hold on a second. I can manufacture this.
Right.
Every other day, I would post a thing that I saw he made a tattoo of.
Nice.
Right.
And then I was like, he's liking it again. And then I got to a point where
He clicked the button again.
I'm getting this tattoo because he wants to make what he wants to make, right? He's not just going to pick someone who's going to roll in and just be like, give me a sparrow. He'll be like, whatever. He wanted to do something cool that he could post. So I was like, let me push out all this game stuff that I'm really into. And lo and behold, I won. So the Ocarina one that I did, he did for free.
Nice.
Oh, right.
It was insane. And I was the whole agreement that I had, and the thing that I believe is, if someone is a professional at something and knows what to do, give them as much free reign to do what they do as you can, and let them be the artist. So I was like, look, I love Legend of Zelda. Here's a couple of things. but you pick what you want to do because I trust that you're going to do a good thing.
Nice.
So he did that one, and I was like, well, I guess I'm going to be back. I'm terrible with doctor's appointments. I don't make follow-ups. Like my dentist is like, be back in 6 months, and they're like, you want to make an appointment? I was like, I'll call you.
Like, 2 years later,
let's get the schedules open. Let's go. And, you know, it's just been great. The thing for me with Zelda, and like why I like kind of going back to your original question, like what's the mentality? Why do you want to do that? And the message from Zelda that I always go back to that I think means so much to me is like, as simple as it goes, is the Triforce is these 3 pieces, right? Wisdom, power, courage. And especially in the world today, right? We see that great power can always try to overthrow you, but if you take wisdom, if you have the courage, you can overthrow any power.
Yes.
That's always been really meaningful to me, just in my life, where I feel like I'm being pushed down. I feel like I don't have the strength to do it. I don't have the power for it.
And not to mention when you know, the person that keeps getting the power is such an idiot. So
Right.
Gandalf like has all the occasions of the world, and he always lets his arrogance just completely make him lose. Like
Yeah, the arrogance and ignorance, man, combined. You know, it's difficult to parse sometimes, but yeah, courageous, man.
People don't understand the mediums that we choose resonates with us as growing adults. I would take from comic books the having the bravery and the courage, because I will gravitate to Marvel comics because a lot of the characters didn't have powers, and they took this responsibility upon themselves to help others and to do that stuff. And I will always go back to the characters and how they made you feel, because sometimes that stuff wasn't represented in your community or around you, but you got it from material and you wanted to exude this stuff. So the fact that you're talking about courage and wisdom and stuff like that, and it informs your trifecta in life, that's a beautiful thing, because it sticks with you to this day, and you have it on your arm. So whenever you fall down on hard times or whatever, you go right back to the core values that you put on yourself as a template. And that's great. That's fantastic. I really needed to know more about it. And as I was seeing your love for Zelda, I just had to ask that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I love it. I love it. Fantastic stuff. Oh, I just want to make sure Lord Harold approves. We're approving of this, Lord Harold. This the Triforce. And what about Ryan's gaming history? Anything that resonated with you with what he played?
Well, the Final Fantasy series. I mean, I have Final Fantasy was the first. Final Fantasy 7 was the first review I wrote for Wired magazine. Way back in the day, and I remember that Sony said, "Well, why don't you come and see this game, Final Fantasy?" And I said, "Well, I'm happy to go see it. I can't promise you any coverage until I see the game." So they said, "Well, we're showing it in Hawaii." And I said, "Well, I'm not. I guess I'm not going." He said, "No, we'll take you."
Oh, we're gonna fly you out. Oh, okay.
To see this game. And I'm like, all right. And this is the first and only time that someone had taken me anywhere first class on a plane.
Oh, we first class in Hawaii. Okay.
That's how they used to do back in the day. Yeah.
To be honest, Harold, like
I want to get first class for Final Fantasy.
That's not happening anymore. Here's a code, maybe.
that potential, get to go to Hawaii and chill for a couple days while you're covering that. I was like, okay, you on your book? Okay, maybe.
Continue, Harold. Continue.
I walk into the plane and it's like, "Oh, you're in first class." I'm walking back toward economy.
You go to the economy. Your natural instinct was to go to economy, basic economy in the back.
So I said, "Well, this feels weird," but so I get there and they put us up in this hotel, and they said, "Yeah, Shaq stayed in this room last."
Oh, Shaq was just this is his regular room. Yes, let's go.
Weird,
Go ahead, Harold. I'm pocket watching. Continue.
Room service was crazy.
So then we had a series of meetings with this guy Sakaguchi, who created the Final Fantasy series, and what they really proud of beyond the story and the RPG aspect was the amount of graphics they could put in the PlayStation 1. So that's what they were showing off. And so PlayStation 1 graphics were good for the time, but no one had seen this kind of graphics on PlayStation 1 before.
Yeah.
If you remember those opening movies and things,
Oh.
crazy good stuff. So I was there. There was a guy named Steve Kent who was a critic at the time, one of the top critics at the time. We were both looking at each other. Wow, this is like, how did they do that? You know, I love that portion. Like I see it with Zelda too. Like, how did they do that? Childlike sense of wonder, right? Then so we do our interviews, and then they take us to scuba dive in this bay called Anamu Bay.
Oh, wow. This sounds like a trip.
Bunch of guys with white skin burning up in the sun. But this one guy, Andy McNamara, he went on to be editor of Game Informer. So he could swim pretty well. So he went way out looking for sea turtles.
I love this.
And he came back. He's like, he's got a weird look on his face. He had hit the coral, man, and his legs were like, all the blood was to the man. It was
oh no!
You went too far, man. Like, that's you. You went off the map.
He went off the map. I love that.
He found out. They didn't just tell you to go back.
He wasn't listening to the notification. Wow.
So that's So it was a good. That's what I remember about Final Fantasy VII.
Nice.
Beyond the game, that it was Square was really proud what they had done. They felt it was like the ultimate in Final Fantasy experience, and people still like Final Fantasy VII.
Of course,
it's their favorite.
That's me. I'm the seven fanboy, but because I remember, to your point. What we consider it, King? Like, was it pre-rendered backgrounds?
No, everything. Oh, you talk about the
remember how good it looked? Like,
the backgrounds were pre-rendered.
Pre-rendered backgrounds with small polygons.
With the polygons, right? And then the cinematic nature of the just with the opening and the cutscenes. Like, this is the first time the medium.
So a lot of people thought the cutscenes were the game.
Yeah, true.
All right, so to an extent, it is the game. They just rendered it on a PC, and it's a video that you don't get to control. But our ignorant behinds did not understand that at that time, because we came from actual graphics in every game.
Right.
Yeah. The fact that we're watching this movie,
right,
and the sound quality was second to none. I think Sony nailed it with the voice acting, sound quality, and everything from there. And how it started up, I don't know. For me, Final Fantasy was incredible.
Yeah, it changed the game. It changed the game for sure. But I was gonna, if you finish, I was gonna ask Ryan another question.
Yeah, of course.
That's so. Then I wrote the review. They gave me like 300 words. I said, I have so much to say. How am I going to say it? But it was all good. It was the first one of my first trips for a particular line of work, and it was cool, man. I always remember that.
That's awesome. Harold's got stories for days. I love it. These are amazing.
I like the Hawaii story the best right now.
Yeah, the Hawaii story for Final Fantasy. Like,
I've never been to Hawaii before, man. So it's really
Oh, to be the creative salute. So then, right, like again, you rocking that brother's PlayStation, your Nintendo, you're doing what you're doing, and then from there you just continue on. I'm just trying to finish up the rest of the console hierarchy, like where it went from there.
So the Wii was where I went, right, when we got to that shift, and I was really lucky that at the time my brother was dating a girl who worked at an FYE. So he held one to the side, and I believe, if I'm not wrong, I think the Wii dropped on my birthday.
Wow.
So it was the greatest thing ever. And I was so obsessed with just the me creation aspect of that system.
Yep.
And it's funny because at the start of that, the motion controls felt so incredible and so nuanced, and you look back and it's some of that stuff was just so novel and really, really basic to what we can do now with VR and all of those things. But it was such a fun thing to do that I could bring anyone in my family.
Yes, good point.
We would bring it to Thanksgiving, and everyone was playing it.
Absolutely.
My grandmother who had Alzheimer's and dementia and really struggled, and sometimes didn't know who we were, but she
Yep.
would play that with us. She could grasp because she understood the simple concepts of bowling and would play it with us. And like so many memories that I have from her, like are in those little moments of being like, oh, like we were able to make her laugh again and like, hang out with her. And like, even though she didn't know I was her grandson, she had a good time with me.
Bro.
And that's so cool. I shared
Cheers.
that with Reggie when we did, he did an interview with my class back when I was still teaching. And I was just like, I gotta just say, like, thank you for pushing for packing that in, because I never had that moment, and that's something that means so much to me.
Yeah, I just want to stop you real quick because that is so profound in the sense that, you know, the Nintendo Wii opened the doors for, I felt, so many non-gamers to try gaming. And I remember how big a boon it was at its time. Like, it was selling like hotcakes. You couldn't find it. It was yeah, New York, how right was KB, and like it was the item. Like, I remember it like it was like Wii and like Tickle Me Elbow or something. Like one of these are like the top things that you couldn't find anymore. Kind of thing. But continue, Ryan, because you are preaching in terms of the Nintendo Wii and its impact. People forget how impactful it was.
Yes, I mean, I was like really ingrained in that, and that's when I kind of started drifting away from other consoles at the time. Like my brother was like working and would buy his own system, so he was on PS3 and Xbox 360. I would hang out with him and play Guitar Hero and do stuff like that. But like it started to wane at the end of the Wii because I then went away to college and I was busy with, you know, learning to become a writer, then an architect, then an artist, then a teacher, then not a teacher, then a writer again, and then somehow came back into being a teacher and now running an organization about teaching writing. So it all came together in the end. But during those times, I didn't really play as much. Like one of my college roommates and I would like hang out and play Super Smash Brothers Brawl, like in our apartment, like when everyone's like, we're gonna go out to the bars, and I was like, we're gonna hang out and play Brawl. Like I don't
get a Smash, bro.
Like middle of a blizzard. It's like I'm not going downtown.
Smash, bro.
Like we're just gonna hang out.
Yo.
But that was like the most I was doing at that time.
Yes.
And once I got out of school and like was figuring myself out, took a lot of time. My brother and I, you know, got back together and started hanging out more. And that's when like I think like the new stage of my interaction with video games was I wasn't just a player, I was then part of just the community where like we would hang out and we would like every E3 we would hang out and watch co-streams and watch all the follow-ups, and like that became the new part of our relationship where it wasn't just that we played games together, but we talked about the industry, we talked about what was going on. And like I have just all these memories like hanging out in my brother's basement and him being so excited for Fallout 76, and then 6 months later, him being so upset about Fallout 76.
Other reasons.
But all of those moments were just so big for us, and like we built this language around that. And like I was just out of school, I didn't know what I was doing, and he's a union worker in the city, does building management, does awesome stuff, and was making some good money. And like he's always been so like gracious to me and like wants me to be part of that conversation. So he would just like he bought me like my first Switch. He's like oh, I know you loved Nintendo, I know you kind of skipped out for, he's like, but you're gonna love this, you're gonna love this new Zelda game, like you have to get back in. And then he was like, you know, you're driving in and out of work, you need to listen to the Kind of Funny podcast, they talk about these every single day. Like, and then it just snowballed into all these other podcasts we were listening to, and it became a really core part of my life at the time while I was becoming a teacher. So then that's when it started to fold into, well, games are now somehow going to become part of how I teach, because this is part of how I'm identifying myself. And it just built and built and built, and now I'm suddenly here, which I never thought I would be. But yeah, it's been a wild journey, but it's really surprising to a lot of people when I talk about like how important games are to my everyday life, to my relationships, to all of that. But it's, you know, it's great to be able to talk to like-minded people who get it, where it's like I don't need to sit and explain it to you for half an hour.
Oh, it's awesome. No, we love this stuff. And I think personally, you know, it really resonated when you accepted your award as well, and you were talking about that journey at New York Game Awards last year, and you know, in regards to joining the circle. So I really felt that connection. it's tremendous. It's tremendous the effect that has. And then I just want to quickly transition because you set it up in reference to teaching, and obviously in the Bronx and me and 3/4 of the Lord's borough.
We know that is a little rough.
Yeah, it's, seventh to eighth grade was at Mount Hall 3 at the time. Your former treatment. So why was because this is what I got from your speech. Like, why was marrying video games and education like so important to you?
So there was a point where New York City Department of Education did this thing where they had everyone do mandatory like bias training. So like going in and like talking with people, and like you're told to do anything in a job that's like outside of your purvey of what you're supposed to do. And you're like, what a waste of my time. I should be in the classroom helping the kids. And like there was like a day off where I had to go do this seminar, and someone was covering my classes, and I'm freaking out. But it ended up being this like really great thing where we were talking about, how do you make connections with your kids? Like, and it was always difficult for me at the start because I'm, very different than the students that I was teaching, right? I grew up on Long Island, going into the South Bronx, and my thought process on it is like, how do I connect with these kids? And I've seen a lot of teachers who are just like, I'm going to adapt to be what the kids want me to be. And that doesn't work, right? That's not genuine. Like I remember like being in grad school and someone's like, yeah, I've been listening to a lot of hip hop. I'm like, come on.
Yo, like, stop running.
A relationship, or you're trying to like, and I think the heart's in the right place, right?
Right. Yeah, they try to relate.
But what I started to learn, and when I talk to other teachers in this place, they're like, well, just being you is enough, right? You be you. The kids who are connected to who you are will find you. And not everyone's going to love who you are. That's the world. That's normal. So like, I started to like think about that, and I was like, well, I care about games. I know some of my kids care about games, and I just started to, bring that into part of just, you have to sneak it in because you can't always do it. You've got administration breathing down. Like,
of course.
I'm not going to roll in with my PS4 and my backpack and guys, throw away your books. Like, that wasn't going to happen. But I would sneak it into, like, we would do like nonfiction, right? Like, let's talk about cause and effect. And I might have pulled like an article from IGN, and we're talking about like record sales, like what was the cause of the record sales, and we're looking into things like that. And then when I started to figure out more and more what these kids liked, I was able to then pinpoint to like, oh, you love this game too? Like, you want to hang out at lunch, talk about games? Great. We would hang out at lunch, talk about games. And those relationships really started to build and blossom. And then we went into the pandemic and everything fell apart. But what ended up happening, and I think I told this during my speech last year, was part of what we had to do was we would check in with the students who weren't showing up to class, or who would show up to class but their screens were black on your Zoom call.
Right.
Addict, I'm watching you. Like,
you addict me the kid. Like, see, you in your teacher mode right now. You looking at the Zoom call. This is the pandemic era. That one kid ain't got his screen.
Hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
So what ended up happening was like we would be assigned different students to do check-ins with, and the conversation from all of the other teachers was like, well, kids aren't doing work, they're playing Fortnite. And I was like, well, why do you think? Like, they are. And like there were times where it's like, I should be grading their papers right now, but I'm playing Fortnite. They just dropped the Marvel pack. What, you think I'm doing? I'm back in my apartment alone. Yeah, I'm running around as Captain America. Like, so, I had empathy, whereas all the other teachers were there to place blame.
Right.
And look for whatever this issue was. And I started to do what I was doing then, right? Is Animal Crossing was huge. So I, in my Animal Crossing house on the second floor, like built a classroom, and I would put it in my slides. And like, then we were reading The Outsiders, and spoilers for The Outsiders, they murder it. So I
Yeah.
built like the fountain area, and I had like a patch of blood on the floor, and I found a leather jacket for my Animal Crossing character, and I would like create scenes from the book in Animal Crossing, because the kids were like, "Oh, I'm playing Animal Crossing," and then they'd be like, "Okay, like Mr. O, can you show us like your island?" And I was like, if everyone passes this test, those who pass can come and see an Animal Crossing tour, and like started to like incentivize and like
Incentivizing. I like this.
it became really, really fun. And while I was doing that traveling, I then found the podcast that Harold did with Reggie, and I started to learn about what they were doing. And I emailed the website. I didn't know I was talking to Harold at the time, but I was like, love to be, part of this. And it took time because we had to have a pandemic come to an end.
Yes, of course.
We had to get administration to agree. But I just started to pepper all of those things in, and I would pull memories from, what I felt were teaching moments in games. If I don't know if anyone Adventure, or it's Colossal Cave Adventure, text-based RPG.
Yeah.
But text adventure. So my aunt had an Apple II in her basement. And before we even, I think, had consoles, that was kind of just like my mom would stop over and like have a cup of tea with her, and I'd be in the basement just playing around on the Apple II.
Let's
and
go.
I found Adventure, and I didn't know what it was, but then I started to learn these really simple sentence structures. Like walk north, open door, and like in really, really simple phonics and sentence structure, right? We're actually building sentences, and I was like, this actually had a lot of impact on how I was figuring out how to just write as a really, really young person. So I found a fully emulated version of it on a web browser. Had a day in my class where I had been doing these writing workshops where my philosophy was, come, hang out, write, you'll get a prompt. I'm going to teach you a few things on how to combat writer's block, but the goal is you're going to write for 30 minutes and you're not going to stop. You're not allowed to stop. And then it became more and more creative on how we launched the prompt. So one of them became, all right, everybody, here's this game called Colossal Cave Adventure. Here's how you play it. You have 15 minutes to play. And then when the 15 minutes were up, I asked around, like, what'd you do? What'd you get into? Some people didn't even find the door. Some people, like, died because they shook a tree and a coconut fell on their head. Different things happened. But then I was like, great. So from wherever you left off, this is now the start of your story. So they were able to then take their experience and move forward. And I was building more and more of these moments into to what I was doing. And then things finally leveled out with working with Harold, and ran the after school program for 2 years at my school. And like, that was the most gratifying teaching I had ever done. I built so many great relationships with my kids. I was connecting with students on their levels, and it worked. And it wasn't always approved by administration. They didn't always love it. They would like score me low sometimes, and would fight back on it and be like, you don't get it. But I was really proud of the work that I was doing then.
That's awesome.
And I miss having those moments, and I'm excited as we're moving into working in more schools that I can go back into the classroom and do those things again.
No doubt. Hold that thought, right? Because I got to be respectful of Harold. He's on time limit right now. It's getting close. So to make sure we get Harold out on time, because this is brilliant stuff. And put a pin in that. We're gonna go right back to this education. But I got to get Harold before he goes. As far as obviously being introduced to Ryan, seeing him in the classroom, and then him joining the circle, and then before you go, also just get us excited about what's going on with you in the circle, and then obviously the Game Awards.
Sure. So I'll take it up from when Ryan contacted me. We had already been at a really cool school up in the Bronx called the Dream Yard Prep School, and then which had become BX Start. BX Start was inspired by our work with Dream Yard. So we had rudimentary and considered very good journalism, game journalism 101 class. So we took that to Ryan, and our young interns were ready to be mentors as well, assistant mentors. So they would come with me or with Cherie or Whitney Mears to Ryan's class. But honestly, Ryan had already primed these kids that this was going to be a games journalism class. It's not just going to be only playing games. We did some
Right.
playing. It was after the work had been done.
Right.
And when it came time here that I had raised enough money to hire an executive director, I looked at, the board, and I looked at, mainly me though, 225 resumes.
Right.
And at the end, we went back to Ryan because there really wasn't anyone who had everything that we wanted except for.
Checked every box. I love this. Continue.
So it was important for us to bring Ryan on. So he's been with us about 6-7 months now, and learns more every day. He's a great help to me. With one person doing it, and which was me, and it's not enough to make a nonprofit grow enough. So with now that there's two of us, I think that we're even more powerful as a nonprofit that seeks to help underserved and unhoused kids learn about writing. So we're spreading out. We're growing. We this year we hired twice as many interns as we had in the past. So I think we have about 20 of them. So that's good. And really, Barry, the important thing about the New York Game Awards is that it's a Trojan horse for our nonprofit activity with underserved kids. So you get to see all these awesome people. You get to see Neil Druckmann, who created the last.
I can't wait.
Can't wait.
I've known Neil since his Uncharted days, and I'll tell the story of how Alyssa from Sony said, "Hey, you should talk to Neil." Neil was actually sitting on the floor at E3 up against the Sony booth. Who is the dude sitting down there? So cool, And I sat down there on the floor at E3 with him. We had this long conversation that wasn't just about Uncharted. It was about books and the way we are now as people, and he was clearly an important guy with a lot of ideas, who then came up with The Last of Us, and he has really changed culture. So that's why we are honoring him with our Andrew Yoon Legend
Award.
Yeah, so Andrew Yoon was one of our founding members who died too soon. So we named this Legend Award after we created a Legend Award because of Andrew passing, because Andrew himself was a legend. So his father and brother will be there, I think, for the first time on Tuesday. So we'll shout out to them. But yeah, so we've got this cool thing going called the New York Game Awards. You can find out tickets at we only have about 20-25 tickets left, but you should go to NYGameCritics.com and see if you can procure those tickets.
Yes, I'll put the link in the description while you talking. Keep talking, Harold.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be great. We've got really great musician named Kimberly Hockey, and I've seen her perform all around upstate New York in the Catskills. She is just going to blow everyone away with her set. And we've got a famous journalist named James Ledbetter, who's going to present our journalism award. James, I've known since the 1990s. He was a media critic at the Village Voice. So if you don't know what the Village Voice is, Village Voice was like a classic newspaper that was kind of counterculture, and James was keeping all the media types on their toes because he was fearless in covering. So he's still around. He writes books now. He's the executive editor of Observer, which is just getting better and better. And we have Reggie on stage as usual. Reggie,
legend.
The legend, total legend. Yeah. So Reggie got our award at our 10th awards. We were just honored to have him, and since he's from the Bronx, he knew that we were doing a lot of our work in the Bronx. He joined us as our board member. So Reggie comes and is co-host, and Cherie L. Smith, the first woman of color to run a tech publication in the world.
Yes.
So Cherie will be on stage. She's a powerhouse.
Love the energy.
gonna rock the house
Mm-hmm.
with anything she says. So we think, I've written the script like 3, 4, 5 times now. I think script is good, man. It's it could be better, but we've got to do it on Tuesday, and it's pretty good right now. And then we have we have Iron Lord with us, man. I don't know if you know who they are.
Yeah, these Lords guys, these Iron Lords
Never
guys.
heard of them.
They might be in the building. They might
They
be
sound like
participating.
they got class.
Yeah. They got class, and they're going to be on stage presenting an award. So it's going to be great. Neil's bringing a crew. I think Hallie Gross is going to be there. Hallie was Neil's co-writer on Last of Us 2.
Mm-hmm.
She's very talented writer, so she'll be in the house as well. So it's going to be great, man. I hope everyone could come. If they can't come, watch us on YouTube or Twitch.
Absolutely. I'll put the link in the description. Go check that out. Again, if you could be in the house with us, like I said, the New York Game Awards on Tuesday, come check that out. And then again, if you can't be in the house, like you said, Harold said, you can stream it, and then also make sure you support, because again, the work that is being done here for underserved communities is truly special, and just kind of the marriage of journalism and video games is just really special. And last thing I want to give you kudos is I really appreciate how you give the game developers their flowers, right? And the focus be towards that, because to me, they are the creators. They are the ones that give, these experiences to life that, as Ryan put, like that truly shape us, that inspire us. He's using it in curriculum as a former teacher. And for us, that made us say, hey, this is something we want to do. We're older. So, we come from the era where gaming was always frowned upon, and you're never going to get nothing doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that kind of energy. So to see you guys give the focus to Neil and obviously Phil last year, and just even the developers, give them their time, accept the awards, let them talk, because it's their moment. And making video games is hard. Making video games, it's a tough business. But I want to thank you for that, Harold. I know you got to go. Get on your way.
Well, and one thing I want to say is
please.
you'll also see our interns on stage. They help to create the show.
Absolutely.
So these are our young people that really are deserving of awards themselves. Neil was kind enough to do the series of interviews with us, and our young students presented him with really interesting, sometimes tough questions. And Neil was very gracious of his time. He, on Instagram, always reposts what Ryan puts up of these really cool interviews that Neil and our students have done. So it's great all around. It is for a very good cause.
Yes.
We need you to support our cause and to help us teach young people in the Bronx and in Brooklyn, where they just think that they could never get a job in games or journalism. Ryan and I and Cherie, and Ronald Gordon, Isaac Espinoza, we're all out there making sure that kids know that they can get jobs in games, and jobs in games journalism or journalism if they want to.
Whew. Powerful stuff, man. Again, wish I had that when I was. This is amazing. Oh man. Any outros to Harold before he goes? Lord Addict and Lord Soft.
Absolutely. I mean, excited for Tuesday. Happy to be invited back, and it's gonna be cool to be there with everybody, with Neil and with you guys again. Like King said last year, as soon as we walked through the door and we saw what it was, as soon as we knew that there was something New York centric that had to do with video games, because everything, we've loved video games all our lives, but it's always been centered around the West Coast. So to see, as soon as Play NYC became a thing, and we knew about that, we'd go every single year.
Shout out to our boy Dan Butchko.
Dan Butchko, So it was just one of those things, like anything that's centered around New York City, our hometown, we want to be a part of and be, and aid in growing it as much as possible. So again, thank you for having us, and see you on Tuesday.
No doubt, Lord.
Yes,
King.
see you guys on Tuesday, man. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. Ryan's going to take it.
Yep. You got to go. We'll see you Tuesday, legend.
More award stuff.
Yes.
All right, Harold.
Have a good one, brother.
Tuesday.
No question.
Tuesday, man. We'll see you on Tuesday at the New York Game Awards. Take care,
Take
guys.
care. Take
right,
care.
later.
No doubt.
Harold.
So Lord Ryan, I want to get back to you. In terms of like I said, you were my 3 stuff, teaching in the Bronx, and then the challenges. One thing you said, like the challenges of kind of incorporating video games, let's say, into the curriculum, or just the way creative way you're using it. And the reason why I think it's really important, because Sarva relates to this, like, my mom, was a teacher, and my mom was always teaching stuff as well. So, to me, it's like video games was always the enemy in the household. Like, it was that's just how it was. Like I said, you're not gonna do anything doing this, wasted time. So, like, you kind of alluded to this with the challenges of the board, you know what I'm saying, with kind of that mentality, and then you incorporate. So how do you fight the good fight to keep kind of getting that in at the time?
I mean, it's kind of like the tried and true of, like, ask for forgiveness, don't ask for permission. Because, like, when, especially with video games, like, obviously it's changed a lot, but in certain worlds it hasn't, right? In the world of education, when like at the time I was definitely one of the younger people on staff, versus an older generation who isn't in that realm, who doesn't understand, they're going to shoot it down from the jump. It doesn't matter how you pitch it, you have to prove its worth. And so I was able to take, like I said, those conversations that I had with with kids when we were one-on-one, or I was able to look at when we even just wrote about games journalism, where that went. And then, by the time it got to, I was 7 years a teacher. By my 5th year, I felt like I finally understood what I was doing. And I kind of just built that confidence of, like, I'm going to create something where people around me will trust me. So for me, it was working on creative writing. My bachelor's degree was in writing, and I built this really strong community in my classroom, like I said, where it's like the expectation is you write for 30 minutes, and it became this really regimented, we do this every Friday. I play music in the background. We have a different creative way of doing it. And once, they didn't even like that concept, which is, like, if you don't like a concept of, like, I'm going to get kids to write for an elongated period of time, like, there's so much in teaching, and there's so much expectations, and there's different rubrics for grading teachers. And when you have so many levels of people watching you, it's really hard to do what you think is best, because you have to ask permission. And it kind of goes back to, what I was saying to King about tattoos, right? My belief is, I trust you as a professional, and I will let you do your thing.
Right.
And I hit a point in my career where I was like, well, you need to trust me as a professional.
Right.
You need to trust that my intention is what's best for the kids, is what's best for their education, and that's it. So I would just start going from that point of view.
The only reason why they were giving you pushback is because the school system is not taught to think to foster free thought. You're bringing free thought into the equation, and that is a variable that they're not comfortable with. When I was working for the New York City Housing Authority, I would bring video games in to the ecosystem in order to bond with the children. So I was resonating with everything that you were saying with don't change yourself to match the children, but be yourself so the children can attract to you. And it's, birds of a feather flock together, bees like honey, stuff like that. It's those concepts in where you bring the MacGuffin, you show interest in what it is, and those that satellite around will convert those that are on the periphery of the situation.
Absolutely.
And I would bring my Nintendo. I got a Famicom, so this is when Nintendo wasn't here yet, and I would bring the games up to foster this huge interest. But the caveat was, you must behave yourself from school. We will do your homework in a timely fashion, and then we will all partake in the video game session.
Incentivizing it.
And that galvanized them to the point where they will automatically come in, get their snack, open up their books, get down to the homework, no problems. Before it was rowdiness, and everybody didn't understand.
Shout out to the rowdiness.
You know, they come in, they didn't have direction, and it will drive the staff mad. And I calmed it. And what I did with that, and I'm just gonna, get off me right now for a second. But what I did with that is because I had one of my senior directors come in, and he didn't understand why they were so quiet, why they were so studious, and what they were doing, and what was going on here. Because it changed like that. I explained to him, we had a budget for video games in every community center after that. Because with the initiative that I put in, it transformed the behavior of the children, and they saw it was tangible. So I understand that you have to show them that it's able to work in the environment, that it will yield results, because the mentality is this is going to disrupt what our objective is, and it's not. And what it is going to become a vehicle to get to objective a whole lot faster and more efficiently, because you're bonding with the children that will adhere to this.
Bars.
Yeah.
That part.
Because you're building trust, right? You're building trust through a shared passion, and like that you can't create that out of thin air, right? And in institutions like that, it's, and I understand, like, even as like an executive director, right? I want to organize and make sure that everything is regimented and there's a way that things are done, but you can't regiment trust. You can't regiment relationships. You can't do that. You can only bring yourself to that and bring the things that you care about. And like, that's exactly what you did.
Yes. And I'm resonant with, I know the children that you were dealing with going to the Bronx. Okay, so you're coming from, a lot of children have single parent households. A lot of children are dealing with poverty. A lot of children are dealing with a lot of issues that children shouldn't be dealing with. So what you have to do is get past all these barriers as you're coming in, and then you don't look like you're from the population. So now you have an extra barrier that maybe I didn't have, that you have to, break down in the children. And trust is the only way. And children can smell a fraud a mile away.
Factual. No, that's factual. That's factual. No, this is good stuff. And then, you're doing this, continue starting. I want you to finish your thought that you got going. I mean, Ryan, and I want to ask you something in reference to the transition then from there into a director, because that's a big step. You're a teacher for a long time, but I just want you to finish, and if you had any more thoughts in reference to.
Yeah, no, I mean, kind of just like bouncing off, like what Ken was saying is like, going into a room as an educator, and I started teaching because I knew some people who weren't good teachers, and the system is built in a way that you complete X amount of years, and you're kind of bulletproof in some senses.
Yes.
And from certain standpoints, of course, I'm all for that, and I needed that in a lot of senses too, right? When you don't have trust, even when you're doing the right thing. But when I was looking at some of these people who I was like, you shouldn't be in the classroom. The question was like, what can I do about that? And like, I can't do anything about that person, but the only thing I can do is become the person I think needs to be in the classroom.
Right.
And what I always said when, I went into a classroom, when I met a new group of kids, whenever I did anything, is I'm here to be with people, right? Of course, I have this agenda of teaching. I have this curriculum I have to complete. But at the end of the day, I'm dealing with people first. And you need to know who these people are. You need to learn about them. You need to show your true self to them and connect with that. Because if you don't do any of those things, as much as you can educate, you're not going to get that respect. You're not going to get that trust. You're not going to get any of it. And, like some years that was harder than others. Some years it was insanely better than others. Like I had a group 2 years ago, which was the first year that I worked with Harold, and like they just vibed with me. And like it just, all the stars aligned. I don't know what happened, but like they thought I was funny. Like I had kids who were like, look at this corny. Like for some reason, this group, same material, loved it. So I was like, great. So like we really vibe together. 3 of them are now interns at the Critics Circle.
Nice.
So like I'm so excited that I get to work with them and talk with them. And then I had a group last year who was just like complete opposite, like, get this guy out of my face.
Oh, these kids, man.
And like, I was like gobsmacked. So I was like, I'm being my truest self I've ever been.
Yeah.
You're just not vibing with it, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, we'll figure it out. We'll, and then you work with people on an individual level, and things change and grow. But it's an ever-changing ecosystem, and like I miss a lot of that portion. But now being where I am, like, my perspective on like why I made the shift was like, I loved what I was doing. I was really excited to have some sort of impact and help.
Right.
But I was doing that for 30, 60, 90 kids a year.
Right.
Now the goal is, as we're working on the Critics Circle and expanding, is I can reach so many more students with the thing that I'm passionate about, and hopefully really spur big change, not just in their communities, but in long term, we hope that it really changes the industry, what the industry looks like from the inside, because giving opportunity to people who are either unaware of the opportunities or are just always not brought to the table, that makes a change. And the hope is that we continue to make that change and bring that into the future.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic stuff, because again, a lot of, again, we talked about growing up, we just didn't know, we didn't have these opportunities. We didn't know about them. No one came to my school and, tried to implement or at least relate to the passion that we had for video games, right? So then you've got that, then you've got the journalism aspect, then you've got providing opportunity to say, okay, here is a path for you to the games industry. And I think that's important. Even now, being at my age now, like you realize it's still hard. Like you still have obstacles, and me and Saul have had deep conversations about this recently, in reference to, just how difficult it is. It was always, I guess for me, Laura, it was always looked at as such, either from a playing video games or you're not being productive, or, when you're, if trying to get in the gaming industry, it's volatile. You need a traditional 9 to 5. You can't do nothing with this. Like, what do you think you're doing, kind of thing. So for our generation, it was always kind of back burner, and you just got lucky, or you've been the right situation type of time. So I think it is important for the new generation, right, to understand that there is a path there and providing that. But what I want to talk to you about is in reference to, like I said, the transition, because you are jumping now out of teaching. You still have that knowledge, but now you're moving into New York Video Games Critical Circle. And for some, and I'm sure for you, like a little part of you is like, it's a little scary, maybe, So like, what was the thing that put it over the top that says, okay, I'm doing this. I am now going to be the executive director. I'm going to accept this position to do this work with Harold, New York Video Games Critics Circle.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to kind of just like the first year that we were working together, which was, I never thought it would be like at this level that I'd be working with the Circle, but I would always, sign off my emails with Harold, like if we were checking in on the class, like, like happy to help if you need anything. Because like that was the truth of it. Like, I really loved what I was seeing. And at the level that I saw of what Harold was building and implementing, like, I wanted to be part of something like that, even if it's something I can't do at my own school because I can't convince anybody. And then, 1 year ago when I was at the Game Awards, like you guys were saying, right? Like, you walked into that room and you're like, oh, like I knew how great it was in my classroom. And then I was like, oh, like, this is trusted by a community. And like, people stand by this, they believe in this. And like, I want to be part of that in any way that I can. So I was ready to, in my head, it was like, oh, maybe I'll be like, their summer camp counselor teacher who helps out over the summer instead of doing summer school. And, we had our back and forths, and we were back at my school doing an after school program. And I was just, I gave Harold a ride to the train, and he had just kind of pitched this to me. And was like, we're looking for a new executive director. Would you be interested? And in my head, I'm like, this is like Willy Wonka kind of nonsense. Like, why are you trusting the kid who just stumbled into the candy store?
Got got an eye on his face.
So it took a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And I was like, I definitely would like to apply and talk, more about it and what you're looking for, and kind of just went from there. And it was like 4 or 5 months of just interviews and, answering questions and checking in. I had to do a one-on-one job interview with Reggie.
Reggie Fils-Aimé, yeah. 101. Let's
I've
go. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's talk about the interview process.
In my life.
Woo!
Like being like, I'm having a conversation with someone I respect so much.
Yeah.
And like grew up like watching him on, E3 things and like, but this also has like an end result that I want. So I balance those things. But, like,
I gotta play it cool.
but what I did learn really, really quick, and like, like it's a testament of even just like this conversation we're having right now, is like every time I've had to speak with someone within the games industry around this, initiative, around, the nonprofit, around the Critics Circle, like everyone has their heart in it.
Yes.
And everyone is accommodating and they're kind. And like, whenever I think about like talking to people from job interviews or through corporate structures, I'm always like, I'm the low guy on the totem pole. I'm going to show respect. I'm going to like, but then it's like, oh, like we're all just kids hanging out talking about a thing we love.
Right.
And like at the end of the day, and I went to Games for Change for the circle. And I ran into Andrea Renee from What's Good Games, and she's funny. And, it was my first convention. It was my first time like talking with people, and I was like, I sat down next to her. I didn't realize it. So I was like, oh, like, hi, like I know you. Very like nice to meet you. So she picked up, I think, on how like nervous I was, but it was asking what I did, and I had said like, like this is my first big conference sort of thing, and I'm just used to talking to like 12 and 13-year-olds.
Yeah, it's a big
And
scope.
she's like, here's the secret. You still are. Like, she's like, we're all just hanging out talking about games. Like, you're going to have those exact same conversations. Like, you'll be fine. And like, from that, I was like, okay, I can do this. Like, I can handle this. Like, I'm knowledgeable about this thing. Like, I'm sharing this passion. I can have these conversations. I can share what I love, and we'll be good. And that conversation like really just gave me that push that I felt that I needed to just be like, I can do this. I'm not having imposter syndrome anymore. I'm part of this. This is what I'm doing. And it's been wild. Yeah. But like for the job itself, I went through all the job interviews and did the thing. And I got the email on the bus coming back from field day. I was like, just compartmentalizing it.
Processing.
We're not gonna announce this to the kids. We're not going to lose our mind. We're not going to get excited. And, we just kind of went from there, and now we're here. And now we're 6-7 months in.
But I still got to ask you the question, which is, you're doing a big thing. Like the step, like as far as like, again, I, as a person, I relate as a person who's always been in IT, and that's been, that's the path I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be, kind of thing. And then to accept something that is really in the games industry, like, was there any trepidation? Like, am I doing the right thing by leaving? Because I like to put your business out there. Like, my mom's a teacher. I know Board of Ed, the benefits, the summers off, the month. Like, there's a stability to that, right? Oh, yeah. So that's my part. Like, I want to know, like, was there trepidation? Absolutely. Like, okay, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? Like, so my fiance is a teacher as well. So like we're living in the like summers off. We're doing what we need to do. We had just bought a house. We're getting married in July. I have all these things lined up. And all of that is built from, for these last 7 years, I got my tenure. I've got benefits.
Yeah. Good.
Like, I've got my retirement plan going. And now I'm like, I'm going to make this transition. And it's like, all right, I got to pay the mortgage.
Yeah. Real life. Let's get to the real life part. Yes.
I've already got, I got the DJ booked. Like,
yeah.
Is this going to be a forever thing? Will this work? And, I talked with Harold, I talked with Reggie, and I feel really grateful in the sense that with what we're doing right now and with what I'm doing, like, I have really strong mentors who have been doing this, whether it's, Harold from the journalism side and what he's built here, being able to check in with Reggie, who's on our board, or Ted, who's on our board, or Catherine, who's on our board. And they share, what they've done throughout their lives and, are helping guide with what I'm trying to do with helping, make the circle stronger. So like that part of it meant a lot to me. And that's like, I'm really passionate about games. I'm really passionate about education. I can do them both as a career. The financial part, we can figure out. We can get that done. We can lose summers. We can cry about it. It'll be okay. Because you get to play games every day.
True. Like, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like I was talking to my fiance the other day. I was like, oh, like we have to do our taxes. Like, can I write off my games this year?
Yeah.
Write off my games this year.
Yeah. You saw for that.
Like, it's work.
But there was fear, like you said, right? There was fear because I was leaving the most well-structured career path I could have wanted, right? I could have done that until the rest of my life, and I would have been happy.
Exactly.
I loved what I was doing. I didn't leave on a sour note. It wasn't like I'm tired of teaching. Kids are the worst. Like I loved teaching. I love being around kids. I love like being in that world. And, like everyone, when I told them I taught 7th grade, was always like,
whoa,
7.
So it's like
7.
Like that's the age where you're like, I'm gonna try on every version of myself.
Yes.
And I, from day one, I was like, 90% of teaching is improv. Today, yes, and let's go. I will take you for who you are today, whoever you want to be, the good one, the bad one. We'll see the reactions. But like, I'm not going to tell you you're not who you say you are. Like, just be you. It's cool.
I feel it.
And I think that really benefited me, and I miss those parts of it. But I can see what this future can be. And I want the longevity of the Critics Circle and how it can expand and how the Playing with Purpose program can expand and connect with more students. Like to be part of that and to have a say in what that is meant a lot to me. And, my fiance and I had a lot of conversations about it and, the financial side versus just like the passion side. And like to be able to wake up 20 feet from my office and do something I'm passionate about every day means a lot to me.
Absolutely.
To see
takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of discipline because I know a lot of people weren't ready for working at home or working in their home environment. That level of discipline was built up over the time with you getting your curriculum, getting to school on time, having that commitment. Now it's a different level of commitment, getting up, doing that work right there. Instead of saying, let me get the extra 5 minutes in bed, or let me get the extra 5 minutes doing this. It's different. And those people that had to work from home during this pandemic, we found out some people weren't disciplined. They had to get back to work. But
I guess that was part of the training that I didn't realize, right? I taught for 2 years in a 1-bedroom apartment. Now at least I can, manage this a little bit better.
He was always prepared for this space,
for this moment. No, that's super cool, super dope. Again, I don't know if Attic's still around because I know he's going through. I'm feeling well, but I was gonna ask you, Attic. Like, we were talking for us, but like for you, like, does that resonate? Like, did you wish like when you were going to school, because as the young buck of the group, as far as like having programs that either introduced video games into the curriculum and stuff like that, or just things like the Critics Circle, which is trying to show kids that hey, there's a path to get into the games industry through journalism and stuff like that. Would you be interested in that, or is there did you have any of that when you were in school?
No, that was a myth. That didn't happen. The problem is there was no money to be made, so no one was going to do anything like that. So I would say there's because of how big the industry's gotten, there's a lot more money to be made, so more people are interested in doing it. But when I was growing up, there was nothing like that. It was like go to college. Like my generation was pushed heavy to go to college, like heavy. From the time I got to elementary school, you need to go to college for this, you need to go to college for that. That's what my generation was pushed.
No, that's interesting. I'm glad you said that because just hearing these experiences and again, I'm just jealous. I'm like, damn, I wish we had that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's like you
That's why I
said,
want
Kyle.
to do it. Like, because if it's something that I wanted, like to be able to now give that to
Facts.
someone is huge too.
Like, so, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, like and like kind of just like going off of like what Act was saying is like a thing that I noticed, and outside of the games journalism thing, the one thing that I was really able to resonate with the kids was my mom was born and raised in Ireland, so like first generation. She came over here, while like all bombings and things were going on, and decided to change things up, find a better job, and like her perspective was always, you're gonna do better than I did.
Yep.
So many of the kids that I taught were in that same mindset where it's like like 90% of the kids are like, my mom thinks I'm gonna be a doctor, and that's the path that I have, and that can be really difficult sometimes, is like when you have
the defined roles in your life already planned out for you.
And even when you set them for yourself too, like I constantly was like, I need to be 100% in this one thing and only this thing until the end of my life, and then I die. And like,
facts, he right.
Like, this is the second week in a row that coming from expectations of the parents that they put on the children.
Oh yeah, with Maury.
Yeah, we had Amari last week.
Shout out to Tyler
and
Maury.
It's very, the burden on your shoulders is very, very heavy. Even that thought process of you telling your kid, you're going to be better than me. Well, how did you figure out that you were you, and how I'm going to, because to the kid, you are the idol, right? The kid is looking up to you like, better than you God. Like, what are you talking about? Like, how am I going to be better than you? So a lot of times we put our imperfections on the children. The children don't get a chance to see our imperfections. We place these imperfections on the children and say, you're going to be greater than, and they're still just trying to become. So these processes is very hard. But the fact of the matter is, you're growing in a space where, all right, now I got to teach these children how to become. And you go into the 7th and 8th grade, they are becoming at this space. And you're taking this agile approach to, all right, I'm just going to accept the child for who they are every day. That mindset is godsend. And now you're in the critic circle where you're dealing with children that are becoming, and you're giving them a pathway too. So I think that's incredible to see as well. So this whole period of time, I'm like listening to you. The whole period of time, you were like being bred for this moment to, embark on these children, this, the knowledge. I can't wait to get to a classroom. I was talking to these dudes about that with the critic circle and in the thought process I do have with education when it comes to children.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a thing that, like, as we're working on expanding, is like a big part is getting more people to volunteer to be able to come into the classroom, because a big part is not just seeing someone who is successful, but seeing all of the different ways that you can tackle your passion, right? Like, I've been passionate about video games my whole life. Never did I think that teaching would be the way that I could actually share that passion, right? But there's all these other ways where it's like, if you're an artist and like you just, you love drawing, you love creating character, like there's a version of that in the games industry. If you're just good at math, like you can be an accountant in the games industry. Like, you can find your pathway to the thing that you love in a more unique way than I think most people are ever aware of, because you think, games means I have to code. Like, no.
You think it's just programming.
I got to be an engineer. I'm bad at math.
I haven't coded since I tried to change the background on my MySpace.
Took it back to MySpace.
Remember that?
Yo, for sure. Now that's real. And shout out. I'm gonna break protocol real quick. He's hilarious. Shout out to Sijit, who say he just ride with I have missed his days playing with the Patriots and Kansas City Chiefs. You guys share the same name as a football. You share the same game as a football player.
My Google algorithm is destroyed because
I
didn't appreciate it. It was great in college, like when I still had Facebook, and I was like, people don't need to see the pictures.
No doubt. I want to get back to you. So you were about to finish. I have another question, but you were about to finish about your mom and then her set path, and you were going. So it seemed like you were going
I mean,
like that.
good and bad, right? Like as King was saying, like that expectation is really hard. But I think the other thing too is like the coming from an immigrant family, the importance of education is huge.
Yes.
And that was a thing that, like, you know, going in blind, it was my first time teaching, going into the Bronx, was like, parents really cared about their kids' education and they trusted the teacher because of that.
Yes.
They came to this country from, you know, whether it's Dominican Republic or you know, whether they came from Ghana or wherever, they came here because they want their kids to be better. So they trusted me. And when I saw that, like, oh, you're trusting me, like at the time, this like 20-something who just rolled out of Lehman College, like I need to then do my best for them.
Of course.
Right. And all of that just, you know, really built to, I just really did love teaching.
You
so
love
much.
teaching. Nah, that's dope, man.
It's weird to look back at it and think on it and like be so far removed from being in the classroom now. It's like it's weird on some days to realize that anymore.
Ryan, you remind me of, and Cog will understand this. We had the same thing where there were some teachers where we came up that were just very special.
Yes.
You know, we could talk about the Mrs. Jacobs, Mrs. Lewis, twins. One of them passed away actually recently. But it was that idea of this is a person who, despite coming into an environment that can be less than welcoming to especially new teachers, especially green teachers that are green.
The substitute teacher used
the
to
substitute
get
teacher.
It. Man, substitute teachers used to get that work.
Some of these situations, and to see that you're not, you know, because you talk about the teachers that you've seen that don't belong in the classroom. I guarantee you that a lot of those teachers didn't start that way. Right.
Yeah.
They were just jaded by the experience and they thought the same thing. Like, hey, this is a secure path for me. I'm going to stay here. I may hate it. I may hate these kids at some point. And that's, you know, obviously that's not beneficial to anyone, but that's the reality of the situation. And to see someone like you who's still despite, you know, having moved on from it, it is, you know, you still have that love and that passion. You remind me of those types of teachers that we had. We had a few of them that were just super passionate about teaching, and it made you forget about your circumstances. And for us, I'd be honest, I didn't, my circumstances weren't bad like that. Cogs were you know, wasn't the case either. There were a lot of kids in our classes that we knew that, like, you know, they didn't have a great place to live. They weren't eating 3 meals a day or whatever. And it was, you know, and you could see them come into these classrooms, and these teachers would figure out ways to sort of make them feel welcome and say, hey, you're here, you're safe here, you can learn here, you can be happy here. And it's a thing that you just don't see enough anymore because of how stringent and structured things are, that, you know, sometimes the empathy leaves it a little bit. And to see that you still having that passion for it, despite moving on from it, it's a special thing. So I think in general, my question to you is, and you've alluded to what you want to do in growing the circle, but long-term, like broad overarching thing, what do you see as the future for the circle? What do you want to sort of import? Because I talked about how, you know, New York is slowly but surely growing a little bit in the game space, but everything is so West Coast centric. But I would really want to see New York sort of explode as you know, and a corner of the industry that is continuing to grow. I know it's difficult because when you talk about development and stuff like that, or whatever, whether it's development, whether it's journalism, whether it's anything like that, it's just so expensive to be here that sometimes it's you know, it's difficult. So I just want to know what's your broad ranging, you know, 10, 15 years down the line, what do you see for the circle?
I mean, I think a big thing is, like I kind of talked about it earlier with, like, you know, in the pandemic, is like games were the enemy, right? They were the reason why kids weren't doing well. And flipping that story, I think is first and foremost really important. Is like in the wider world now, especially with games being a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? The general public is not where they were, you know, back in the 90s or even the early 2000s, when everyone's like, GTA 3 is why we have shootings.
Remember that?
They still try.
Like, that's damn video games. This is the problem.
Mortal
But, like-
Kombat teaches violence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen, you know, a 13-year-old who learned how to pull a spine. But
Finish him, Sub-Zero.
but changing that narrative and being able to really look at games for what they are, which is a medium of art, and you know, looking at, you know, when you know, it was only 7 years, but you know, the 7 years that I was in education versus when I grew up, and where we kind of shifted on what was important to teach, where it's like, I'm so grateful that no one told me to teach where the red fern grows. Like, but like we have this idea of like what is important to teach, and you know, for us it was always, we are reading books, we are only reading books. Books are what it is, books.
Right.
And then when I was in college, there was, you know, a big shift into film analysis and using film in education and looking at what that was. When I was growing up, like, if a TV was coming in on that cart, that meant the teacher was out sick. We've got a substitute who doesn't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah.
Right. Great days.
Yeah, great
But
day. You just sit there. Oh, we gonna be just watching something. All right.
But there was never like curriculum around that, and
Right.
it evolved into, okay, well, like, we understand that film isn't the problem, it's the content, right? And there's good content that we can teach through film. And then as I was teaching, I used comic books a lot, and that was in kind of its earlier.
He's like my spirit animal.
Yeah, we needed Ryan when we was coming up, bro. Continue.
So my school was really great in a lot of senses, in that like they were really open to trusting teachers, and like, I know I've said like I got a lot of pushback, but they also did give me a lot of trust. And in one of the early, my first year, I even got to do it. We had what was called talent period. So you would spend 1 period a week. A teacher could teach whatever they wanted to, as long as it was approved. So you had like, right? I mean, like, you know, you gotta have some sense. But we had like a baking class.
Get him out of the room. Ted got the puppet again.
I can't.
We did have a puppeteering class one
year.
I can't. But yeah, but we had like a baking class, we had chess class, we had all this other stuff. So I did a comic making class, and what we would do is like, we would go in, we'd hang out, we'd read comics, and then my concept was like, you would either create your own character or you would put your own spin on a character. So like I remember one student a few years ago like made Bronx Spider-Man.
BX Spider-Man, let's go.
So he walked around with a boombox.
Let's go, D-Melo. Caleb K, let's go. Let's go.
Things like that were always really fun, and I feel like I've gone on such a tangent that I've lost track of what the question was. But
now you good.
But like, yeah, like I always loved being able to do those things, and now I've got it back. Where are we going in the future? So that became more widely accepted from when I first pitched that, you know, and they were like, I don't know. And, you know, I did my due diligence and I knocked on the right doors. I had someone come in who was an editor at Marvel Comics. And, like, did, you know, met with my class and talked to, he did the Rocket and Groot series, and he talked to them about how that came to be and walked them through the Marvel process. And then they took that into making their comics, and it was really fun. And I think we're kind of at a precipice right now where like games are less the enemy, and we're just about to get to that peak where we're being more comfortable with them being in the classroom. And I think from a wider range, from the Department of Education, from, you know, whatever powers that be, that can really look at the really strong benefits of what games can do, whether it's through what we do through journalism, whether it's even just through analysis of narrative. Because like, I've never experienced a better narrative than in a game. Like, those are the stories that stick with me because I lived them.
Facts.
Right, because it's active. You're participating in it, even if it's not even the most cinematic game. It's not a passive thing because everybody extracts something different from it, right? So yeah, I think it's funny. I was listening to a conversation around just books recently, and it was that idea of like, what are kids learning in the classroom nowadays? Like, are you teaching them what does the Catcher in the Rye do for a kid today in this modern setting? Not a whole lot. Like, you can get context about writing and things of that nature, and you can have deep discussions about it, but at the same time, is it engaging them in a way that it's going to matter to them and cause them to continue to be interested in what you're talking about, right? Or is it just going to be this abstract thing? So it's like when you talk about comic books, when you talk about bringing these people in, you're keeping them invested in things that they already probably like. And then you're also showing them a possible path forward that is different from what the norm and what possibly their parents expect from them. So I think that's a great thing. And continuing to expand upon that, it creates people that learn how to think at an early age. Because a lot of times elementary education, right, even into junior high school is so structured that you don't have those deeper conversations around the subject matter. It's about, you need to learn this, you need to memorize this. And I think one thing, I went to a private school for high school, so it was small and it was more, sort of like a college environment where you were always analyzing everything. You sit down at a round table and literally analyze everything. So the learning was different because you were learning to sort of dissect things and think analytically very young, instead of just saying, okay, this, you have to memorize this. The test is next week or something like that. Yeah. And it what it does is it opens you up to seeing all of these different pathways forward. And this was in the in the 90s. But again, not everybody has the opportunity to be in an environment like that. You come back to the New York public school system, it is very structured. It is sort of stringent, and that can feel suffocating to a kid that is not interested in any of that stuff that's being taught. So that's great. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic stuff. I do want to transition.
I think.
I'm sorry. No, please, Addy, please go.
I was gonna say, I think you're gonna see a lot more people be more open, because I still see, even today, parents are still resistant. Nah, you ain't doing this gaming stuff. What you talking about? Like, but what I noticed when the rise of content creators and streamers happened, that's when the parents were a little bit more open-minded to it, because it's okay, not only, is my child gonna, learn multiple different types of skills, he's also gonna work for himself for the most part. So, I would say, because they're already starting to push like content creation and stuff in colleges. Because all content creation really is learning video editing, marketing. Like, you're literally just learning all these skills together, and it's a way more sustainable than like get a job working for a company, because we've seen how bad this industry is a lot, and just laying off half the staff for no reason. So
you would see that stuff being pushed in colleges, but not pushed in the school environment. The reason why is because the school environment is structured in a way to build same mind workers. The thought process is, you go to work, you go to school from 8 until 3, and it's teaching you how to sit behind a desk, how to take a dictation, how to memorize, and how to do the same routine. College, you pick your courses. College, you start to flex independent thought and independent pathways. And you only achieve that by getting to college. What you're trained to in curriculum in lower schools, this is why we've changed from the industrial. Remember, you used to have wood shop, you used to have different craft stuff. You had different programs. These stuff was made to build a different kind of worker. Those workers that would be able to run a shop, management workers and stuff like that. I think we regressed as far as school teaching goes. I think it teaches how to be the employee and not the manager. We used to be taught to be managers, and college will teach you to be supervisors and owners. Now you see the rise of the influencer is teaching you to be the entrepreneur spirit. I think if it's used wrong, it would create a vacuum when it comes to work environment. But if it's utilized properly, it will create more CEOs in smaller pockets that can employ more people. Because let's say I start a channel, I'm the CEO, I need an editor, I need a cameraman, I need this. So you in turn start employees. And those employees can, dictate different work to other employees as well. You will build a structure. I think the school system is ripe for that now, teaching young influencers to become entrepreneurs and CEOs across the board. And I think you will have more of that happening, but I don't think that they're ready for that type of free thought yet.
Interesting. Now, it's just a deeper discussion in reference to, high school and obviously
Yeah,
college and stuff.
exactly.
You know, we could go on forever on that
Yeah,
part, but
yeah.
I do want to transition, you know, to main event,
let's go.
which is you know, the 13th annual New York Game Awards, and obviously, you know, the Lords, we attended. You know, our first one last year, we were completely blown away, you know, to see all the efforts being made by the circle. And then obviously, you know, good friend to the realm, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, as we call him in the realm. Well, you know, he received the Andrew Yoon Legend Award, and then you yourself, you won an award. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, it was Elizabeth Jennings Graham Educator of the Year Award. So, first of all, just, you know, about that, how excited are you about this year's awards? What are you most looking forward to?
You know, it's been exciting seeing it on the other end, right? Like last year I was there as, you know, a participant. I was there to, you know, receive an award, to hang out and do an after party and have a glass of wine with Reggie. That was wild.
Oh yeah. I saw the pictures.
Yeah.
The pictures is fire. I like the pictures.
That's always pinned to the top of the.
Yeah, you kept that pin. You got the Reggie. Yeah. Harold.
But you know, you can't go back now.
Tell Harold. Let's go.
But you know, like from that end, you know, thinking about like how I felt and how excited I was to be there. Now being on the back end of it, it's like, how do I make sure that everyone who comes through feels that same way?
Yes.
Right.
Because I think, you know, going back to, you know, everything we've talked about games is like the thing that I love the most about games at the end of the day is it's a game's ability to create a community, right? Whether it goes back to, you know, sitting on the couch with my brother and my mom, and we had that little community of we're going to figure out these puzzles in this game. Whether it's, you know, hanging out with the cousins on the holiday, playing Super Smash Brothers in my cousin's room, or it's, you know, the larger thing like this, being able to hang out and talk to people who care about something similarly and so passionately. And that was such a wonderful thing to see and feel in that room. So to be able to help make that happen again for more people is the thing I'm most excited about. My eyes are bleeding from staring at spreadsheets and all these different websites, but you know, at the end of the day, it's going to be worth it. And hopefully these dark circles will be gone by Tuesday.
No question. Tuesday is about to be lit. Another highlight of the Game Awards this year is, again, what Harold alluded to earlier before he left, which is the legendary Neil Druckmann, and obviously him being celebrated, you know, as a luminary as far as, you know, his impact on the industry, the Uncharted series, you know, obviously The Last of Us, both of them. You know, you guys, the interns at the Circle, got a chance to interview him, you know, which I thought was cool. And he has some really profound statements about, you know, being influenced and getting in the games industry and how, you know, representation matters, about seeing yourself. Right, you know, and then obviously the choice in reference to Ellie and how people would come up to him in reference to these type of things. You know, how excited for you to have Neil in the building?
Oh, like beyond it, and like first and foremost, like anyone like watching or listening, like if you have not seen these interviews, like go to the New York Video Game Critics Circle YouTube.
I got you.
Neil was so kind to take time to sit down and take questions from our interns and answer them like so honestly and openly. Like he even goes into talking at one point about just like, you know, like how brutal people can be in the comments, right? Like he, you know, he made a very divisive choice, or his team made a very divisive choice.
Yes.
In one of his games, and you either love it or you hate it, and you're passionate. But at the end of the day, like maybe don't, you know, go online telling someone to kill themselves. About you know, a story. And like I respect like him being able to bring that into the conversation, and just to, you know, take time, because like I said, like the bringing it back to the kids, bringing it back to the education, that's the most important thing to me. And to see that he's already, you know, going that extra mile, like before even getting this award, like has been so gracious with his time and that, and you know, that's meant so much. Like I'm excited just to be able to like thank him in person again, you know, and you know, hear what he has to say when he receives that award. It's going to be a great night. Like I look up to, you know, the kind of writing that he does. Like You know, you ruffle some feathers, that means that you did something that caught attention.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I love what, like you said, what you mentioned and he said about, you know, I think he said like his team, to the effect, he tells the team like, yo, don't get on social media. You know what I'm saying? Because it's crazy out here. It's wild in these streets, and, you know, people are really nasty. But he talked about also the flip side. I highly recommend you guys check it out. I put the link in the description, you know, to go check that out with the Circle. It's a great interview by the interns and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we've got 10 videos total.
Yes.
So I'm hoping to try to string them together and maybe get them into like one big audio podcast. That's, you know, something to work on in the future. We're a small team, so you know, if and when we can get to it, I'd love to do that.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's a great listen, and I'm over the moon that he is going to be there and is accepting this year. I can't wait.
Yeah, super dope, man. We're super excited. And again, the Circle's killing it right now, and I love the nonprofit work and in reference to, again, serving these students, serving underserved communities, you know, video games being at the backbone of the culture. The Lords will be in the building, you know what I'm saying? All 4 of us, so that'll be cool. And yeah, man, we're super excited. I just wanted to, before we close up with you, in reference to the question we always ask every Lord in the realm, the big one. There's no pressure now. You got to really think about this one. All right, now we talk about your top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
All right. 3 months ago, this would have been a very different list. 2023.
All right, let's go.
Ruined us, and I'm actually grabbing my phone because I keep.
Oh, you keep this on the phone. Oh, you ready? He got his GOAT list ready in case anybody pull up. That's a teacher. He was like, oh, hold on. What? You talking top 5, Cog? Top 5? All right, I got you.
So
here we go.
Because it's shifted. It's been a weird year. I could have rattled this off instantly from memory. All right. Number 5 is Final Fantasy 16 from this year.
Wow.
I don't like. I think
get him off. Get him off.
We lost Ryan. Come on. We lost Ryan. Addict, you on the proof. Don't get him like that. So wait, I gotta hit it because good for you. Break it down. Break it down, because this is a controversial one, because a lot of the traditionalists.
Break it down.
Stop being messy. For a lot of traditionalists, there was a lot of resistance against saying it was a diversion from the JRPG mechanics. So break it down for you why 16 is the GOAT on your GOAT list. Let's go.
To just go on the play style, I think play style I don't think has anything to do with what makes something a Final Fantasy game. At the end of the day, it's a Final Fantasy game because the people who made it are the people who make Final Fantasy games.
Oh,
I trust the creator.
Oh, pause. Be quiet, young buck. Let me stop
Seems like a cop out, but continue.
Let's go. Final Fantasy battle is in the middle. Continue.
In that case, any game that differentiates from its core and switches stuff up, I said, well, you know, the developers say it's the next one.
Right. You
Resident
got
Evil switches from first person to third person to first person. They said it's a Resident Evil.
Lord, right. You got an unruly student in a Zoom call.
I support both Resident Evils. I don't know, but I think for me, narrative is a huge function, and I think
I'll give you that. They have a decent narrative.
And like I've mentioned my brother multiple times. I think that relationship between the two brothers and their story,
that's why,
just really struck a chord for me. Also coming off of Final Fantasy X, which we'll get back to because it's definitely up near the top, is I love like Aeon summons, whatever you want to call it, depending on what game you're playing. And I really enjoyed the way that they actually built those into the base gameplay for your character, and like you could switch those things out, and like I had the certain summons that I preferred, but they all kind of worked in different ways. It took me by surprise because I didn't expect to like it, and like to give credit, it's definitely more Kingdom Hearts than it is Final Fantasy in its play style.
Okay.
I also grew up on Kingdom Hearts, so that just felt like it worked.
Okay.
So Final Fantasy 15 had a very similar playstyle too. So I think it seems to be kind of where they're shifting. 7 Remake still has that more action
based,
built into it. I prefer a turn based, so I didn't expect to love that as much. But I don't know. I really enjoyed Clive and Sid and that whole cast of characters, if you can really
shout out to Ben, what's it, Ben
get
Starr?
me, oh my god,
Oh, he
That-
destroyed
that
that
dude's
role.
hilarious.
Yeah, I ain't gonna front. He was so good in the demo that it made me get it. I was like, because how it obviously concluded.
yes.
I was like, oh, okay. Well, continue.
Yeah,
Well, when we were putting together stuff for the awards, because he's nominated for acting, like we have like obviously clips from all the stuff, and we were like, we can't just have clips of him screaming and cursing. we gotta find other ones that work, but those are all so good.
Those are the best ones too. No, I think.
So yeah, I mean, it's. I will say, and this is always a caveat I have, like if you have GG app, that's like what I use to like rank all my games. And my caveat is like recency bias, definitely sometimes.
Sure, that's fair, and it can always change.
This might shift and leave.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
I'm
16.
a big fan of it. Number 4.
Number 4.
I want to say something real quick.
Go for it.
I do agree with you, like on how they handled summons.
Yeah.
I will say that I think the best way a Final Fantasy games implemented summons was 10,
Agreed.
because it felt more natural than
Yes.
16.
Okay. So we got Final Fantasy 16. Let's go with the goat list.
Number 4 is Last of Us 2.
Oh,
Yes!
King is in the building.
That's yeah. I can't wait to talk to Neil.
Oh my god! Like the thing that I love about that game is we talked about like school and education and stuff, and like what do you get from books versus what do you get from games, and like the most impactful quote that I've ever heard from books, and it's still brought around, is you look at To Kill a Mockingbird, Atticus Finch, you got to walk around in someone's skin, right? You know who they are. And that's like what a game does best, right? You walk around as that character, you complete their actions, whether or not you have a choice, and you feel more because you did it. You're a part of that story. So whether or not, playing The Last of Us 1, whether or not you agree with what Joel does, you do it.
Right.
When you get to Last of Us 2, whether or not you agree with what Ellie does, you do it. Whether or not you agree with Abby, you do it. And it makes you feel that way even stronger because you're going against your instincts. And I think that's why people are so passionate about what Last of Us 2 is, whether you are the kind of person who said you ruined the franchise, hard to disagree. I think that really enhances it. Because I don't have to agree with what every single character does, but I can justify my feeling through going through those actions. And I'm of the camp, I think like Abby is one of my favorite video game characters.
Oh, you and King are about to be best friends.
I completely agree.
We can hang out, we can grab some drinks.
Wow, this is crazy.
Everything that he's been saying, I'm talking about from the moment he's been
y'all
talking.
in lockstep.
Yes.
King has been saying these things. What you're saying verbatim is what you've been saying. But continue.
Abby's amazing. And listen, I love the fact that they made you do what you had to do. You couldn't avoid it. You could stop playing if you wanted to, but if you were going to continue playing, you had to do what you needed to do.
Well, there was, and I'm not going to get into spoiler territory, but at the end of the game, you are playing as Ellie, and there's a final moment.
Yeah.
I put my controller down.
Yo, King did this. Yo, King
I
did
did not
this.
say
Yo,
that.
Ryan, this is eerie.
Didn't I say that?
When we
I
had
said the same exact thing.
Yeah, when we had our discussion, he literally.
Were you crying at this moment? Because I was crying.
I was very over emotional, but I was like, I think they're going to make me do something I don't want to do.
Yes.
And I want to see, is it part of the game that if I put this down, it won't let me do it?
Right.
Do I actually have a choice in this? Can I stand back from this moment?
Yes.
And I stood there for a solid like 2 minutes. I was like, I guess I have to do this. It's fine. So I was going to go through, and the game does what the game does. And again, I'm not a spoiler for anyone who wants to go back in, but like a game has never done that for me.
Yes.
I felt like the game was going in a direction, and I felt against where I thought the game was going.
Yep.
And like, to me, that's moving.
Yep.
Right? You mentioned Catcher in the Rye before, and like, what does that have to do? I read that book, that I hated it as a kid. But what I learned is you can hate something productively, right? Like, I didn't like that character in that book. I'm not going to go around and say like J.D. Salinger's the worst writer ever. No, I don't like this character. I'm going to analyze that character's choices. And honestly, his good writing is why I hate that character. And that's how I feel about The Last of Us.
And that's what you realize, right? I read that book in like 7th or 8th grade. And then then I read the book again after being in private school for 2 years, and then all of a sudden I understand Holden Caulfield. I understand where that character came. I went to school with guys that were like Holden Caulfield to me, quite frank. So it's like you're right. It's just it's context, and if you being ready for that type of that type of storytelling. And I think Last of Us was that. King and I had that conversation. It's like so many people hated it, and I'm like, I adored every second of it, and I hated it at the same time because it was so dire. And then for me, the dire nature of it was what was to be expected. I think coming out of the first game, I said, you know what? Whatever happens after this world has shown that it is unforgiving and it doesn't forget. So you finish that game and you say, whatever a sequel is to this game, there will be consequences to pay.
Yeah.
I knew that going in.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure that they would have the courage. I wasn't sure that they would have the courage to do it. And when they did it, that's when I fell head over heels in love with it. And the fact that it was so aggressively dire and hateful, it was just a perfect exemplification of what Ellie felt, because in that world there is nothing that's telling you I should not feel this way. There's nothing that's telling you I'm going to have repercussions for acting on these feelings. The world will level itself out at some point, and there will be repercussions, but you can still do whatever the heck you want.
And even just like the cherry on top of that is like, again, no spoilers, but at the end, like the picking up of the guitar and just like everything that 1 second encapsulated of like, this is what your choices mean. Like there's so much written in just that one frame. And like I sat back, I like text my brother and I was like, the guitar. And he's like, I know, right? Because like we felt it, but like like that story just like sits with me, and I'm really fascinated to see how the show's gonna handle it, because so much of that
they're gonna let you down. There's absolutely no.
But Neil is in the building though.
But it is they're gonna do it different, and like if I look at like they have to. Right? You can't.
No choice.
You can't feel that same way. Like I said, like you're controlling the character. That's 90% I think what makes it feel it. But like what they did with the Bill story, and like they have creative solutions of telling stories. They handle it.
Yes.
But like. I don't know, just like I think skyscrapers with Lev, and like relationship and learning who they are, and
yes, exactly.
Stop. That's goat talk. So this is goat talk. So we got.
We're only on number 4.
We're only number 4.
We can continue this conversation.
This literally turned into when we continue this at the New York Game Awards, we'll get deeper when he has a little free time after we all swarm Neil and Groviate about how great he is. We got the 2. We got the Final Fantasy 16. We got the Last of Us 2.
Yeah. Number 3 is Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker.
Okay.
Which like speaking on the statues, my thing that I will search for forever and never get because it's so expensive is there's like a Wind Waker one of the boat, and I can't find it for under $2,000. So
because I know who makes it too. It's absolutely incredible. I know what you're talking about.
Like I want it so bad. I also want to get the King of Red Lions as a chest. Again, another story. But the thing that I love the Zelda franchise. It's my favorite franchise overall. Obviously, went over. When I was like in the womb, my parents were playing the NES version.
It assimilated in.
They loved it. They had the map. They would write on the map. And
wow,
nice.
Oh, I didn't know there was gamers like that. Oh, I didn't.
It was really just like that one. At least that's what they tell me. Like, but I don't know. Like, my dad likes games every so often. Like, I got him the PlayStation Mini.
Nice.
So he'll play like Twisted Metal.
Shout out to Jeff.
But the thing that I love about Wind Waker and why it's my favorite Zelda game is I think it's the one that handles story the best. It's not just like in a lot of them, Link goes on the journey because he's the hero.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always answer why does he become the hero? Why is he going on this journey? And in Wind Waker, it's his sister is kidnapped.
Right.
And like you can justify and understand, okay, I'm gonna go on this journey to save my sister. And he doesn't become the hero until he goes on that journey to find his sister and sees what the state of the world is.
Yeah.
And that's when he decides it's time to do it. It's not just, I'm, doing my duty as part of like the realm and my princess is stolen.
Right.
It's at the core family, and then you learn. And then all of those things build, and it's just beautiful. Like you can pick up that game version. It's still
a lot of people don't know, but there's like 4 timelines for Zelda.
Oh yeah.
There's a timeline for an Ocarina of Time if he goes back in time, or if he doesn't go back in time. There's a timeline if he dies. Yeah, because all these games, there's just variety of what like a different timeline that they went into. Like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is like supposed to be like neither before Skyward Sword or after, because in Skyward Sword they talk about like in Skyward Sword like
it's King's favorite.
There's
That's right. Tell the truth.
There's like civilizations floating in the air, and they think that Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild led to the separation between the people, the goddesses people, and like the regular people of Hyrule.
Yeah, I'm curious if Nintendo will ever like finalize that. Like they built the branching one, and then like Breath of the Wild seemed like it converged all of them somehow. Like I don't know. I'm interested to see if Nintendo ever give some facts on that. But the thing about like in the moment, and when we look back, people now are always like, Wind Waker's so great. We love Wind Waker.
Not when it came out.
When you were on the playground in 2002 saying that you were playing Legend of Zelda the Wind Waker on your GameCube, everyone was like, you have a GameCube? What are you doing? It's like,
what are you doing?
But like, but I would always argue like with, the other kids, and they'd be like, oh, well, like this game looks so real. Look at the water and like blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you look back, that didn't look like
Nope.
Like I'm standing under a tree and it's 2 circles at a cross point. Like, it's not a tree. Like it looks like the decorations my mom had for Christmas.
Yo!
And you look back at Wind Waker and like it wasn't like obviously like graphically realistic, but it was consistent with every single part of itself.
Yeah.
The water was animated the same as the little wisps of air, and the characters were animated the same as the trees and the rocks, and like there was just a fidelity to that world that felt real, and it stood the test of time.
They did a really good job promoting that, because when the GameCube came out, it came with like a Zelda Collector's Edition that's like way too much money these days. But there was a demo. Yeah, on that was a demo for Wind Waker.
Yep.
Salute. So we got Wind Waker.
It was like the first dungeon you got to play, which was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one's always with me. And then number 2 is Final Fantasy X, which I went into a lot, but like I think there's a lot of similar themes in Final Fantasy X that I see in Last of Us 2, which is like you have 3 characters who have a very similar background of like what's motivating them, and you're looking at how they handle it differently. Where it's like everyone has a dad who is famous for something, and how do you move through this world, and how does your family's lineage affect how you act? And like you have Tidus, who's just a little jerk and hates his dad. You have Seymour, who's become an absolute monster and kills his dad, and then you have Yuna, who like respects her dad and wants to do best for her world. And you look at it, it's all the same, but like there's just so much of that game that like I don't even know how to put into words. Like there's nostalgia, there's the Aeon fighting system. I think Yuna's the greatest character that Final Fantasy has ever put out. Big fan.
I think by the end of because what's funny is like by the end of that game, all of those dads, the only one that you could really respect was Vraska. Like
all right, so we got that. We got the Final Fantasy, and what you got number 1 for right now?
Baldur's Gate changed the game.
Ooh,
I didn't see it coming. I didn't expect it.
Okay,
it was just like like especially now, like working, essentially in the industry, like there's a pressure of like I gotta play everything.
Right.
And
Yeah.
in this year, it was like you gotta play everything, and everything is 100 hours of gameplay.
Facts.
So how on earth are you gonna do that? So I kind of was like picking and choosing on what I play, and Baldur's Gate, I had never played anything like it. Like especially playing it not on mouse and keyboard. I was playing it on controller.
The controller, using that
like
bumpers.
that, moving through the wheel system.
Moving
And
through the wheels.
You gotta get used to that.
It took me forever.
Yep.
There was a solid 5 hours of like just constant dying but learning from those mistakes. And I've never probably in the last like 10 years, if a game did that to me, I would have put it away.
Yep.
That's
you
right.
failed.
But then going back to the Sega days, like I've probably played 4 levels of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I've probably played them 700 times each.
Yeah.
Because you go and you go and you do it again, and you play and you play and you play and you play. And that's kind of how I just felt with Baldur's Gate, is like there was something in me is like, I keep dying, I don't know what I'm doing, but I still want to do it.
Yeah.
And I want to learn. And then there was just a turning point where, okay, this makes sense. And like, oh, if I throw this bottle of grease, people are going to fall over. Oh,
Yeah.
I heard that bottle of grease that, oh, now everyone's on fire. you learn and you learn. And it just, every single moment in that game felt important. And I've never seen that in a game before. The closest I think I've seen that is in Witcher 3, where like most of those side quests still felt like they were part of that world building, part of that larger story. But every single thing I did in Baldur's Gate like had consequence.
Yes.
Not only did it feel like it had consequence, it did have consequence. And like that just felt so masterful to me. And I made a vow in the early game of like, I'm going to let anything happen and I'm going to move forward, and you're just going to let it happen, because that's the point of the story. It's if I'm looking for the one true pathway, like there isn't.
Yes, there isn't.
You have to just let circumstance happen. And
hear that, Eddie?
It felt so, and I want to replay and try to do things a little differently. But without going on for an hour and a half, like Baldur's Gate just really opened up my eyes to I think the genre. So like I'm looking for similar games that are doing that.
Yeah, turn based, and then to me it also had like from a story, the writing, player choice, and I come from that BioWare background. It felt like that, and a lot of Mass Effect energy. Like everything had impact. But yeah, to your point, like it's powerful, and I love turn based as well. It was I had the same experience as you. It was very intimidating at first, just learning so much to it. But then you start to get in that flow.
Onboarding sucks.
The onboarding, onboarding's rough. And once you get it, then the next time you're playing it, you're like, man, I can't believe
that part.
6 hours done passed, and I'm still playing this game. And you're like, that's when it really sinks its hooks in. So I'm with you on that part. And
it did a really cool job of like, if I think about like games like Final Fantasy X that I love, there are party builders. Like you kind of expect like where your party's going to go. And like, I was in like end of Act 2, like getting more characters. I was like, can anyone be a character? Like I didn't know what was happening. And I'm constantly like falling in love with more characters and making tough decisions of like, well, I guess Lizelle's staying at camp today, even though she's staying
at the camp.
But Halsin's the guy now. Like he's my number one. So like figuring all those things out, like I really felt like I was conversing with those people, and I was part of that crew, and like, I was that player character in a way that I've never experienced in a game.
I love the list, no doubt. Final question for you. Favorite console of all time and why?
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's GameCube.
Ooh, first GameCube reference to the ILP.
It's like I was in
maybe second
6th or 7th grade when it dropped. I think that's like the most formative time to just care about anything. I remember being in like
one of the first
science
games.
class doodling like the
wasn't
Mario
one of the
Kart
first
characters.
games for GameCube, Luigi's Mansion.
Hell yeah.
He said hell yeah. He said hell yeah.
Launch Luigi's Mansion, Rogue Squadron.
That's when Luigi got his shine. It was the year of Luigi.
Continue. I'm sorry, we interrupted you. Right, continue.
No, all good. Yeah, like there were so many things in, like I just felt so ingrained in so many of those games. And I remember just like daydreaming in class of like wanting to play Mario Kart and like go home and play specifically the Double Dash.
Attic. This is his stuff, right? Attic, this is your games? I'm sorry. You like in the pocket with Attic right now, I think.
Yeah.
Continue.
The Double Dash like had that feature of, right, you could play, you know, 2 different characters and swap, and it was really clever in how you could create your build, but you could also play it that you were both playing in the same cart. So you could do a 2-player mode, but you're one cart, and one person's in charge of throwing things, and then if you swapped, you could switch to driver. Dad always wanted to play with me, and number one, he's not good at it. He refused to drive. He always wanted to be the guy who just dropped things. So he just wanted to sit there and hit like the trigger button. And that's it. And then the third thing is he would only pick Waluigi, who had the worst item in the game. So I was like, could you at least pick a Koopa Trooper so we can get the 3 shots?
The blue. That's right.
He's like, nah. He's like, I like this wiry guy. And I was like, it's the worst one here. So I had to go through and I played that entire game with him, just like me up front as a Koopa Trooper, because I respected our team and wanted good items, and him just sitting in the back of the wild.
Because I respected our team.
Because I respected our team.
But I have those memories, which is so great, and it's like my favorite thing about games, right? Is like I have that weird story with my dad, but GameCube, you've got Resident Evil.
The original.
Which again, even going back to my PS1, still don't know how to play it, but I've watched my brother play it. Watch people play it online at this point. Wind Waker, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, like definitive for me. I love Simpsons Road Rage, the taxi ripoff.
Okay, I remember
that one was insane. What else was on there? Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Can't wait for the remake.
GameCube love, I love it.
Mario Party 4.
Mario Party.
My fiance and I play Mario Party probably once a week, which is just like testing whether or not this relationship is if you can survive a game of Mario Party.
It's real. It get real. That's a fact.
And last call out for GameCube, SSX3.
Yes.
Everyone needs to stop talking about Tricky being the best one.
We go SSX3.
3 did it better. He took an amazing mechanic and built like this kind of open world system where you could go through all of the courses at once, but then you could also do them alone as races. You could customize your character based on your wins, and you could choose any of the characters who came from Tricky or new ones, and they all had their modifications. I was obsessed. I 100%ed that. I had everything. It was the wildest thing that I was like never into. I wasn't good at Tony Hawk or any of those kinds of games, but I loved SSX3.
So you go hard for 3. So Tricky, the chat. You stand on business with
great.
Yeah.
But 3 did it better. It took what Tricky did so well, and I just amplified it into something more.
What I love about your choice, you go against the grain a lot.
Yeah.
You go against what everyone else tells you is supposed to be the consensus. You have your in the pocket. You break it down. Why? I love where you stand on business.
I like the GameCube reference as being the number one. I think the GameCube was Nintendo's most experimental console.
I really enjoyed the GameCube.
It was the little mini disc.
Yeah, remember the mini disc.
It was the shape.
It
was the first.
Yeah, the handle was like it's like a little lunch pail.
Travel wherever you want to go.
Thanks.
It was the first console that they paired up with another console manufacturer, was Panasonic, which was essentially the same form factor. It was just more robust and had different stuff. It was the first console that they did a remote control controller. That was the Waves Bird. They did a lot of different things with the GameCube that forms their opinion on how they make consoles now. Really good.
That's salute, man. Right.
And they had it was like a little base, and I still have it. You could play the Game Boy games in.
Yeah.
The Game Boy and Game Boy Advance on your TV.
Yep.
And I also had an attached screen that clipped into that weird little
Yeah.
and then on road trips we had a battery pack. And I was just tearing up SSX3 in the back seat. It was
Yo,
great.
I never knew about this.
Yeah,
because that's when
I
you
lost
checked
the
out.
dongle
Yeah, I
for it.
checked out of them. But
I
wasn't
I
about
needed to
that.
find that dongle, but I still have the screen.
Wow. Yeah, I remember that. For me, it didn't hit as much, but the
Yeah, you
system.
checked
But
out.
I remember like the Resident Evil. If I'm gonna say, the Resident Evils were really good on GameCube.
Yep.
And I
They
think
had
they had like
Zero.
Zero. Yeah.
Yep.
Zero remake
Yeah.
4.
Remake
Yeah.
4. Yeah.
I think 4 was an exclusive for a while. On
Yep.
GameCube.
Yeah.
the year.
Yeah.
It came with the chainsaw controller.
Yeah, remember that?
Mm.
Really expensive. I wish I got it at
Facts.
the time.
Nah, tremendous gaming history. Love what you're doing in the circle.
Yes,
Lord
sir.
Ryan O'Callahan in the building. Again, brother, thank you for stopping by. Your stories, journey, tremendous.
Thank you so
Loved
much. It's been awesome
hearing
being
about
here.
this. It's gonna be fun. I want to get you as far as where can the people find you, what you got going on. Let them know what's going on.
So for myself, if you want to find me on Instagram, Twitter, it's Mr. Ryan OC, MrRYANOC. For the circle, we're NYVGCC across all socials. Go to NYGameCritics.com/donate if you like what you heard and what we're doing. You know, we're pushing to expand and reach more schools and, you know, help more kids and get them involved in the industry.
Yeah, man, I salute to you, man. I love what you do. I'm putting the links in the chat so they can go follow and support. And then, Lord Attic, little outros for Lord Ryan before he heads out. You seem very, very passionate about a lot of his choices, which is interesting. But any outro for Lord?
Ibuprofen took effect.
Oh, no, okay, I got you.
It was like my jaw. Just every time I would move, it would just hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
Moved and talk. I appreciate you coming on. Tuesday will be the first day I meet you. I have to fly from Virginia all the way to New York. So this is going to be an interesting. I've been to New York before, but that place is terrifying.
Country boy.
I don't like cities in general. Seattle, I don't know. Seattle was more terrifying than New York.
Really?
I don't know. There was something
'cause
about
it was
Seattle.
Gloomy. It was gloomy.
Yeah, there was something about Seattle
Y'all ain't
that
like
I don't ever want to go.
Y'all like
again.
them alleys. I know what y'all ain't like. Yeah.
No, I don't mind the alleys. Like it just felt like
It's a feel.
yeah, it felt like it was like it felt like it was the Purge. Like I'm watching the Purge.
Like the apocalypse happened.
Yo,
Wasn't there wasn't enough people moving around.
No, it's just gloomy. The place has a feel to it.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. Y'all funny. So
It was rainy while we were there.
It was rainy. Now, salute Attic on that.
rainy depressions.
Oh my God. Yo, you gotta stop with your Seattle slander. Anyway, Lord Saab, little outro for Lord Ryan. Send him on his way.
An absolute pleasure, man. I'm so happy to see that you're part of the circle in this big way now, and you along with Harold are gonna sort of be leading the direction of this thing for the foreseeable future, and to see what the plans are, and to have education at the core of it, and have an educators at the front of it is a special thing, because I really do think that the biggest obstacle is just getting the information to these kids that there are so many different pathways forward to do the things that they love and that they're passionate about, and that they don't have to be closed into this singular sort of path, and they need to understand that, and they need to see people that are thriving in that space to also feel like they have the ability to do it. So it's a pleasure for us to be a part of it. I'm so excited to be there Tuesday and present this award, and just to continue to grow as part of this organization, because I think big things are coming, and I think I love the fact that it's a hometown thing for us, because again, these are things that we wish we had when we were growing up. So
absolutely,
in the big scary city.
Yeah, no doubt. Lord,
scary city, man. Big
scary city. Sound like a game title. Lord King.
They need to make it a simulator, man.
Oh
Surviving New York. Like,
oh my God. You was fine in 42nd Times Square.
Yeah, when he was sharing his name.
Yeah.
Isn't that what GTA 3 is? Surviving New York City?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He was more than fine then. No doubt. Lord King, outro to Lord Ryan.
Oh man, Lord Ryan, I can't wait to meet you on Facebook. Well, I met you last year in a Jace, because you was getting the award, and to see the transformation from last year to this year, it was really quickly, and it's an inspiring tale, to be honest with you. Now, me and you share a lot of things, a lot of things.
Y'all bonded this
across
episode.
the board.
Y'all bonded this episode.
Yeah, really
well. Ton of comment.
And I just appreciate you still having that enthusiasm for the children, because every time I see children learning or growing in a space, I understand that there are cups that need to be filled with great new energy.
Kids need more options growing up.
Yes,
Right?
and we have less options in New York City now than we had when I was growing up. When we had PLL programs, we had a whole bunch of different programs that we were able to interact with our community and take pride in our community. So the fact that you struck through a lot of this stages now, and you saw the transformation from early on, but to still have that vigor in your heart to teach and to express growth with children, and now to be part of it on this ground-based level, this is fantastic. And I cannot wait, to shake your hand on Tuesday. So,
absolutely, we'll see you there. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, man. Looking forward to it again. Absolutely. It was dope to actually get a chance to break bread with you a little bit after when I think it was Jordan Miner's book. Yeah, which I still have them awards because I bought 4 copies that day for Jordan, and I got to give those 3 their copies that I still get there.
Keeping our stuff he's supposed to be giving.
What you mean keeping? Well, it's good that you're coming out of Virginia so you can get it in person.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? You will be flying back.
That's about making it out of New York's airport.
Oh my Lord!
It depends on which one you're flying out of, but that's a whole.
Oh, he's in Jersey.
Nah, I'm having him come to
New
Jersey.
York.
Yeah, we have him come to Jersey City.
He's
We have him come to Jersey City. It's all good.
Honestly, that's probably your best option.
Yeah, because you already know how New York traffic is going to be, how crazy it's going to be. But now I want to give you flowers. We got a chance to break bread, talk a little bit there, and thank you for being patient because we finally got this done. Getting you in the realm, talking to the people. Love your journey, brother. It's been fantastic. Looking forward to Tuesday. Get the chance to see you, man. The legendary Ryan O'Callahan, Executive Director, New York Video Games Critics Circle. An absolute pleasure. Enjoy your day, bro, and thank you for your time. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks so much, guys. We'll see you Tuesday.
No
All
doubt.
right.
See you Tuesday.
Hopefully, it's just if I get to New York.
This guy's crazy.
He got to get through his quest
we'll
game.
See 3 of you on Tuesday.
Exactly.
Yeah, that part.
No doubt, Ryan. Salute. No
Astro
doubt.
Parrot King. Astro Parrot King. You said, how do I feel about opening up for a PlayStation podcast? Okay.
What is he referencing?
What is he referencing?
What does he mean?
I'll let y'all elaborate on that part. But it's Colin and I are different. I really like Colin. His ideals and ideas about things aren't as different from mine. He just doesn't know the Xbox ecosystem. And then had he, built his digital library here and his memories, here, it would be a whole different thing. And I'm pretty sure his passion will work. But you forget to mention Matty Plays is over there. Matty Plays and, Cog do Defining Dukes.
The Dukes are over there.
And they're over there holding their own up against, a PlayStation home. So I think I'll be doing the podcasting realm well by opening up for the PlayStation. Because,
I already know you're going to open up messy.
You got to lead with excellence. So
I already see how this going to go.
We're going to rub a little green all over them, you know what I mean?
Oh, you going to put some green. You showing up to the LSM house and you going to repaint the situation green?
We're going to thug this mother out.
We're going to see how that goes.
When we open it, again, for those who do not know, because we're talking in circles. Don't you do the cat wheel. Don't you do that.
We outside.
The Iron Lord podcast will be also opening, for Sacred Symbols 300. And that will be also at the SGA Theater. That will be live in New York City. We've been doing a live show. We will be the opening act for the Sacred Boys as they celebrate their 300. So come check us out. We'll get the links and all that good stuff once the official stuff goes live. But the announcement was made, so we'll be back. So we're going to be at SGA Theater 2 times.
Hell yeah.
We'll be at the SGA Theater.
You see that?
Yeah.
You seeing the symbolism? 300. Madrid. This is Sparta.
Oh, you making it a Sparta thing? Okay, I see what we doing. I see what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like it's a tremendous opportunity. Shout out to Last Stand Being, shout out to Colin, shout out to Dustin, shout out to Ben, shout out to Chris Raygun, the whole team. We more surprise. I don't want to spoil if he hasn't said it, but there will be more surprises, coming through. But for us, doing a live show is something that's really important for us. And King has been pushing it from the beginning. It just, the stars aligned. And, again, for the people who are PAX East brothers, we are still doing PAX East. We're not canceling it. And we're doing both. So there's a lot on our plate, but we're able to figure it out. And it's just dope to have the communities come together. You know what I'm saying? And like King said, what we got to get in the community, this is what I want to say, we all have opinions, all of us, even all four of the Lords, we do not agree with each other literally every show. There's always some topic that we be like, whatever. But the thing is, we got to understand, in gaming, it's okay. We got to be able to agree to disagree respectfully. You know what I'm saying? I know, look, Colin got strong opinions. I got strong opinions. And King got strong opinions. And Attic got strong opinions. So it's going to be fun. But the thing I like about it is we all respect each other. And at the end of the day, it's about the video game. So come check us out. It's going to be lit. We'll get you the details as we approach Solve. Attic, any thoughts on that announcement before we move on? Sounds good. Okay,
Let's
cool.
get it, man.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
It's going to be interesting. We still have to figure out what we're gonna do.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out.
How we're gonna do it, or we just gonna be us and wing it.
No, we most likely gonna have a topic. We'll set
Club
it.
Shake.
It's gonna be fun. I think. This is a moment we've been waiting for. I think. We just got to go out there, seize the moment and have fun.
Yeah.
Shout out to Colin and the team for making it happen. Because again, it was one of those things where it was kind of happening behind the scenes, and then
coming out in a skin tight Xbox onesie.
We're not doing that.
I'm coming out in a skin tight Xbox onesie with Crocs on.
Oh, that's a terrible visual. This is horrible.
With the chains on. I'm gonna have like 4 or 5 Xbox chains.
Oh man, it's crazy. Addict, any thoughts?
I'll be like, I don't know you.
Yeah, I don't know.
But we listen. It was not going to happen, and then we find out the date kind of moved around, and we were able to make it happen. So this is amazing. This is amazing.
Absolutely. No, there would be no cog with the Croc. Stop that. Shout out to Astro Apparel, Kara King. You know what I'm saying? He better be in the building. Shout out to my man Hodge. You better be in the building. Attic, any words on that?
You in New York, show up.
Yeah. Attic's good.
Yeah, unless you don't show up.
You
are in New York, so I don't blame you. So.
Yeah, it is what it is, no doubt.
No, I mean, it comes down to it, it's like, look, you can disagree with all you want on Colin in terms of some of his opinions. They are pretty out there, but it's like you cannot look at me with a straight face and not tell me that man's not passionate towards the gaming industry.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's like I might disagree with certain aspects and certain things he says. But at the end of the day, it's like I got to see that passion there, and that passion's there. And a lot of people doing a lot more that you can tell they ain't no passion there. Like
you want to hear me talk about how broke Sony is?
Oh, stop it! Moving on.
Dr. Strangelove. There will be a VIP meet and greet prior to the show.
Oh, you putting it out there?
I don't know. I don't know that we are privy. That's not for us really, but
we gonna be there.
Oh, so get that exclusive access to Solve behind the scenes.
That one-on-one.
That one-on-one with Solve.
We're gonna make sure that we talk to them Reggie goons that we're gonna see on Tuesday. About coming back in March, making sure that we're protected.
Yo, he Court Raider said there's gonna be a champagne room. Yo, I cannot.
Ain't no sexy shipping.
Yeah, no. I remember. I'm gonna get the SVA theater Reggie goons.
Get the goons ready. Get the goons ready just in case.
A wall of them protecting us.
Reggie walk with some goons.
Yeah, he got the shooters. Yeah. Oh yeah, Robert Kelly. Yeah, it's going down, brother. Yeah, it's going down. Lord's coming to New York. Yes, on Sacred 300.
If you're here, you're listening to us, you're fans, and we love that and appreciate that. If you're in the tri-state area, show out, man.
Yeah, show out.
We're gonna be, and we're coming in hot.
You got two places to see us. You got the American.
You got the New York Game Awards.
Yeah,
this Tuesday.
This Tuesday.
Pull up.
If it's too early for you, pause. You got us in March. You know, pull up.
Yeah.
And we're coming in hot from PAX.
Yeah, I want Xbox front line there. I want y'all all to have your shirts on like, God will die.
Continue. You was gonna say something? I'm sorry.
So the worst part about this, I have to go to New York twice.
Yes. Yeah, bringing you to the city. That's what I'm talking about. Multiple times. You're gonna be
talking New York.
Yeah, you're gonna be a veteran.
Yo, Attic is gonna have on that red velour suit. We're gonna get him that red velour suit with the
young dread
Crocs.
suit.
Yeah,
with the white Crocs.
Yeah. And then so when we get you on the train, Attic, when you get on the train, you gotta do this. You gotta go, and then we're just gonna leave you alone and see what happens.
Anyway, you want to get the super chat song? We got business to play. You want me to do?
Yeah,
what you want me to do? I
got
the poll.
Not yet, because the business. Let's wait. Till
wait. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but let's do the super chat.
We got a lot.
Yeah,
we got a decent amount. Yeah.
Let me take my little break.
Okay, we got Craig Hooligan. Shout out to Craig Hooligan. Put the crest in the chat. Gifting 1 ILP membership. Appreciate that, brother. And we have Andre Doyle, $2 super chat. What up and God bless y'all. Hashtag Xbox wins. Hashtag no PS6. Shout out to you. Thank you for letting us know how you feel, Andre Doyle. Appreciate you. Then we got KJ Wars, 85, member for 7 months. Lord Go, put the crest in the chat for KJ Wars. Then we have Cali Rex 01, $2 super chat. Salute to the Iron Lords on this fine day. Salute to you, sir. Appreciate that. We got Craig Hooligan once again, $5 super chat. I heard Colin agreed to be the closer at the upcoming ILP live show. He's such a nice guy. I appreciate that.
Wrap it up, B.
Appreciate you guys feel that way. That warms my heart. But shout out to the Sacred Boys. I appreciate that. And you got Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. Sob, I heard you like Indiana Jones. Well, I have a similar game we could play, including whips and leather. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Thank you for your patronage. Then we got Big Mad Mo, member for 42 months, Lord Bronze. Shout out to the Lords in the Realm. Xbox Dev Direct was fire. We causing motion sickness out here. Hashtag boot to the next season. Hashtag no PS6.
That's right. Let's keep them thumbs in the air, letting them know they up out of here. Up out of here.
Messy.
That direct blood that they snow, boy.
There we got Donald Taco, member for 8 months, Lord Silver. I'm in church right now, but the Lord ain't gonna stop me from catching the Lord.
How's he doing it?
Yeah, just can't let my girl find out. Yeah,
earbuds.
You got earbuds on? So how did you allow earbuds
probably
in
has one earbud.
One earbud on, away from the wife.
That's
exactly.
wild.
Like he's probably facing the aisle and she's on his left.
I'm just amazed, Attic, how he's able to pull that off.
Dog acted like they confiscate your earbuds when you
walk like bro, it's the Lord's Day. The other lawyers say like, yeah.
I'm listening to the realm as we talk. Continue.
That's wild.
Then we have Masochista, $5 super chat. How y'all liking the newest Xbox exclusive Palworld?
We gotta talk about it.
People playing it.
Yeah. I heard Game Pass don't work. Ooh, you in trouble today.
Then we have Michael Santiago, $5 super chat. This is the Toon Medic, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. That's the homie.
Today we celebrate excellence in video game journalism between ILP, LOGNET, and New York Video Games Critics Circle. New York is where the future of journalism lives. New York, stand up. Shout out to you, brother. Hope to see you Tuesday.
Hope to see you Tuesday. Hopefully you're there.
We
don't.
Hope you're there. Then we got Robert Kellett, $10 super chat.
LogNet in the
Blessed Day
building.
Lords, LogNet in the building. $10 super chat. Blessed Day Lords, coming back home from my DC trip, and it was wonderful. Area is beautiful. Spending time with family was great, and the Sonic Symphony was magical. Can't wait to travel more. Nice,
salute,
nice.
Robert. He go off for
Good to
Sonic,
get out.
man. He goes off for Sonic. Salute.
Then we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat.
Zip with the drip.
Zip with the drip. New year, new beef. Hello, Lords. Just sending in my first ooh-wee of the year.
Ooh-wee.
Zip. I was listening to a recent episode of A Summon Sign. You got to let Brad know. He's got to say it with more oomph. He said he was like, ooh-wee. No, you got to ooh-wee.
Yeah, you got to get a little sauce on that.
You got to look at Rick and Morty, man. You got to look at Mr. Meeseeks, man. Look at me.
Hey, look at me.
There we go.
Gotta go up a couple of octaves.
Couple octaves on that one. Hilarious.
Then we got this one from Sage, which we read already. Say, did Ryan Callahan miss his days playing with the Patriots and Kansas City Chiefs? Yeah, I think. Then we got Dr. Strangelove again, $2 super chat. Final Fantasy 16 haters, smell. Take a shower, fools. Final Fantasy 16 fan. You got Robert Kellett once again, $2 super chat. Yeah, my man Ryan, you got amazing taste.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Then we got Dr. Strangelove again, $5 super chat. Neil really underestimated how dumb gamers are when crafting Last of Us 2's narrative. They don't deserve that masterpiece.
Wait. That's messy. That is messy.
He didn't dumb it down enough for the masses. Then we have Joe Repco, a.k.a. Flame. Shout out to Flame, Lognet's finest, member for 39 months. Good afternoon, ILP. Who knew that in 3 weeks we would already have 2024's biggest game with Palworld? I can't believe what's going on. It's a movement.
Yeah, it's insane, brother. Shout out to you, Article. I think
That's just all the dudes that grew up on Pokemon and want to shoot some stuff is outside now.
And clearly,
And that's the thing. Even if people liking it, even if you hating on it, you're gonna see some value in playing that game.
We gonna talk about it.
The clicks are out there.
Oh yeah, shout out to Flame. He's got the article up there.
Let me see. You got Sage, member for 33 months for gold. Colin is passionate about Xbox no longer being part of the games industry.
You're ridiculous. You're being messy. Salute.
We're caught up.
We're caught up. All right, no doubt. All right, cool. You got one more just came in.
Oh, we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday to my New York City and West Virginia cousins. Have a great show. Phil needs to scope up Palworld ASAP.
You gonna get the bag? Okay, you gonna like the poll question. That's what's up. So let's get into last week's poll. Poll results are in. The people have spoken with the Xbox Developer Direct recently announced. Which game do you think will have the biggest impact? The winner, this was super close. This was almost a tie by percentage points with 33.9% of the vote. So coming in, people said the biggest game that will have impact by a smidget is Avowed. Interesting. Coming in at second place, that was right next to Avowed, 33.2% of the vote was Indiana Jones. People felt it in their bones. It was going down. Third place at 25%, Hellblade 2. And at last place at 7% of the vote was I Don't Care, y'all better stop fronting on COD and the ABK acquisition. Shout out to those in that put the vote in. Lord Addict, man, the people were high on the Valve coming in. Do you think they got that right?
Yeah, I think Avowed is probably going to be their best rated game this year.
No doubt. We're going to see how it's going to go down. No doubt. And then we got some Patreon questions. We got a few. They're good this week. They're really good. Shout out to they did their thing. They did their thing this week.
He says it as opposed to other weeks.
Yeah, other weeks, They be it be dipped down, man. It be dipped down with the wild. I like dip down. Dip down's the whole. But he always get us to fight. Like he always trying to create beef between the lords. That's what he always do. But shout out to Donald Taco. He said, okay, we used to make fun of Inside Xbox because they would show up and talk a long time about a hell of lot of nothing because they had no games to talk about except for third-party multiplats. It was basically a useless show. Wow, he feels strongly about this. Now, Xbox has so much content, including day one Game Pass drops, that a monthly Inside Xbox could potentially be amazing now. Devs of upcoming first-party games, of big Game Pass games, could talk about their game and show new footage as well. Do you think reviving it now would be a good idea? Anybody can jump in. Who wants this?
Yeah, they could revive it now and have me pull the charge. You know, since my man Larry not there, you know, we'll call the king, you know, slide up there, and we could do, you know, we could knock this out the park. Let's go do it. I think, you know, me and Jeff Rubenstein would be a nice, good, you know,
okay. So you want to bring it back as long as you're involved.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah,
obviously.
Xbox needs to holler at you.
I mean, because if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have a movement, they wouldn't have a push.
They wouldn't have what movement? What movement was that?
Yeah, that's the Xbox, you know, hold the line movement. Then we had to advance in line with Sarah Bond, you know, hopping out there. The Queen hopped out there and was like, now we will advance on
So
them.
we needed Xbox advance the line little show.
God, this is, you know, listen, it could go every month, Xbox advancing the line, and that's how the show would be. And you know, we come through, we riding the Game Pass train, we all hop out. Boo boo, I got
You got the vision,
stuff, bro.
Xbox marketing. Clearly, this man was the work with y'all. Y'all need to holler. You need to holler.
Come on, we got them, man. We got them on the run. Let's gun them down.
No doubt. Addict Solve, does Inside Xbox need to come back based on all of the content or no?
No, they're good.
You good. All right. No doubt. Addict. I mean, Solve, your thoughts.
Yeah.
Why you trying to stop my bag, Addict?
You trying to stop your bag?
You trying to stop my bag, Addict? You supposed to say, hell yeah, it's supposed to come back. Let's get this rolling. Stop playing, Addict.
Woo! Come back, King David. Good, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they got the Dev Direct and then what else? The showcase, right? I don't know. I mean, they have more than enough stuff to figure something else out. I just don't. We'll see what they want to do with it. I mean, because Dev Directs, they're only really going to do when these games are closer, right? So I don't expect, you expect what, one Dev Direct per year? Right?
I mean, who knows?
Right?
I mean,
If they're talking about the games that they expect to be coming out that year, so it's one per year. So they have to figure out another way to talk to the community. So yeah, I think that there's something for sure. So definitely, yeah, holla at King, because King gonna be there.
That's
King.
my brother. That's my brother. That's my brother. Yeah, that's my brother.
Yeah, look, my thing is, I'm good unless y'all give a King a back. That's where I'm at.
That's
I'm good on it otherwise.
That's where we go. Let's go.
Because I think Developer Direct, they're in a good pocket with that show. But if they want to do an additional show, absolutely, holla at me.
I just don't see if they don't, because again, unless they want to do stuff with games that are further out, then we'll get multiple of those, or at least two of them. If not, then you expect the Developer Direct once a year, kind of at the start of the year, let you know what's coming. And then after that, it's just a showcase, summertime showcase, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, they have to figure out more ways to talk to us.
No doubt. Shout out to Nady Day, Microsoft. We need ILP operators in car. Salute. We need that bag too. Salute.
Yeah,
All right. So
real,
next one, user not found. That's the homie. All right. So I hope everyone is having a great Sunday. My question to the Lords this week pertains to the news we got about Halo on Friday, which addressed how Infinite will be updated going forward. No more seasons. Focus on operations. Forge-based improvements, etc. I feel like it's going in a similar direction to Master Chief Collection in a way. We also keep hearing language from 343 saying how they'll keep updating Infinite, but their main focus is on future Halo games. For a while, I've had this feeling the next Halo game is much closer than we think it is. To be honest, I think we could hear news about it by Showcase 2025. What are the Lord's thoughts on the potential next installment in Halo and when we could hear more? As a bonus, since they said future Halo games, plural, is it me on a bit of hopium that we could see more Halo spinoffs in the future? What's the Lord's dream? Halo spinoff / genre mix-up? Maybe survival horror, another ODST game, Lock spinoff, Arbiter spinoff, but not limited to that, but just some quick ideas. Hope all have a great rest of their Sunday and week ahead. I like this one from User Now Found. I'm starting for Addict on this one because I know he's passionate about Halo. What do you think that, in reference to the shift to seasons now, how they said, let's say it's going in a Master Chief Collection as far as Infinite, and that Halo, that 343 said that they would be working on future Halo games, and the rest of his points in reference to spin-offs and the genre, and is the next Halo closer than we think?
I do think the next Halo is closer than people think, but I don't want people thinking, "Oh, it's coming out next year," or something like that. You know,
Right.
I think you could see an announcement, you know, relatively soon. But I don't. Even if we get that full-blown announcement, don't expect the game for at least probably 2026, maybe. Yeah, and my thing is like the condition Halo's in now, because it doesn't matter what they do with Halo Infinite, people are going to remember what Halo Infinite started out as. So it's just like my mindset's like take as much time as you need. Just when that comes out, that's it. Like,
Okay, no doubt. Lord Solve, your thoughts on Halo, how they should handle it? Are they transitioning? Is it closer than we think? Spin-offs? Where you at?
I don't know that it's closer than we think, but I do think that, you know, they've jumped into development in one way, shape, or form, you know, kind of with both feet now. So the idea that, you know, the expectation that they're moving on to Unreal kind of means that, yeah, they're going to stop working on Halo Infinite, right? What's interesting about the verbiage is when they say multiple games, right? And that could have just been whatever, but at that point, you start to think: Are they thinking about making a live service component again, and building that off of the Unreal Engine 5 version of, you know, and just leaving Infinite behind and have it be this thing that stands on its own? And like I said, it's not going to continue to be updated in terms of more content per se. So it's interesting to me if they still want to follow that route, because again, the same sort of pitfalls still exist, right? If you are going to do that in a new engine and you want to build it off of that, are you once again ready to deal with the idea of a content roadmap and putting a specific team on this thing to continue to build it out and make it a living, breathing game in the future? I just hope they really learn the lessons from Infinite and be like, hey, can we do this? Is this something that we want to do? Or something that I've suggested in the past is like, hey, just go back to making a great Halo game with a great campaign, a great multiplayer component that they add to over the course of 2 or 3 years, and then you move on to the next one. And I don't see why we live in a world where that's not a possibility anymore, or that's not worth it for them to do. So they could do both. I'm excited that they're moving on. I think Unreal Engine 5 has a lot of possibilities in terms of, you know, how the look of the game can be, the feel of the game. I'm excited for them to have hardware now. An engine now, if that is the case, that multiple people in the industry know how to work with. You can bring in it's a big deal. You can bring in contractors now that could, you know, hit the ground running. You're not onboarding a whole bunch of people. It's Slipstream, right? It's Slipstream. And the thing is, we didn't know in the beginning, right? We didn't know in the beginning that Slipstream was based off of old tech. When I heard Slipstream, I'm like, oh, this is a new engine. And forward facing, it was new, but it was built off of old tech. So by the time when they get to having to make content for Halo Infinite, the tech debt is so high that it's like we're not able to do the things that we wanted to do. And then, you know, things go downhill with another story. So I think that's super interesting, and we'll see if it's just we're going to stick to a core Halo game with a great campaign and great multiplayer component, or we're going to continue to do that in addition to a live service game. That's going to be interesting. And then the spin-offs, I mean, I really do think, like, when you think about all that Halo has to offer, I would love to see side stories. I think one of my favorites, some of my favorite games in the entire franchise are, you know, ODST, Reach with a different team, right?
Good point.
I love that, and then continue Chief's story. So I do think, you know, give it its time to breathe, let people forget about it and miss it a little bit, but come back with a real plan about how to move this forward. So yeah, we'll see. But I think leaving Infinite behind was going to happen soon, you know, at some point, and it's just happening sooner rather than later. And it's a little sad considering how much, you know, people are liking it again now, right? And they got that content cadence going, right? So it's a little sad that this is happening, but the reality is you only have so much bandwidth, right? So.
No, for fair. King's back, so I'll jump in. King's back. Oh, he wants to talk about this. Yes, King. So, your thoughts on the future of Halo?
Yeah, well, I totally expect for us to launch with the new console in 2026.
Oh, okay, for us.
Also know that we'll be doing Spartan Lock and the team. I won't be taking off my helmet in the video game. I'll leave that to the actors in the
Okay,
movie.
so you staying true to the core of the game. You helmet on.
A lot of these guys think that I'm a Mandalorian. And I'm beholden by Mandalorian Creed.
I mean, you do keep your helmet on in the game the majority of the time.
Because I'm in a vacuum of space most of the time.
Oh, okay.
And I don't have a breath mint, and I have this helmet on for some reason. I'm at war with my face.
You choking under carbon dioxide.
The process, in the movie theater, I'm trying to get the ladies.
Oh, okay. I feel you smooth with it.
Yeah, but we're moving away from seasons. We're going into operations because we found out in seasons it really wasn't working out for us.
Oh, really?
Operations, we get a chance to drop out a little drop packs here and there.
Right.
We get to make it happen. And like I said, I would love for the world to see exactly what Spartan Lock and the rest of the teams was doing. We have big things popping off over here. We're trying to make it for the new console launch, 2026.
So we drop it. Oh, so you coming? Okay, you try to make it for the next for Xbox Next coming in hot. Okay,
we're coming in hot. We're keeping the boot on Sony neck. Hashtag
the only thing hot
6.
is
Xbox
your head in that helmet.
Continue to keep the movement cooking. But what I would say is, you're on to something. We're coming, and we won't take our helmets off.
Why he got the beard sticking out?
It's the beard sticking out.
Okay, that's enough. You're seeing too much.
We see it too much.
You gotta tuck that in, man. You gotta tuck it.
You know what it is? It's Atriox in his helmet.
Yes, Atriox. It's Atriox front like he like he's John 117. This is we can't trust this Master Chief King. We can't trust. Anyway, look, I agree with pretty much all the stuff you said. I don't know what Master Chief is saying, but look, yeah, I think it, for them to transition from seasons, operations or whatever it is, no more seasons, to me, that's the ramp down, right? That's the ramp down. That's the indicator that, it's in a good place as far as the multiplayer now. You'll probably get map packs, some content, but it's going to be spaced out. I do think it's a Master Chief Collections type situation, and I'm going to infer that they have probably already started working on whatever the next iteration of Halo is. So
yeah, it only makes sense.
Yeah, so that makes sense. And look, for me, my whole thing is now that the vision has changed, because my vision was infinite. And then maybe do like a live service model where you bring in campaign stuff. But now that that's scrapped, so to speak, I feel now you do, a clean slate. I have to agree. I know a lot of people, it's controversial, but the issues we hear with reference to Slipstream is that contractors come in. Slip space. Thank you. I knew I was saying it wrong. The issue we hear is that they had a lot of contractors to help out. When contractors come in, this is a very bespoke, unique engine. And if you don't have that experience, it's going to be tougher. And it's a carousel, people rotating in, rotating out. So it's better, in my opinion, to go Unreal. You already got Coalition in the building who already has that experience. And if you're going to still continue to use contractors, that's the more universally known engine that's going people have more experience with. So now, with that being said, to the people who are against it, I will give y'all this. Halo has a very distinct feel. And you got to nail that in a different engine, which I'm confident, they will. So, yeah, man. Actually, Addict's avatar is killing me now. It is funny. And, yeah, man. So I think that. And as far as the spinoffs, yes.
The camera's on. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You're ridiculous. I actually like what he's doing.
I didn't realize that the mouth was moving.
Yeah.
On the avatar.
I actually like what he's doing.
I like the fact that the mouth moves. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Nah, I don't get what you guys talking about avatar.
He's doing.
So my beard ain't never looked so fresh.
You clean right now. You clean. So we'll see what happens. And I do want spinoffs. Yeah, for sure. Different genres, different stories. all that. Keep it going. Keep the lore popping. There we go. So, all right. We got Big Afro Man 14. Hey, Iron Lords, long time, first time. First off, I want to say for all you guys do, keep doing you. You guys are the most entertaining podcast I listen to, with all four of you bringing your own unique expertise and taking to the show and making it a high quality show. Keep up.
It's really like 15 of us if you count all King's personalities.
This is true.
Salute on that, Big Afro.
You got a couple too there, then.
Yeah. Right now he's got one.
Right now you rocking. Right now, your man. Right now, he look like. What we gonna call him? New York chic?
No, I would never put New York on any kind of.
Oh no, that's kind of New Yorkish right there. You got right there. You got the bubble vest on. What's up?
The bubble, the beanie,
the beanie. Yeah.
You got the little taco meat sticking out the top.
Then I'm gonna have to switch it because you compared any way, shape, or form to me to New York.
Yeah, you're New Yorker now. So all right, let me finish. Alphabet. The Xbox Developer Direct this year was a solid A- for me. It was awesome. It hit in all the right ways. It felt fast, straight to the point. Amount of info we got for each game. Importantly, we got gameplay from all the 5 games showed. Vision of Mana was nice. Avowed looked great with his gameplay. Hellblade looked stunning as always, and at least the Aura looks good for 4X players, and in my opinion, Indiana Jones stole the show. A first-person action adventure mixed with third person is definitely exciting, unique, and not some Tomb Raider / Uncharted clone. Overall, the show was great, but to my disappointment, I kept seeing controversy about Indiana Jones being first person. A certain fan base online downplayed the game using bad faith arguments like saying if it was third person, they would have played it, or Xbox need third person action adventure games and they can't even get that right. I even saw someone say Xbox just needed to copy Uncharted and they dropped the ball. The most egregious one was them saying first person games gives them motion sickness, apparently, but PSVR doesn't. It's ridiculous that every time Xbox comes out with a showcase or developer direct, we have to go through this negative downplay of it, even when they're great. My question to you guys is, do you think we'll ever get to a point in Xbox life cycle where everything and anything Xbox will be judged accordingly and won't be nitpicked and judged to an unachievable standard? Also, what do you think of Indian first person? This is a big one. Let's see. He felt passionate about this. Attic, you are up. Where are you at with this? Do you agree?
I definitely understand people's mindset when it comes to wanting a third person. I think the biggest question here is it's okay to be disappointed that you wanted a third person. Where I lose you guys is where you act like what they showed was horrible. Like they didn't show you bad gameplay. Like that looked very promising gameplay to enough point where even I wanted to see a third person game. But when I saw the gameplay, I'm like, you know what? Machine Games knows how to make first persons. So I'm gonna let them cook and see what it is. Then I'll make my judgment when the game comes out. But it's just like, and then people have this weird concept where it's like the only way to make games is the third person aspect. They're like, oh, first person ain't really done captivated. Yeah, because you guys never give any of them an opportunity to do it. Like imagine every single game you see is third person because that's what the way the industry seems they want to go. It's just look, third person does a lot of things well, but it's just we cannot act like Machine Games hasn't done set pieces good in first person. It's like if you want the first person market to grow, you actually have to give developers the creativity to play those games. Now, if you end up getting the actual game and you don't like it, that's a different story. Okay, I gave it a shot. It isn't what I wanted it to be. They should have did third person. I'd respect that more. But to come out to say it's not third person, I ain't buying it. Because to me, that just shows me what game system you play on. That just shows me what platform you on.
Nah, it shows me. And I'm gonna let you finish. It just shows me something totally different, but I'll get into it. But watch, because I'm glad you said that exactly thing that you said right there. Because
it's just it's one thing to be disappointed. It's another thing to try to bully the devs into doing the game how you want it to be made. It's but see, what's funny is you didn't see, because I'm a huge first person. I love Fallout. I love all these games. You did not see me going. I'm a huge Arcane fan. Yeah, huge. You did not see me saying, I want first person. Why'd they make third person? It's like, look, some games are better for what. And here's the thing, like what they showed me, easily Indiana Jones could be a valid first-person action adventure. But if you guys want to already put a stamp on it before we even see really anything, because what did we really see? We saw some good snippets of gameplay, some good traversal. That's all.
And no hands-on yet. Like no one's played it, right?
Yeah, so it's just like it's crazy to me. That's why I said, like, look, people say, "Oh, it's not because of PlayStation." I disagree. You guys want everyone to make PlayStation games.
So
because let's be real here. Look, I'm not saying PlayStation invented that type of games. Games. All I'm saying is they made it more mainstream.
Yes.
And to me, when you look at something like that, it's okay if you're disappointed. Don't even play it. Don't buy it. But don't try to bully developers into making a certain type of game. Because to me, I want all of gaming to get better. And if people are only focusing on one type of style of games, how is the rest of the industry supposed to grow?
Assembly line. I feel you. Kick. Solve your thoughts. Are people being disingenuous? And your thoughts on the indie first person thing, since we're getting into it.
I might as well, because
might as well.
Be during my So my one thing, this is gonna be a theme for me in talking about this developer direct.
Don't give us the whole direct just yet, though.
Yeah, no. I'm just going to specifically, but the general theme is like I had to get over what I wanted and what I got. Because at the end of the day, you come in, you want something, you have expectations or whatever, and then you have to accept what you got and talk about it fairly. And that's where someone, again, there always going to be bad faith arguments about anything. It's console warring. Like, it's going to happen. Somebody's going to make up some random thing about something that makes no sense, right? So it's whatever. That's the disingenuous arguments are nothing new here.
Of course.
So I went in, and my initial reaction was disappointment at the fact that it wasn't a third-person game. And the disappointment stems from this. The two main franchises that this have cribbed the most from Indiana Jones, because make no mistake, they've cribbed from Indiana Jones. There's obviously Uncharted and Tomb Raider.
Right.
Tomb Raider to the point where they rebooted it and made it even more like Uncharted. It's funny because Tomb Raider came cribbed off of Indiana Jones. Then Uncharted came cribbed off of Tomb Raider, right? And then Tomb Raider came back and cribbed off of Uncharted again. So, and to me, it was just like I really wanted the opportunity to have Indy, the originator of this, have his own third-person game with that level of production value, that level of fidelity.
I understand that.
Right? So I was initially disappointed at that. And even looking at it as through the lens of the hybrid model, I was like, okay, they could have gone hybrid the other way, where it's like, I love the fact that you give me the puzzles.
That's what I thought they were going to do.
Right.
Go hybrid like, the other way.
Give me the puzzles in first person, right? So it could be more interactive, and it's just not, it doesn't feel as gamified if you're doing it in first person like that. I feel like that would be cool. And then the action sequences, the fighting, you come out into third person and you give me a robust fighting system where, Indy he uses everything at his disposal, right? And that way also, when it comes to animations, when people talk about first person animation is still, even at the highest level, can be a little weird, right? We'll talk about it later, but it could feel a little stiff sometimes. You got to get it just right. So to me, but what I saw of what in Indy, I enjoyed in terms of like him grabbing the Nazis up, punching them in the face. I thought the faces, they reacted well. I want to see what they do with the whip, right? Because the whip is, to me, when I looked at that, I'm like, wow. I know Machine Games is good for when it comes to the cinematics, when it comes to the set pieces.
Wolfenstein.
Played any of those Wolfenstein games, you played New Colossus, that they can do that. And the crazy thing is, if you really think about who was making this game, who was behind this game, and Todd Howard, it was easy to infer that this would be more of a first-person game than a third-person game. That is just their expertise, right? These developers, a lot of them came from Starbreeze and Tygon that made Escape from Butcher Bay, OG Xbox. That was something that was nobody expected that game to be as good as it was. It had no right to be as good as it was. So I have no doubt that this is going to be a great cinematic experience. So I put aside my initial sort of worry about that. I just think the argument, like I said, they're disingenuous arguments. The genuine arguments that come from people that kind of say, look, I like the third, I wanted it third person. I do feel in some ways that it just feels like Xbox runs from third person over the shoulder action adventure. Apart from Hellblade, they run from that like the plague for whatever reason. Like they don't want to have that direct comparison, because when they have the opportunity to do it, they don't do it. Right. We're gonna see it in Blade. Obviously,
Blade,
right. Blade is coming.
Yeah,
it is coming. Right. But I just up until now, I can see that argument where it's like, anytime they have a chance to do something that couldn't be on the level of comparison to an Uncharted or Last of Us, whatever, they go a different direction. And I think here, when you look at the teams that are making it, it makes the most sense that would make this game, right? When you say, oh, it's going to be, we thought it was going to be most immersive by doing it. Okay, whatever. You're leaning into your strengths. Just say that. Don't say this one is better than this one or whatever. Lean into your strengths. This is the game you're making.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
You know what I mean? Right.
Okay.
A lot of that is still sort of it's marketing speak or whatever the case may be. But I just think when you consider the team that's making it and you consider what we saw, I think it is going to be a package that is well worth the wait. I'm excited to see what they do in first person with the whip and everything. It's funny that they had to still pay Harrison Ford for his likeness. Shout out to Mari, because he looks like he's 35, whatever. So
I think she should be happy.
Yeah, you'll be happy. You can look at his butt. You know what I mean? Like, you'll be happy.
It's like I said last week. It would be really hard to make a game without his likeness, because like he's been.
He is indie. You're right.
There's not another person. Like
he is indie. I wonder what happens with that franchise if they just sunset it when he dies, or I don't know what. But
de-age him. Silicon, yeah. He'll live forever. We have it.
I do think they'll eventually
we got the
replace him with someone.
We can rebuild him.
But I saw a couple of
the technology.
We do have the technology. But I saw a couple of podcasts where people were like, this thing looks amazing. I wish it was I wish it was on my PlayStation.
We'll get into that.
I mean, it is what it is. This is a conversation that's going to happen, and Xbox is finally, the games are coming out that people across the pond are looking at like, oh, hey man, I like that. Hey man, well, there's something called Game Pass. There's something called PC if you don't want to get an Xbox or whatever.
They all got powerful PCs, don't they?
So they say.
Until it pops up.
Yeah.
But I like the game. I got over my initial disappointment about that. But I trust Machine Games. I trust Machine Games. I know Todd's hot vision for it. That first person stuff. I'm excited to see how deep they go with the puzzles and stuff like that. It was weird when I saw the stealth stuff. I'm like, did Arcane help them with this aspect of it? Because you see the first person stuff.
You give me all your bars of
But they did.
But this is the bars for indie. That's
for indie. Okay, I see. And then you gonna give it a bar because we missed you on that. Okay, I got you.
But they did that though. People act like Machine Games didn't do this in the so-called woke version of the Wolfenstein. You remember with his two daughters, the game. I forgot.
That game wasn't whack because of wokeness. That game was whack because it was
but
like
people
a looter shooter.
but people wanted to attack on the wokeness to it. That's why they didn't play it.
No.
But if they get a chance to play said game that I like, they did know that it was stealth elements inside the game.
Youngblood. 100%. Yeah, Youngblood. To me, if they had made that game,
Youngblood. That's dope. I will never forget it now.
If they had made that game, because it wasn't Machine that made it proper per se,
right?
They tried something else or whatever. I think it would have been better as just a story based sort of thing. But they tried to do something different with it. Whatever.
I loved it.
I trust Machine when it comes to if you play the New Order and the New Colossus. So I trust them. What we saw looked great. I think a lot of what we saw was on PC. So again, it's another thing. A lot of people, I don't know that we saw a lot of Xbox footage per se in this developer direct, the PC stuff. Very nice and crisp looking.
I don't know. When it's my team, I'm gonna assume the best. Anyway,
which is PC.
Yeah, well, you know, hey man, we all develop. We all
your team.
We all develop from someplace, right? You know, PlayStation joints look good till they get home. Yeah. So the truth, shame the devil. Let's be.
Shout out. But I'm excited for the game. Cool. I'm excited for it.
King, are these arguments disingenuous, like my man is saying, Big Afro Man, and your thoughts on the whole indie first person drama?
Well, it's completely disingenuous because these are the same individuals that Sony put out the other day. What was that game from Guerrilla Games, Killzone? They show concept art from Killzone 3 and how they give a look back on a decade of Killzone and what it could have been. And these people were going nuts. Oh man, I would love another Killzone, man. Killzone's crazy. Did you see the art? Oh, they let that go. They messing up, man. Killzone first person. I thought you got motion sickness. Wait a second here. So
what you gonna say that about PSVR 2? He said how they have motion sickness.
No, we ain't even gonna get on that because they ain't even buy it. But they ain't even buy it. Don't even bring up the fact that they talk about PlayStation VR 2 that is not relevant to that fan base because they did not support it. It's a passion project for small for small individuals like myself that have an Xbox. Those guys don't buy anything, and we know where they are now. But, and this is another thing. You hear some people on panels talk about they just paid off their PlayStation 5 and how can they afford to get Indiana Jones if it's not coming to the PlayStation ecosystem. It's not my fault you bet on the wrong horse. That's one. Two, if you have your PlayStation on layaway.
Oh, man.
This is not pocket washing. This is not pocket shaming. These are different priorities, okay? These are luxury. This is not something that you need to do. This is not essential to living. This is not water. This is not eating. This is not clothing. This is not housing. If you have to put it on layaway, I think you should not be gaming. I think you need to get stuff in order.
So what about the system that Xbox has where you can pay a monthly?
Oh yeah, the Xbox Access.
That's layaway.
That's not layaway. Let me explain what that is. That's person having good credit and having priorities.
So
all right.
What you're saying is people that do layaway can't have good credit.
No, listen. There is no program for the PlayStation ecosystem that allows you to get this console and pay it off through whatever you're doing. There's no program.
Yeah, it's called layaway from a third party.
Now, that's called, here's some of my money. I'll be back Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Not the whippy.
We don't do whippy stuff over here. This is real progress that we have for people that are, putting their life in order. Anyway, don't try to do real stuff, addict.
I mean, you're the one that doesn't make a
I didn't talk for you when you was talking. I just said one thing, said hi, and that was it. Bye, addict.
Oh, bye, addict. He making it.
Anyway, addict.
So I guess we just got to let you talk uninterrupted. Don't even question anything King says.
Like King does for you, addict.
Okay. Well, no, first off, you interrupt me all the time. Let's not act like
Let's talk about today. Stop bringing up old stuff, addict.
Y'all messy.
We gotta grow.
Continue.
Anyway, Indiana Jones first person looks really great. I thought it was a stroke of genius to say that we're not going to do what is expected. We're not going to do what has been done already. There's a reason why you don't see Uncharted. It got stale. There's a reason why you don't see Tomb Raider every year. That formula, how many times you going to raid a tomb and do the same thing or you go to a big budget, you and your brother. You got to come up with different scenarios, different stuff. It got stale. The sales reflected that. It was flat. So you wanted them to come out and do the same thing that y'all got tired of.
But why gotta be there? I don't understand what this. Everybody thinks you gotta come out third-person game and it's gotta do all the same thing.
Yeah,
why is that the case? I don't understand that.
We don't need to do what they're doing. And you know, here we go. Then we found out that they don't buy games. So why would we?
What does that have to do with what game is popular?
This is the business of selling games. So you have to go to what your fan base is about.
Him, chat.
Listen,
we lost them completely.
Listen, this is the business of selling games, right?
Which Xbox does not do a lot of.
Well, I mean, obviously they're doing something good because they're making more money than the competition. The competition touting that they're selling games.
They're not selling games.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, numbers dictate different things.
I heard Walmart was burning copies of stuff the other day.
Well, I don't know. You got to show me your figures. I don't know. Now this is the Sovereign News Network. where he has no pictures.
Let me go to the video.
Oh my God! Can we get through this Patreon question, please?
Yeah,
we didn't get to the topic.
I just wanted to talk my talk.
Yes,
These
please.
dudes is getting upset with me.
They get upset with you.
God,
Okay.
I don't even understand. Anyway, thank you,
make things up.
Listen, why? Because I said that they wanted to do something different. Actually, they did. So, how is that making something up? They actually showed you. They show and prove they didn't want
Lucius
to do
Augustus
what you
coming
wanted
for
them to
Solve in the chat. He said Starfield was the #3 selling game on Steam. How is Xbox not selling games, Solve?
Don't pay him no mind. Leave him alone over there.
Oh, here we go.
I love how
Did they sell it on Xbox, though? Did they sell it on Xbox?
They sell it where it's available, where they can sell
I mean, Xbox does get the revenue. I mean,
That's nice in a roundabout way. That's nice.
I mean, they did expand
Did
their
Mario
plan.
sell on PlayStation?
Listen,
No, right? Because it's not there. It's not available.
I'll accept that argument wholeheartedly when they're a third party.
Oh, you know what? How about your knees, man?
Oh, we going there. We going there today. We going there today.
Listen, I don't want your knees. I just want you to take that Messiah crap off the top of your list. So let's go for that. Let's go for that.
Listen, let's go for what? How?
Let's smoke. Title for title. Let's start doing something different because. You right now, this Sovereign News Network.
Your title away.
Wow. Oh, you want me to check? This is to get rid of him in the intro. Oh, I'm about this bet. Oh, this bet is about I don't have to say Messiah.
Reportedly be disposing of physical copies of the Xbox Series X exclusive Starfield, marking down the price to 3 cents and implementing a point of sale block.
What title you getting rid of? What title you getting rid of?
So King wants to get rid of Messiah, so I don't have to say it anymore. All right, what's the bet? What's the bet? Let's go. Come on. We not doing no bets.
What's the bet, King?
What's the bet, King?
The bet is you said they're going to be going third party, right?
When did I say that? I said when they go.
I mean, you were alluded, so.
I said when I will accept that argument
he would accept
wholeheartedly.
If they were third party.
Wholeheartedly.
Okay.
I'll accept your argument wholeheartedly. Stop trying to. This doesn't work on me, King. You understand it doesn't work on me, right?
I'm instigating. It sounds like you're running.
No. Y'all heard what y'all wanted to hear.
I heard what I wanted to hear. I don't want to do that intro. So, yes, I think you're running, Solve. You running. Get him, King. Get him.
Because y'all was talking at the same time, and I wanted to get straight to what you was talking about.
I want that better than me.
I will say this.
Now that just so you back down, I'm
he back down, King. He don't want that smoke. He don't want that smoke.
Psychopaths like yo, Phil is terrified of y'all psychopaths. Which is why they're not saying they're going full third party. That's the only reason.
All right, you're back.
King, he running. He don't want that smoke with you, Shine. You good. His knees were shaking. I know.
Yeah, that's all good. But I want my Messiah next week, right?
Yo, can I get to this joke?
Move on. We gotta move on. This is going to topic going too long.
Let King finish.
My fault.
Let me just wrap it up with.
Yes,
I like Indiana Jones, and I like the direction they're in.
They interrupted your whole segment. You should salute.
It was a sabotage.
Yeah, they said they was
both of them.
They joked you. Said they joked you.
It's the weird.
They trying to assassinate you, God. They trying to assassinate you, God.
Cog, it's the weird looking white guy over there in the
that guy. I don't even know who that guy is.
He looked like a sketch of another guy.
Oh man,
that looked like what they put on the wanted posters at the police station.
He look wild.
Attic is when he hears knees, he jumps in. He's like, oh wait,
you seen this man anywhere?
Look, I mean, pretty much agree with mostly what y'all said. Shout out to my man, what was his name? Big Afro Man. Look, of course there's gonna be people with bad faith arguments. We know this. We know this. We know that if it's not on the platform that you like to play on, a lot of times dudes would, not everybody, but some dudes will all of a sudden have all these magical reasons as to why not, and this, that, and other. I will defend the people on the other side to say, look, it's okay to be disappointed that you may have wanted it in third person. I was the person that said, yo, I wanted, coming into it, like I wanted it to be third person so we could see indie and all. I was the guy that said that. Obviously, I do know it's Machine Games. So at first, when I heard it, especially, I'm going to tell you why I think a lot of people, for some who was in that camp, the disappointment hits is because I blame Arcane. Arcane, they out of nowhere, because we came in condition, Blade is going to be first, but this is Arcane. Right? Yeah. So they ain't going. So when we see Dinga come outside on the Game Awards and say third, we go, oh, this is the new direction. Must be Xbox is going or something. We just attribute the one studio's action into like everyone's gonna do this. So I blame myself for that in that respect. But to Machine Games' point, and here's the thing, and I said it on Duke, you could be disappointed that it was a third person. That's fine. But if you're gonna sit there and say that I'm with Addict 100%. If you're going to sit there and say that what you saw on the screen did not look fun, did not look innovative, at least they're doing something completely different. And where I agree, I believe it was Solve, whoever said it, where it's like the OG, those guys were based, Uncharted literally is based off of the OG, off of Indiana Jones, and then put it in a space. Tomb Raider, they're based off of what Indy. So if Indy does come out in that way, they're going to look at Indy like you biting them when they was based off you. So there's a part of me that does understand Machine Games, like their understanding of why they're doing this. I get it. I get it to be disappointed, but I'm not going to sit there and say what I saw was whack and it was terrible. Nah, I'm not doing it. And then also, in fairness, ain't none of y'all played this game yet. Really? So to sit there and say like that part, I'm going to push back and say it's disingenuous. How about we play the game, see if they execute what they going to execute, right? And then make a judgment. So that's where I'm at with it. Again, if you're going to say that you don't want to play it, fine. That's about you. Oh, I like what I saw. Ain't nobody going to stop my fun. I was like, yeah, I came in disappointed. And then I was like, oh. No, okay, they might be on to something. You know what I'm saying? And then it gives them their unique flavor on this. That's all. Yeah. It's cool. So that's where I'm at. Last question, Diago Pedral. Hello, Lords. No questions. Just dropped by to congratulate you all on being the opening act for Last Stand Media's event. Enjoy the moment as much as possible. Have an awesome show. Salute, salute, salute. You already know. We can finally get to topic 3. Little PD's in the chat. He's like, what do y'all do with the Palworld topic? Relax. I know you play like 30 hours. We can get to that. Yeah.
You want me to get these super chats?
Oh, yeah, super chats. I'm sorry. I forgot about those.
Let me see. We got Power Boss member for 1 month, Lord Bronze. Let's go. Palworld dev on Xbox confirmed. It's on Xbox and Steam and will not come to PlayStation. Why is this cause for celebration?
Oh man,
because Kong will die. That's why.
Oh, speaking of which, there is an update on that with the. Let me not to throw instigate, but apparently, there's a tweet that's going by. That someone pulled up. I guess they were like, well, Palworld is coming to PS5. And then I believe the community manager at Pocket Pair, that's for Palworld, mentioned Chan, they said he put there back then, June 4th, Palworld won't be on PlayStation, only Xbox and Steam. So then I guess they doubled down like, nah, I get it's coming. And he just tweeted today, 8 hours ago, he said, this old tweet is suddenly doing the rounds and apparently needs clarifying. So the above posted said Palworld will be released on PS4, PS5, Xbox, and PC. I replied that it won't be on PlayStation, which was and still is currently true. And that it will only be on Xbox and Steam. And that is still true. He said, but then, this is wild. But then he says, but then by no means a statement that Palworld will never come to PlayStation. Please don't twist my words to perpetuate silly arguments. This is getting crazy.
Look, I think. Listen, 2 million sold in 20. Yeah,
it's coming to place.
It's coming to place.
4. Nah, not unless Xbox got anything to do with
Y'all gonna like the poll. Y'all gonna like the poll.
Like if Phil sees this,
y'all gonna like the poll.
I mean, if Sarah sees this.
Yeah, listen, this is Minecraft level of. You know, we
I
gonna
wouldn't
see.
go
We
that
gonna.
far. I wouldn't.
I mean, I'm talking about what a start. Like, come on, they just was born, right? This is one of the most incredible. But let's stay by bars for the time. Wait. Continue. We're talking.
Port again.
Then we got. Let me see. We got BT Maverick 707 $5 super chat. Can we get Cold Eastward to make the sizzle reel for ILP's LSM show?
Oh my God, y'all being messy. I know what you're doing. Stop it.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
I'm actually for that.
Just stop being messy. Salute the Colt. Salute the Colin. Hate it when my friends go at it, but I have to stay out of it.
Colin's out of pocket with that.
Listen, I'm of the
What
mindset.
the hell? What that?
Yeah, it just I hate it when you know how like you got people that you cool with and then they, it's be a disagreement. So I'm like, oh man, what we doing? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So look, it is what it is. Obviously, people are allowed to do what they want to do. That's just my feeling. I'm not going to judge what no other man is doing. But
Got nothing to do with
they
you.
got nothing to do with me. That's just how I feel it. Now, I'm going to move on. Let's do it.
Then we have Con Artistic $5 super chat. Can you see clearly in the helmet? I want one for riding my EUC.
Okay, I see clearly enough that is not a helmet for you to be riding around in with for real. You will die, sir. Just like Kong.
Oh, man.
Then we have GSD, aka Getting Stuff Done, $5 super chat. Machine Games made escape from Butcher. There you go, Butcher Bay. Before they were even Machine Games, indie stealth will be crazy. I hope so. I hope you really do have that option. Like, for me, give me the opportunity. I'm just gonna use the whip all day and nothing else. To tangle people up.
You ain't hear what they saying. There's a controversy about the whip. But we gonna move on.
Yeah.
We gonna move on. We gonna move on. It was just funny you said that, but we gonna move on.
Oh, is it? Oh, word.
Yeah.
It's some social thing. Oh, God.
Hold on, let me get that Halo after. This is crazy how Cognito moved on the topic show and he won't speak on it. Look, bro, I got so many friends, and a lot of them, some dudes just not gonna get along. Right? So for me, it's like, unless it's like, if I see two dudes really going at it disrespectfully, and it's like, all right, y'all taking this way too far, right? That's different. But dudes going to agree we got to learn to agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and obviously I have my side of how I feel, but as long as, nobody ain't taking it to no next level, I'm minding my business. I'm staying out of it. It ain't got nothing to do with me like that. So that's where I'm at on that.
Cog has brought many a person to the table to squash things.
To squash things. And to your point, and speaking of said individuals, since you're so concerned about Colin, I remember there was a time when him and Grub were going at it, and I didn't like where it was going in that one. And then I jumped in and I said something public. So I'll step in if I see something crazy. This is light. We got to stop being emotional just because we don't like someone's opinion. That's it. That's what they said. That's what they said. You feel some way, a different way, that's fine. But don't get all in your feelings where it's, you know what I'm saying? I can't believe, like, come on. It ain't that serious, y'all. It's video games. Continue.
And we got J Mac.
Must have happened.
No, something went down. No, it went down. It went down.
I'll ask you later.
Yeah, we'll talk.
I never know anything.
Yeah, here we talk.
And we got J Mac. $5 super chat. I'd rather be a second-class citizen than a first-class weirdo. Hashtag Graybeard. Hashtag we the boys. We outside. Xbox
I know exactly what he's talking about.
I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, there was.
Okay.
Was that podcast?
It's the same exact podcast where they was broke at and they couldn't afford to finish paying off their PlayStation.
Jesus.
And I saw y'all. Anyway, so there was like they called Xbox gamers second-class citizens. And because everything's supposed to come on PlayStation, I'm glad that was verbalized because that's exactly how you guys feel. You guys feel that we should have nothing, we should have no rights, and you guys are entitled to everything. It's over. We had your boo on our direct. Now you gotta find out.
Can't we all just get along?
Can't we just get along?
Get along when you think we're second-class citizens and you can't even pay for your hobby. So we can pay for our hobby. You guys are the second-class citizens. It's over. We're taking everything from you. We want the whole slate. Put everything in the bag.
There we go.
Everything.
I can't with you.
Then we got Hollywood Rules, $2 super chat. Compare and crew are the definition of casual. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what's going on.
That was that podcast.
Oh, whatever. I don't watch it. I don't know what's going on. Continue.
And we got the homie Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. How long will the true PlayStation only fans go before they just get an Xbox? The floodgates of games are about to open up.
Oh, so that sounds like okay. I see where you're going.
Then we got Harky Chadi once again, $10 super chat. Sorry, Saab, the sales on PlayStation side aren't that good. I didn't compare the sales of Xbox to PlayStation.
No,
I just
you
said
didn't.
Xbox wasn't. That's all I said. Found that out through the leaks. Xbox is doing fine on sales and subs. Physical is having issues. Physical's having issues. Like I said, I didn't say they were throwing out Starfield codes. I said they were throwing out physical discs. Is having issues across the board, and more than half of Xbox is digital only. Yes, which makes sense because they are telling you that they want you to go into Game Pass and not buy games. So, let me see. Hollywood Rules to super chat. Colt keep making those sizzle reels. Yes,
I gotta see what's going on. This is
Very bro. It's hot in these streets. It's hot in these streets. Dudes is emotional.
JD Gamer, $2 super chat. Pathetic port begging horses.
God, here we go.
Got no games. Hashtag no PS6. Thank you for your
Thank
patronage.
you for
As always,
As always. Gang, gang.
JD.
Gang, gang. Gang, gang.
JD.
Gang, gang.
That's my shooter.
Dudes is emotional today. I love it.
Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. We want GoPro cam on COG while he's watching the 49ers, a collective hue in San Francisco Nation.
I ain't even gonna hold you. My heart ain't never beat that hard for like a sports game in a minute. That game, bro. I was going through all of this. Yeah, salute. You right. Yeah, we did it. We on to the next. We survived somehow. Let's move on. A W is a W.
There you go. W is a W.
W is a W, man. Whew.
Then we got, let me see. Then we got JD Gamer again, $5 super chat. Pathetic port begging PS fans. Stop begging for Xbox games. You have no games, ain't getting no games, ain't never gonna have no games. Now live with it. Good God.
Bang, bang. Got his guns out. Get him.
Then we got JD Gamer once again, $5 super chat. Lieutenant JD Gamer reporting for duty, and I say these pathetic port begging ponies got no games. We're taking it all now. Live with that. It's ours.
Carry on, soldier.
How does a soldier end with a kiss?
He be going hard in the street.
Then we have ReuArt Gaming, $2 super chat. Pony BTS port begging for successful Xbox game solve. Okay. Jesus Christ. Then we got Hollywood Rules again, $5 super chat. Square Enix name was looking real cozy next to the rest of the first party teams. Calm down.
Yeah. Look like we got your boo. Is that your chick?
Oh man, is that your chick?
Oh, I like it.
We're caught up.
All right, cool. No doubt. So we gonna get. Oh no, you're not.
Oh, Hollywood Rules again, $2 super chat. The general had to give someone some work.
Tell the truth. I sure the doubt. Oh. These pathetic pork beggars.
I got triple P talk. Triple P.
Then we got Sage, $10 super chat. Solve Game Pass brings in more revenue for Xbox per. I'm talking about a physical disc getting thrown in the garbage. I said. Revenue does not mean. Have you bought it? Has Xbox sent you a disc of a game that you purchased through Game Pass? I don't think so, right? It's not Netflix. That's what I'm saying. Brings in more revenue for Xbox's first party than the 43.9 million first party games Sony sold in fiscal year 2022. Even assuming they all sell for $69.99, Game Pass still wins. Okay, Sage. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your patronage. I appreciate that.
All right.
All I said was they were burning Starfield.
We still got more. The chats are coming in.
Dudes don't like that.
It's a fired up show today.
They don't like Sovereign News Network.
They don't like Sovereign. They don't like me.
We got J-Boy on the run.
Oh, you on the run. You on the run.
Breezy in the house. We need to end it all. It's getting bad now. The goalpost being moved now is not working. Remember, we had no games. We didn't beg. That's not true either. I don't know about that part.
I ain't begging for nothing from them dudes, man. They get on, man.
Still got more.
There we got Andre Doyle, $2 super chat. Xbox has way more than hashtag just one moving forward.
I agree. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, we go. All right, let's get to this time before they go. So, all right,
for real.
Developer Direct. Obviously, the Lords have They did a stream, you know what I'm saying, on this, and we did. Oh man, JD Gamer,
JD Gamer, we got your Yakuza Persona Mana card. We got your mascot Crash. What's next? Are you scared? We getting it all. Remember, you started it. Never poke a bear.
The North remembers.
The North will never forget.
So
Look,
look,
listen, I don't. Y'all angry like it happened yesterday. Y'all really like y'all been at this for years
when
now.
you got slapped, yo, he remember, bro. Like back in the day, he was a shorty. When you slapped, like it happened yesterday, bro.
Carries that forever.
He got that scar, but he got beef with you forever. Like
You know how it goes, man. We don't let go, bro.
I feel it. Hey, y'all on it. Y'all on it. Gang. So look, DeveloperDirect, obviously the Lords, we did the stream and our reactions. Obviously saw we would get your opinions and stuff. But yeah, it's the postmortem, now that we got time to settle. How we feeling? Obviously, we had Avowed set it off first. Hellblade 2 went second. We got the May release date. New news on Hellblade actually being $50 digital only release. So just want to put that out there. That came out after the stream. And then Visions of Mana, Square Enix, you know what I'm saying, making their presence there. Aura History Untold, launching fall 2024. PC, joining PC Game Pass Day 1. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, launching 2024 is how they closed out the show. So, how are we feeling postmortem? Let's get Addict then first, because I want to, now that you have time to settle. We all had time to settle on it. I know how you thought at the beginning. Still standing on it. How you feeling with with everything now?
Nah, still stand on what I said. It's
No doubt.
look, like I had no issue with the show. I thought the show was good. I thought the content was good. I thought the pacing was good.
Mhm.
I just didn't like that there wasn't enough release dates on there. And people can disagree with that. That's fine.
Mhm.
You disagree with your parents, your family. I don't give two shits who you disagree
Oh,
with.
language,
But,
sir.
the thing is, it's just like
It's funny coming from that avatar.
We gotta regulate South Park Addict.
Yeah, South Park Addict is wild.
South Park
Yeah, he outside with it. So you saying it's okay to disagree, to agree to disagree?
yeah, because it's like people sit there. What's funny is like our audience does nothing but like boost us. Oh, I like different opinions.
Oh, so you
different
say with our
this.
audience, I know where you going. I know where you going.
But then the moment
The moment
we
you
could
disagree.
on something that they agree with,
Fact.
you tripping addict.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, man. Like I love what I saw, but excuse me for wanting to see when I would be playing these games. Now I can understand the concept and the reason they don't show release dates right now. That's fine, but I could still be disappointed I didn't see them. Just like you guys, some of you are disappointed that Indiana Jones isn't a third-person action adventure game. I could be disappointed that I didn't see a release date on that game that we are referring to. Doesn't mean I ain't gonna play the game. Doesn't mean I ain't gonna enjoy look what I saw. It just means that I wanted a little bit more concrete on what I was seeing at the time of that release date. Now we could get it. And another reason that I feel very strong about this, because if we ain't seeing a release date now, call 9 times out of 10. What does that mean?
I mean, it could be a chance of moving around. It could be a chance to delay.
No,
you don't know what it is.
It means
What
we're
it mean?
seeing the majority of these games in the June showcase again.
Oh,
So
okay. You think? Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So I find that disappointing because it's like, I get it. It's probably just like a little tiny trailer and stuff, but it's how I felt about them re-showing Starfield for the 18th time last holiday when they had a giant direct going on. It's just like, look, like I just wanted to see more concrete release, and that doesn't mean I ain't gonna, really. It's just crazy that people feel like I have to, like, just me criticizing is me like talking smack about the direct. Like I like the direct.
Right.
I felt like the direct is some of the best pacing they've done in a long time.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean it's perfect. It just
you're
means
allowed to
that they
take
are
this good.
doing something good.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No, I get where you're going. It's totally okay to be like, hey, I would like to know, outside of Hellblade 2, which we got to May 21st, when I might get my hands on stuff. We'll get into it. I wanted to say the other game. We know you were hyped about Avowed. I want just on a game level, just individual, like what did Avowed do for you? What did Hellblade do for you? What did Indiana Jones do for you? What did the Square, like what did you feel on a game level? What you saw now, like what did you feel?
I don't really care about the game that Square Enix showed. I like more that it was there than the game itself.
Okay.
I've never been a huge fan of the Mana franchise.
Okay.
I need to get back in, but this isn't turn-based either, so it's kind of like weird. But it's just like I like that it's there. It's just me particularly. This game didn't really resonate with me. I just like that we've seen stuff like that because the games. I've always said, it doesn't matter if it's not in Game Pass. Microsoft just to be aggressive and make sure these games at least come to the platform. And I like that it was in the platform. When it comes to Avowed, I liked what I saw Avowed. There's like a lot of weird energy around Avowed. I still don't understand what. Look, I was the first person, and I still hold by. What they showed of us at that first starting trailer.
The one with the hand did this. Yeah, it was very darker.
It's not representative of what we're seeing, but that doesn't mean the game's going to be bad. Once again, I can love something and still criticize it. May I have to repeat that?
Yo, I don't think that's possible.
Love something and criticize it.
I don't think so. I think we got to beef with each other and call each other names when we disagree. I just...
Yeah, people
that's what we do now. That's what we do. We disagree. You got to disrespect the person.
And then I saw people saying that Avowed needed to be a third-person action adventure game, and I'm just like, what? Like, to me, if you're saying stuff like that, you don't even know what this game, what Avowed's doing. Like if you expect it to be a third person, chances are you'll probably be able to play the game in a third-person perspective because these companies have done that before. But to sit there and say it would have been better third person, what? I don't get that at all.
Yeah. No, fair enough. And no aura love, you strategy, no aura. No.
Nah, it's not coming to Xbox, and I'm not really on my PC.
You got that NZXT.
Well, that's
powerful.
You got that play it on there. Here's the thing, I like Civilization. That has like a co-op aspect, and as bad as it sounds, it's got to dumb it down. Because
it's too much.
I want to play it with my friends.
No, you can play.
I might be able to understand the Civilization formula and how the game works, and you can either went through a technological science, or religion, or wealth, or battle. 88% of my friends don't know how any of that works. So it's like unless I'm playing like a dumber down version of that game. I don't think I'm really going to enjoy it because I'm not going to be able to play with my friends.
No doubt. All right, the Sovereign. This is the one I've been waiting for because obviously, Sovereign couldn't make the stream live, whatever. We got the Indiana Jones bars mostly, but I didn't get a chance for the rest of the show. Like, how were you feeling about Avowed? How were you feeling about Hellblade 2? How were you feeling about Aura and obviously the Vision of Mana announcement? And then, kind of what was your rating of the show after? Now, so break it down on a game basis, and then give me your your kind of review of the Xbox Direct.
Okay, so let's start with Aura, right? Aura, it's the same thing. It's like I don't have time to play those type of games anymore. But when you look at the pedigree of the team, these guys are former Firaxis guys. Oxide is it's Firaxis.
Civilization.
It's Civ devs. You know that the expertise behind making this type of game is there. So that said, I'm confident that it's going to be a very, very good game. And the idea that these veterans in this genre are trying to sort of elevate the genre and take it in some new different directions, and sort of when they say we're making the game that we've always wanted to make, and you have to do that, right? When you have these set franchises already, you work within a certain structure. Now it's like we're creating the structure now, right? So I just think whatever that game turns out to be, I think it's going to be a very good one of those. And I hope it does well, and I hope they do figure out a way to get it to Xbox. We will see. So that was that. Second, let's go to Avowed. Second, let's go to Visions of Mana.
Okay.
I think it was important to see. I don't play JRPGs the way I used to back in the day. That pretty much all I played back in the day was JRPGs, right? But I think it's important that this happened. It shows that Square, the new management over at Square Enix is really truly honest when they're saying, hey, we're trying to get these games onto more platforms. We're working in earnest with Xbox. I don't know what sort of pre-existing deals are going on, and when and if we'll see a Final Fantasy, right? Because that's what everybody wants to see, right? This is huge, and the fact that they're there. But again, everybody wants to see the big boys, right? And to see if that's happening, if that's coming. But this is what you got to do, right? You gotta grow that relationship, and the fact that they are on a stream where this is all Xbox umbrella first party,
it's quite
and
interesting,
it's
isn't it? Huh?
It's very interesting. But I'm like, you know what? It's a scenario I can't even I don't even want to verbalize it, because it would be so world destroying if that happened.
King would be out of pocket.
It's just thing, like, if that happens,
oh my God,
I would be insane. Like, it really.
Attic is gonna love it because he gonna watch the world burn. He gonna be like,
and that's the thing.
Too,
it's a world burning moment.
I'm not going that far, because the people who make Aria, like, they're not owned by Xbox, so I feel like it's just like what's going, like, this is primarily revolved around theirs, but whatever big marketing pushes they want to do, they'll throw those in here to fill in the gaps.
Yeah. And the fact, and they wanted to show that, right? Because the game isn't in Game Pass, as far as we know, right? So it's just a matter of showing that this relationship is strong, it's real. We have a brand new game coming, and it's going to be on Xbox day one, and that is a big statement
that game isn't
to
in
make.
Game Pass.
Right, it's not in Game Pass.
Yeah.
So, but it will be on Xbox day one,
which
hasn't
been happening,
right?
With all the Square releases.
Exactly, it has not been a choice in the past. So that. I was glad to see that happen, and I had a feeling there was going to be some kind of secret thing. So then let's go to Avowed.
Yes, I'm curious. How are you feeling about that?
Obsidian, the Black Rock. They did a Black Rock for a reason, right? They are
Black Rock Xbox. That's
right. The Black Rock Xbox.
That's right. Let's go.
They are as consistent as can be. You can't. So when I looked at the game, I'm like, you know what? Again, I had to put aside expectation. And expectation for me with them is like, man, eventually the team will get, I know they're working on multiple things, right? So I'm like, eventually they're going to take that expertise they have in world building and storytelling and just give us like the highest fidelity possible, like most polished version of that type of game. It doesn't have to be of the scope of a Skyrim, right? Like, I like the fact that they're smaller, because I think their story content works better in a smaller zone sort of zone environment instead of one humongous open world. I think they're the masters of that, and I'm happy that they decided to eliminate the multiplayer stuff really and focus on what they're good at. And I think I'm not worried about any of that when it comes to this game.
Right.
The only thing that looked a little weird to me still,
what's up,
and especially in comparison to the more polished stuff that we see later on, is the things that you see in these games, which is the facial animations. So you think it's the stiffness? I said that on the stream. So
you think it's the reason Xbox put them at the first? You start you drop it in the first quarter, and then we're gonna have these other dudes, right? Because we see their faces.
You're not quite ready yet. We have to build the crescendo.
Right. We gotta build up. Okay.
Polished looking stuff.
I got you.
And this is stuff, again, this is stuff that isn't their fault per se. It's, first person gaming is that way. Like, it could be a little wonky, a little janky. But again, the bar has sort of been raised for this stuff.
When you got studios in the building there.
Right, you got studios in the building, right? Even when you look at something like the things that Baldur's Gate does in, in close proximity, story stuff, right? You're like, okay, there's a different level of polish here. Are we going to start getting there? But that said, I have no doubt the game is, I trust Obsidian implicitly.
Yes.
I have the stories, I feel is going to be great. The choice and consequence is always very big in their games. I think that they're going to expand upon that. And when you look at it, I watched it again in 4K, right? So I'm looking at it, go back to the point about, I think this is the PC version, right? It's very super crisp, super polished. The facial, the character models look good. It's like not they don't look good. The texture stuff on the clothing looks crazy. So, it definitely is a step up from Outer Worlds 1. Yeah. So I'm excited for it. I just want to see how the combat plays out, right? Because to Addict's point, that original reveal had you, with a sword in hand and sort of doing these sort of symbols in midair to sort of bring magic up, right? And then we didn't see that, right? You could Harry Potter it with two wands, or you could be, you could dual wield, weapons or whatever. So that's going to be super interesting. The fact that they said you could change these loadouts on the fly and sort of change the dynamics of fights in a split second, to me, is super interesting. I just want to see how it plays out, because again, it's the enemies looked a little dumb, right? They were just coming at you a little bit. So that was that. Now we go to hell. I know we had a debate.
I know. Here's the debate that I know it's coming. I know it's coming. Let me hear it.
So look, again, like I said, putting aside expectation and what I want, and just looking at what's there. And it's funny because the first guy that spoke, he said it immediately. He's like, "Yeah, Hellblade is going to be around the same length as the first one, the same type of." So my thing is like, okay, fine. When they got Ninja Theory, and I saw Senua, I said, okay, this is their chance for that hashtag just one. Take this character, make her a mascot, right? Put it on the box and make it into this crazy, amazing action game, because I know that they're known for their action, right? But that's not what Senua was from the first one.
Oh, okay. I was okay.
Woo. No, and I had to be like, you know what? They're not doing it.
Proud
this
of
is
you
not.
right now.
They don't have that.
This is
they
growth,
don't
brother.
have that
This is
vision.
growth. I love
they
you
don't
right
have
now.
that vision for Senua. I wish they would have had that vision for Senua, but they don't have that vision for Senua. You can look at the game. The game looks ridiculous, but you know that the money went to the fidelity.
Let me delete my diss track.
animation.
I had a diss track for you. Let me delete. I'm gonna act like, yo, producer, delete the song diss track. First off, I literally had bars typed for Psalm, and he completely dismantled me. And I'm like, damn, I gotta delete the diss track. Nobody can't know I was about to do that. I was going to K Slay. I was about to hit the radio. I was ready.
Now,
Psalm just dismantled me. I got you,
bro. I will
bro.
still say.
All right, go ahead. You cooking.
Like I was saying, it's
Don't mess it up.
It's obvious that the money went to the look of this game.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
So it is going to be an 8-hour, amazingly beautiful cinematic experience.
Ain't Spider-Man 8 hours?
Stop. I don't know. It ain't 8. I
Let's-
don't think it's 8.
let's- yeah,
I don't
you
think it's
swing
8.
past all the book bags. You
Yeah,
was
that's
an
if
8-hour
you do that.
dude.
That's if you
That's
probably
right.
be lying. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah,
continue.
So first off,
So again, their whole thing with Senua and this character.
No, you ain't talking about me.
Yeah. you Hawaiian Sophie.
You bit on you love my style. I was ready, man. Damn.
take money.
I had drop a jet on him. I had no back. I had all this.
How you do? You got to diffuse. You got to.
He dismantled me.
But
Oh
you know
my
what
God.
it is? Because I'm too old to be harping on shoulda, coulda, woulda. I can't. I can't. So it's like to me, when they got this character, I'm like, yo, they can expand this out, make her, make her this is they're just one and really blow this whole thing out.
Facts.
And for them, Ninja Theory, they see Senua as this is the character we're going to utilize to tell this very personal and emotional story about somebody with mental illness, and so that is what this character is to them, and I respect it. I appreciate it. I'm going to enjoy the game for what it is.
Respect.
So that said, like there's nothing touching these animations. There's nothing touching these facial expressions. These character models are looking crazy. And they're gonna lean back into what that first game was. My only thing is, and this is where the disappointment is still there. It's just like you couldn't give me a more. If again, I'm assuming, but from what I saw of the combat, it still feels stiff. It still feels heavy. It's visceral and violent and bloody and gory. That doesn't make it necessarily more in depth to play, right?
Okay.
It doesn't feel like they've added depth to that combat. It's still going to be more of like, hey, you're going to see the guy coming a mile away with the swing or whatever. But again, accepting the game for what it is, I cannot say I looked at that and was like, oh, this is whack. So again,
no doubt.
it was, I wanted them to turn it into something that they don't believe it is, and that's fine. So I'm going to accept it for what it is. I love
Yeah,
that person.
you want a
Mind you,
heavenly sword.
I didn't. Yeah, exactly. And
Uh-oh.
I didn't appreciate being vilified.
Yeah, that's
as though,
coming for you.
yeah, because let's go back in the time machine. The first person standing for the original Sunwa on this podcast was me. You know why I know it was me?
Why did you?
Because it was on PlayStation.
You a
and
fact. That's a
nobody was
fact. That's a fact. But
playing
why
that
we
game.
gotta bring up the truth though? Like why we gotta do all this truth?
The fact that Cog's unreasonable love for this
I
game.
mean, you know.
Yeah, I
So,
just got-
so
I got
what? I was in my
PlayStation
feelings
Corner.
and I was ready for you. Nah, you're right. You're right. No, it's all good. You were the one that introduced it first on the show, and we was talking about how great it was, what it was, and then I came later with it. I think when it probably came over with Xbox. When it came to Xbox, then I came over. I came over. Yeah. He got me on that. He got me on that. That was yeah.
Solve essentially did what what Eminem did at the end of that movie. Well, I mean, he know how but the stuff. I mean, what he gonna do?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like,
What Eminem was basically said the bars that the dude was gonna spit to him. It's okay. Now what you got? Yeah, that's what's happening to me right now. That's cool.
Yeah.
Continue.
So now the $50 thing and all digital thing is just a perception thing. When you think about the amount of money that went into that motion capture and all that stuff, when it's like, what's the thinking about putting in $50? I don't, like were they afraid of that? Like, hey, the game's only 8 hours or whatever the case may be. Let's bring this price down. Like I just, to me, because look, since the advent of the digital age, right, really going into for us the Xbox One generation, but for for me, King, people that have played on Steam, it's been around for a long time. The expectation was always, hey, the digital purchase allows these developers to then sell direct to you or whatever. They don't have to worry about paying to put this on the store shelf or whatever. So you would think that the savings get passed along to the gamer and not necessarily and we haven't seen it really in that way, whereas like you get 70 games or $70 in the digital games and you're not get and that's all revenue going to the dev or the publisher. So I just I'm interested to see what you guys think about the $50 price point, because I don't honestly don't really understand it. The quality of the game from a visually looking at it it looks like a product that would warrant a $70 price tag, and it's something that if not for Game Pass, I would still be happy to pay the $70 for. So it's a little strange to me.
Surprising too. No, we gotta get it.
Surprising.
No, this was up, and I think you said your indie bars. Any other additional thing on indie?
No,
Okay,
indie. To me, indie. It's all a matter because some of the stuff like that we saw, like when he jumped from plane to plane, right?
Yeah.
You look at it closely. It wasn't really gameplay. It was like a cinema. It was very directed, and it looked kind of like a cutscene a little bit. So I just want to see
kind of like Uncharted.
Where does Uncharted look like a cutscene?
No, that was definitely a set piece.
Yeah,
That was a set piece.
Yeah,
set piece.
I do a lot of set pieces in Uncharted too.
You haven't finished.
Oh, they bad at Solve. They said complaining about saving money is absurd. They bad at Solve.
Which one I haven't finished?
4.
How would you know?
I don't know because you're talking. I know.
I'm just trying to figure out how
I'm
you
just saying because every set piece in that game.
Here we go.
Every set piece in that game is playable.
Oh, every set piece?
Yeah, pretty much.
You sure?
I mean, I'm not sitting here defending the Uncharted, but every set piece in that
you
game.
acting like you defending it.
But every set piece in that game is playable.
Oh, every set piece?
Sometimes you just speak for the sake of speaking.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, if you were talking about set pieces, you're gonna tell me that in that instance.
I'm just saying, I
when
didn't get a
he
chance.
jumped,
I didn't get a chance to. I don't have it, so I don't know.
I'm just saying, when he jumped from one
I'll
plane
let
to
you know
another,
when
did that
I
look like
jump.
gameplay?
I'll let you know when I jump from one plane to the next.
Right. I'm just saying that didn't look like gameplay.
Well, I don't know.
Why do you need to defend it so? I'm sitting here standing for it.
I'm gonna stand up for my unborn children.
Unborn child.
But what if you come out ugly? But what if you come out ugly?
Oh man!
What you gonna do? You gonna love them just the same? Are you gonna love them just the same?
We know who abandoned their baby. We know Uncharted is a fatherless dad right now.
Oh man,
they don't want no more of those kids
until they announce it later this year.
Until they remake it, right? till they put that baby back in the oven and fix it up to make it look like how they want it.
I can't
remake it, remaster. Get out of here!
Oh,
I can't wait. I can't wait till we're on stage and Mark. Yo, there's gonna be shooters and there's gonna be shooters in the balcony when we go.
Yo, Cog. First off, I told you I was ready. I told you I was ready.
I would be like, yo, King, what is that red dot on your chest, bro?
Yeah. It's gonna be wild in the streets.
It's gonna be the mustard hearts in the back. Shout out! I'm gonna wear mustard heart shirt. I'm handing out mustard heart shirts.
Oh
Shout out
man,
mustard hearts.
But you mean mustard hearts like the management that refuses to tell their
oh
base that certain things are
man,
going third party.
wow, we really
like
doing this today.
You mean like that?
Or the management that
there's a whole lot of great coupon going on here.
Come out. Or the management
that's super effective.
Or the management that's out there selling stock and ain't telling people that everything is going bad.
Yeah, but he's leaving. He has no affinity to them. But the dude that has affinity to you will not tell you
his key card didn't work anymore.
Game of the Year Hi-Fi Rush is going someplace else.
Oh, here we doing this.
It wasn't Game of the Year. Sorry, but
so now it's less than. Now it's the side piece.
Here we go.
It was Game of the Year though, but that's something that you felt in your heart, so I can see why you upset.
All I know, all I know is that y'all got executives shook to tell y'all the truth. This is where y'all at right now.
That's how the call goes. Your executives don't say nothing to you.
They don't say nothing to you.
They don't tell you nothing. They just slide your
all I
know.
I'd rather they don't talk to me than they lie to me. Don't talk to me then. Don't talk to me then.
You lie to me when you love me. You lie to me when you love me. When you afraid, you lie to me. When you slide that note on the door, you ain't got no respect.
I'd rather that. You don't need to respect me. Just give me games. Don't respect me. Don't respect me. Just give me games.
Hey, nah, stop today, Solving King. Y'all dodge.
Y'all ain't get no games and no respect.
Because you know why? You know why? Because he's better. This mustard heart thing is what? Just come up with something better. It's trash. Where'd you get this term from?
Listen,
King, your man is loose, man. You gotta go get him.
Listen, he upset. He got a mustard heart.
Wait, so I've got a mustard heart now?
Then he tried that. Yo, the thing is,
he got that jelly spine. He got
He is better than this. Because I know. Listen, just because I'm not a second-class citizen, that's your fault. That's your fault. Hey man, don't worry about it.
He upset. He fighting for the wrong team. You got one game last year that you don't like to finish.
Oh my God, we gotta move on. We can't finish through this topic.
You got no roadmap.
It's 5:15, King. Leave it alone.
You got no roadmap with no respect. I'm just saying, though.
Oh, so he capping for no roadmap. That's what he doing.
Let me know when your secret show pop up.
All right, we gotta break this up.
This is the funny thing, right? This is the funny.
Let's refocus.
It's so funny how I get vilified because I refuse to drink the Kool-Aid.
You know the best part is 2 times today they've been going in my segment.
Yeah, they go wild. Yeah, they go wild. This is
wild crazy.
I can't let this happen. No,
I can't let this happen.
It's ridiculous.
We're gonna be moving on finally. Yeah, because
as a matter of fact, no, this was you. You're the one that jumped in my segment. Hold up.
Can I?
Actually, I thought you were done.
No, I wasn't done.
Go ahead, Addict.
Yeah, so I mean, when it comes down to the overall aspect of
yes,
of
Addict on mushrooms.
Oh, what's going on with this? Who's this dude he brought? I can't rock with this.
It's just like Hellblade to me, like it's that $50 thing is just weird. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but I do feel like perception wise, it doesn't sit right because it's like even people are like, oh, because you charge $70 for Redfall. Like,
yeah,
I'm just trying to like have a mental barrier. Like, do you have more faith in what you had of Redfall than you do Hellblade? Do you not think that Hellblade's gonna sell if it's 70? Like that's just my mindset because it goes off of what like the industry standards is, and it's just what do you see when you see like a $50 title? Like you kind of think like, you know, high quality indie game, AA, and even that stuff like Dead Island 2. That's a $60 game, isn't it? $70 game. Like even indie developers, not indie, like AA titles do that. So, you know, you look at it from that. I don't necessarily think it represents like the game or anything like that, but I can understand where people are like, it's interesting. I think that is the point that it's okay to bring up. It's like, what makes this title unique? Are they going to do this? Do you think Avowed's going to be a $50 game?
Interesting.
What about Blade?
I lost track. Is King the King? Did you get your balls to
I never said anything.
Yeah, I don't think they. I know. Let me get yours. Yeah, everybody.
These dudes today, boy. Hey.
Yes. Let's go, King. Your thoughts on the show and everything. And let's go. Let's go.
All right. Well, the show's an 8 for me. The fact that Aria didn't have a release date for the consoles and a controller for the consoles.
Okay.
I think they really got to. If you want to do real-time strategy games and you are worried about the PC market without isolating the console market, you really need to have an engagement device that allows them to partake the same way that the PC guys are partaking. That was my one L from that from the show. The next L was the OCD part for me because when they put out Square, that it wasn't unified no more.
I know
and they had me thinking that another company was going to come out.
Oh, you mean the 5? Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
That broke me. That broke me. I don't like that.
OCD was going
That means
like, it's not even. It's not even.
That means they doing a good job. We got you anticipating that something going to slide into the slide.
The whole time I'm itching, like I can't do this. I can't do this. All right, so Square being there, that's eye opening. Because this is the stuff that I asked for. I asked for them to show what you're doing over there in Japan with the Eastern market. I wanted to know, is this stuff going to bear fruit? This is the second time that Microsoft has been associated with Square. The first time was Phil jumping on their stage, and now we have this, and the fact that we have Final Fantasy 14 showing up with more thoughts and conversations with Final Fantasy games. I love the conversations swirling around Square, and for them to show up here furthers that conversation, and maybe they like to see that traction. Maybe they like to see their name in positive lights or in association with new ventures and new stuff, and to see that, you know, people over here are anticipating their games. Avowed, I really wanted to see Avowed first. I'm glad I did. I saw stuff that people were saying that the combat looked clunky. I don't know if in certain parts they were showing, like when you parry, it was opening up for different aspects of different things. I don't know if certain things that you didn't get a chance to see yet that they implemented in the game. What they did want to show you was the interaction between the characters.
I got distracted.
Yeah, no, that's more Attic.
Attic is out of pocket. I'm sorry.
With the, you know, they did get a chance to show you the interaction between the characters and the world, and give you a chance to see how colorful the world is, how the characters do work. So we know Obsidian does do well with this stuff. You just got to think about the Outer Worlds and the Outer Worlds thought process with the DLCs and everything like that, and expect that to be bumped up a notch. That's all. In the sense of the Skyrim with a sword and you got guns and stuff, I know what I'm getting from that.
Right.
Hellblade.
Let's go.
Visually is probably now the standard in the industry. If not before, because a lot of people got a chance to see the tech and stuff. So that's why Insomniac can make comments like that this is where we want our visual bar to be.
Yeah,
Insomniac said that in the leaks.
Alan Wake, those faces are crazy, and this
blows
this is crazy.
Blows it away because I'm playing Valhalla, and I like the eyes, I like the faces, I like stuff like that, and this thing is leaps beyond anything, right? So I know what they're showing. They're answering every little bit of questions, piece by piece. They answered the question. If it's a daylight, if we get a chance to have daylight, They answer a question if there's going to be multiple people on the screen when stuff is happening. They answered a question of, is this real gameplay? What the world look like? Every time you saw this game, they answered different questions about the game without giving you the totality of the game. Now they gave you a date and they gave you a price. Yeah, they had to give you a price. But the price was in answer to the fact that there's not going to be a physical. Right. The fact that Sovereign can tell you that, the Sovereign News Network can tell you that the physical copies of video games is being burnt or whatever, I think that's hyperbole. But again, that's true. Okay. At the same time,
let's not start this again, please.
At the same time,
both of y'all, relax.
You also see large stores in droves shrinking, diminishing, and erasing their physical stock.
That is true.
Of video games across the board. That's for everybody. There no longer will be shelf space for our beloved section. No, that won't be in the stores anymore. So when you go in Best Buy, you won't have a gaming section anymore unless there's a PC situation. And you probably have like little gift cards and stuff on the wall to purchase from your favorite stores. This stuff is going away. So for Microsoft, and when Sony, you saw from the leaks, they were going to break down Spider-Man into 3 different segments of $50 a piece games. Microsoft is beating them to the punch.
Think we
Microsoft,
we might get Hellblade parts. You think it's a 2 or the 3? Well, we might break this up.
I believe so, but I believe that the game is 8 hours, just like the last one. Okay. Right? So maybe they view 8-hour games as $50
as the metric. Okay.
Right.
And no. I'm sorry. I've been interrupting you.
Yeah, no. It's just the fact that it's all digital. We don't have to ship here. We don't have to do this. It's just push, click, go, push the service you purchase, $50. And I think this is a test bed. If this works, is a Valve digital only $50. Is Indiana Jones digital only $50? Are these things prelude to what's to come? And to get to Indiana Jones. I love the fact that
like this $50. Sorry, continue.
Spend $70. Buy 2, give 1 away, and whatever. Whatever. If that makes you, happy, buy one for $50.
I was coughing, sir.
For anybody that's upset about the $50, buy it for $50 and donate your $20 to charity.
I don't think no one's upset with the $50. I think they're just scratching their head because this isn't standard the way the industry generally works.
Confused. Yeah. Anytime they get a deal, confusion.
Oh my God!
I'm confused. They gave me a money back rebate.
King doesn't question anything.
No, I don't. Why should I question somebody giving me a break?
So you a consumer first?
That's all I care about is my wallet. What the hell I'm caring about them for? If they told me, Hellblade is $2.50, what guy? Here you go.
Just in case you didn't know, Starfield is 3 cents right now.
Oh my God!
Real quick question.
It's 3 cents right now. I want you to buy me 50 copies so I can give it away.
Oh my God!
Question.
It's the 3 cents. 50 copies.
Hold up. Do you think that the $50 standpoint is going to be like the common practice for Xbox from now on?
I said there's a possibility that this is a test bed. I said that if this thing sells in buckets at $50, do they reevaluate what they're going to do going forward with their games? Because so let's say overnight it sells 10 million. Because of the $50 price point. Visually, it's stunning. Sound-wise, we know it's going to be stunning. We just want to get this thing in our hands. So Game Pass dudes is going to have it. Does that make you click faster that you see in a $50 price point?
Analyze the metrics.
Right. No, it's not about clicking faster or not click faster. It's just about just pointing out stuff that doesn't normally happen. It's not like people are saying, oh, it's saving me more money, I'm okay with it. Oh, it costs less, I'm not okay with it. It's just this isn't normally what happens, and they're just wondering.
Right, you're just saying,
Hellblade different.
That's fair.
With a test, this is normally what happens with a test. When you test something that's normally not done, that's called a test.
Okay. No, I see how
Yeah.
both. I actually agree with both of y'all. I think both of y'all.
I'm not saying that I don't agree with him that you're supposed to have the quinine. But me personally, when is the quinine with me saving on something that I was going to get anyway? Oh, well, bring it on.
Is it Steam and Epic day one or just Xbox Store? PC when it comes to PC.
I would assume Steam.
What, Hellblade?
Yeah.
I would assume.
Hellblade 1?
No,
Hellblade 2. It says
2.
Series X, S, PC, and cloud. So I'm gonna assume it's coming to Steam.
What do you guys think the sales in the first month?
I don't know. All right, this is a good question.
Because that $50 price point, that's that PC price point. Because PC gamers, right? PC gamers are really used to day one. They're not paying $70. Most of the time, it's at the very least a $5 to $10 discount over whatever it's selling on console.
What do you think? Because I'm actually interested in it. What do you think it would realistically have to sell for them to start looking at other IPs to make 50?
I mean, let me jump because I'll say my point. I think for me, I was going to say this with his mom was, but I think it's value proposition. Yeah, I think it potentially could be a test bed of value. The thing that I noticed is right off the gate when he jumped out, your man, the Lord of the studio from Ninja Theory, he did say, "Look, this is a shorter experience, right?" And when to me, you're setting expectation, and then we got to be honest. Like the difference here, I feel, is that it's a single player game that really. The horror, the psychosis and all that doesn't have, you can't put monetization on it. You can't, do all that type of stuff. And to King's point, if they had DLC or they had more content, maybe it is a test bed for single player story-based content. You know what I'm saying? Where you go, okay, we'll give them the 50, we give them the, the 8 to 10, the 10 to 12, whatever. And then let's see if it does well. Because we have to say this, the Insomniac leaks, we did learn, this is what Sony was thinking. He said these budgets are getting high, right? And maybe instead of doing Spider-Man 3, 70, whatever, we do split it in parts and do 50. This is something we've seen that they're thinking about. So to King's point, it maybe Xbox is using this as a test bed. The only pushback I got that let me be corporate cog for a second. The only pushback on Xbox that I'm a little surprised, the corporate in me, that they're not doing is I'm surprised. The digital only okay, but I'm surprised you ain't doing the collector's edition or like the Constellation edition, $100 version or something with the statue or something so that, and then you say, hey, you get it the 5 days early, the 3 days early or whatever. Because I thought it did so well for Starfield that they would do it with this, but maybe to counter my own argument, because it's a single player game, it doesn't have that Starfield expansion pack, but Starfield kind of acts like a live service single player game in a way, that maybe they figure that they ain't going to do this with Hellblade. What you guys think?
I don't know.
Like, it's a confusing one. It's weird. It's interesting.
I really don't know. Part of me thinks that they don't have the faith that they had in Starfield with Hellblade, but the other part of me is like maybe they are trying to combat a little bit of the cannibalism that goes on with their first party stuff in Game Pass, and they feel like if they sell it cheaper, more people would be open to buying it. Like there's just so many different possibilities it could be, and I don't know which one it is. The fact that it could be a timing thing. It takes time to print disc. It takes time to print pre-order bonuses and collector's editions, and maybe they're on a really tight schedule with all the stuff coming out.
Or does this set the trend for the digital only releases from Xbox first party moving forward? Does Avowed have that? Does Indiana Blade? It's going to be interesting. I'm with you. Like I don't know where this is going to go.
The odds of Avowed, and especially Indiana Jones being $50 is like close to zero. Like I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I know that. King, sorry, finish your point.
No, I'm done.
Okay, yeah. So look, I'll jump in. Y'all said pretty much everything. I wanted to say, with Avowed,
I'm running from Solve today.
Yeah,
guy is a damn terrorist.
Oh yeah, he's out of pocket. He's loose today. This is the most violent.
This is payback for all the times you and freaking Addict interrupt me. So
you and your interrupt
bag. Why ain't you attacking Addict though? Why are you going after me?
Because Addict's quiet today because his mouth hurt.
Oh, so your joint is attacking while they separated.
Anyway.
See that, addict? That's what you get for not standing close.
And I can't let y'all go
Unchecked.
unchallenged. Yeah,
See,
once you every time there's an Xbox thing going on and I can't be on it, y'all go and check.
They go and check.
And the thing about this is my avatar's teeth are intact. So
Oh my God. Anyway, look, Avowed, you're messy. You're messy. Avowed, listen, I'm a huge fan of Obsidian. I understand some people's concern with the combat. I think that's fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as,
but that's generally how that combat is. I don't people understand, like, it's literally how that combat generally is. Like, this is the depth of their, why do they make it like a Bethesda game? Because that is literally what they make half the time.
No, they do make that. I mean, I do understand someone that says, hey, I want the reactions to feel a little bit more visceral.
Oh, no, yeah.
When you stab.
I'm talking
the
about
melee
this,
combat. The melee,
combat
like the
in
shield and stabbing part.
Now,
Like-
they can make it, feel more heavy and
Right.
stuff like that. But maybe there's a reason they don't want to do it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, I
We
mean,
don't know yet.
but they have it in game. We're just gonna see, what it is. Because in fairness to people who don't like it, some people didn't like Outer Worlds combat. You know what I'm saying? As far as like we know they tell the greatest stories, greatest narrative, the most memorable characters. The writing is top tier. Player choice, hub worlds, amazing. Like, we know what they do. So I'm with you. I'm not worried about. I'm just saying, for the people who may be on the fence, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that moved them, but I like the biome diversity. I like the color scheme. I like what they're doing. I'm not giving up on the first vision, addict, remember when we had the hand spell thing? The only reason I'm not giving it, because he had I think they were trying to showcase double wanding a lot in this new Wild Wild West, thing. But I'm not going to give up on the hand thing yet. I want to see if they still have that. So, look, I'm good with them. Pillars Universe, they're going to be fine. I'm surprised probably going to be later, but I'm glad it's separated from Hellblade. Hellblade 2 already went in it. Like, it looks absolutely phenomenal. As a person who played Hellblade and as a person who understands what that game is, Hellblade is low-key a horror game on some level.
Straight up,
Like, Hellblade's whole purpose is to make you uncomfortable. So to me, I don't want 30 hours of that. I don't want to be like, there was one board in Hellblade where you were like almost in complete darkness and you got to listen to someone's voice to get out of a stage.
I forgot about that.
And like, bro, Hellblade messes with you on so many levels, right? So to me, I'm good with that. And then when people talk about, okay, it's just the walking or whatever, people don't understand the game is really a showcase of sound. The game is really about her subconscious, the psychosis that's going on, the three voices going on, telling her what she shouldn't do. And to me, it's funny. Like, don't do it. You're scared. Don't do it. It's just all this stuff going. And then now we're going to have characters. I'm with King. To me, Ninja Theory has shown enough of these different cuts that it's going to be so much for me that I'm satisfied. I'm cool with it 10, 12 hours. Now, I will agree with Addict. I was surprised by the $50 digital. I was like, that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Why are you doing that? Okay, cool. Is it a value proposition? Is it a test? Like King said, I don't know. All I know, I'm there. I'm in. I liked what I saw. I'm good. Square, I already went in it. I thought that was a flex. I thought that's Xbox showcasing, hey, our relationship is tighter than ever. Be on the lookout for whatever might come next. And we not missing day one Square games ever again. And they brought them on their first pace, their first party showcase. I think that was significant. You know what I'm saying? I went on that. Aura, that's the strategy gang. I'm not too worried about the whole console thing. I know it's PC Game Pass. I thought they showed well of what the game is. I thought that, to me, I'm not worried because they've been consistent now with like Age of Empire. Every strategy game that's come on has eventually come out. And we got to be honest as far as who buying what.
Yeah.
So, let's be real. Even though the Xbox guys like, yo, we should have got it first. And that's fair.
Y'all not buying
but
it.
y'all not playing that when Hellblade come out. Y'all not playing that when indie, like we got to be real with the buying habits of the console gamer, right? They don't rock with those the way the PC guys rock with it. So maybe the internal decision is put it on PC first so we get it out there faster and then we give them that so we can have the Game Pass, equity. That's fine. Last thing is, indie. I've said it before, like completely blown away. Like didn't expect it. I came in ready to hate that they didn't go to decision, and I'm just like, I looked at it, I'm like, damn, Machine Games is cooking. I was actually impressed with the puzzles. First person puzzles looked cool. Like him putting the cog.
Took it back to Miss.
Yeah, him putting the cog on the thing, him having the thing. Like, I like that, you know, the traps, the whatever. And then what they did for me, while I'm okay, is even though y'all know I'm a hashtag just one guy for Xbox, it's so cinematically rich with the cuts to showing him and talking and going. Like, it's such a movie-like presentation that satiates me. And I ain't gonna front, that whip looked like it was doing some things, beating people up, roughing people, hitting one wall, making them look this way. They're doing the summer blockbuster joint. And I ain't gonna front, like, it was levels to it. Machine Games showed me, oh, you 60 frames, my guy. Like, you're smooth. Like, first of all, shout out to Xbox, their presentation, the way they did. They're doing this whole thing. I think they finally nailed the format. And I'm gonna even say it. I'm gonna get killed. I think their format is better than everyone's now. I think the develop direct format is the best format. Like, you got us looking like, wait a minute, they sliding another ball. Oh, square. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, we went crazy. Like, it was just like, it's subtle where it's not enough. There's no talking heads. It's developers. They get in. They do the perfect cuts to just to the game. They've got it. They've got the right pop. Salute to the team and salute whoever did that order. Y'all was cooking because y'all know Avowed had to go first. You know Hellblade comes through with the graphical fidelity. Then they got the 30 frame, and then you knew Indiana Jones was fire. You knew they looked the best out of all of them, and you put them last. And I thought it was great. And let's be real, none of us thought Indiana Jones would be shown like this or coming out this year.
Not at all.
So I can't get at them crazy. Now, as far as the release date thing, and this is the last thing, I feel addict on that, totally fair. I just think the vibe I get from them to understand why they're doing it is the last thing you want is to jump out the window, say something, and then you got to keep falling back on the expectation that you set and you failed it because they needed more time. Also, to King's point, who he said on the stream, this is a different Xbox where they have so many games. We know Stalker's coming at the end of the year. We know this one's coming. We know ABK is coming. So now you do got to play who's actually ready. Yeah. And then plug in strategic so that dudes don't cannibalize each other because we're getting to that abundance of games part. So that's what it, and then we forgot, and what you call it? There was a Quake 6 tease hidden in the
there was a lot of teasers up there of stuff that everybody was working on if anybody really took the time out to look at the stream.
No, I got you. Shout out to Fonz. That's boring to me, Kagama Tribe, but I'm not in high expectation if you did like that. I get it. And Hellblade might not be for you, but for people who love the first one, I am totally cool with what they're trying to do. They're not the skill tree game. They're not the 30-hour open world game. They've never been that. So I can't sit there and, it's like Sav said, I can't sit there and try to impose what I want versus what the developer did. Yeah, we bugging. All right, so let's combine this lesson. Yeah, Sovereign is vibe.
He must don't have work. He don't have work today.
No, I don't know. I had to go get my dad a haircut. That's all.
Oh, baby, well.
You see, that's what it is. He got time.
He got time today. Look, let's move. Let's combine the last one and then just get right here with the.
Let's go. I sent something to you.
Yeah. Oh, you said something to me. All right. So hold on one second. Oh, you got new information.
Yeah,
you got new information. Okay.
You thought I was just sitting out here talking out my bum.
Well, I had some bars for you. I mean, I had some stuff for you to try to support your argument. So I'll start with yours. Final Fantasy 16 reportedly coming. This is King's topic to Series X and S. Oh, shout out to Special Nick, who's actually in our chat. Who's where this rumor originated from?
Thank you, Special Nick.
Shout out Special Nick.
Thank you, Shipper Shaw Nick.
Shout out to Xbox Era and the homies. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's reportedly coming up. You're messy. You know. So they talked about that about when it was coming in. They quoted the Infinite podcast in reference to it, and let me just get some bars from that. Said it's in the works. He didn't have details on when it will come, and this is kind of raising the net. So King, you wanted to talk about this, man?
Yes. So K&N affiliate Shapeless Nick.
What is Shapeless Nick now?
Shapeless Nick, Special Nick.
No, he's shapeless, but he was special with it. Yo, not Shapeless Nick is his cousin.
Messy. Continue.
Shout out to Nick. All right, so I was hearing rumblings before and all the conversation that was going around with Square, I didn't say anything because I got a DM right before. If you watch the stream, I'm not paying attention to anything of the artwork being shown. I saw Square and I start going buck bananas because I'm believing that is what was in my DM.
Oh, okay.
All right.
When
so
are you gonna stop believing these DMs?
you know why I'm never gonna stop believing the DMs? Because obviously somebody else got a DM too, and his conversation was the same. So I'm not gonna stop believing it because 90% of the time they're accurate. Sometimes they're off with the date, or they're off with the time. Like I did know about Ragnarok's DLC. I didn't know that it was DLC for the DLC that people got. So all this, I'm not gonna dismiss what's being said to me. I'm just not that. I'm not Tom. I'm not none of these dudes that sit there and go shifting through your sources. I don't care. But I do like to know certain things. So, but when I saw it, I was losing my mind because I'm saying they're gonna do it. They're gonna kill Kong right now. Now Kong is gonna die right now because if they would have showed Final Fantasy,
you messy
coming to, I don't care what Final Fantasy it was. I don't care if it was 7. I don't care if it was remake. I don't care if it was 16.
Oh yeah, we got to do the read. We do the read.
I don't care what it was. The fact that Square was there and in 16 is being talked about showing up because 14 is coming next month. How deep, and this is the question to you guys, how deep do you think Microsoft and Square is really rocking with each other? Because now we're starting to see them release games that were only on the PlayStation platform, and one game is going to be releasing day and date. That means the relationship has definitely had a turn.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I hear you on that. It's very, very interesting to see that they had showed up. Addict, your thoughts on Square with the Final Fantasy 16 rumors?
It's just a matter of time before these games come out. I do think that PlayStation is doing everything in their power to prevent the Sevens, the remake and rebirth and stuff from coming to the platform. But, you know, we didn't really see them gloat too much on 16. I don't know how well it sold. So I'm kind of curious if it like did well enough to get people's attention, but didn't do good enough to like appease stockholders and stuff. So, you know, maybe that is more willing to let this come over. Okay, you know, PlayStation isn't going to go to bat for this game. They're like, okay, you know, the year exclusivity's up. Do you want to go back to the drawing table and extend this? And PlayStation's like, nah, let them have it. So I don't know how it is because you know, I don't know how much they paid for something like that. I don't know if PlayStation themselves got their money's worth out of it. We'll have to see. It's interesting because even though I wasn't a big fan of 16, a lot of people like 16 on PlayStation. So I'm kind of curious how well it does on Xbox when it does come over, because I do think it is coming. You know, I don't know when. Yeah, but I do think it is coming. Yeah, it feels it. And I, for some reason, I have a feeling when that time exclusivity thing is up on Rebirth. Because they're very extra now. This the timed exclusives ending this day. I think at that point, because of this new relationship with Xbox and all the stuff going on, I think you'll see a Rebirth and a remake on Xbox.
It'll be interesting.
Because I think there was a point in time where Xbox Square Enix wasn't really pushing to get stuff on Xbox, and at the time Xbox had a bad relationship with them, but I think the new CEO remedied that, Sarah Vaughn remedied that, Phil Spencer remedied that.
Facts.
So I do think now it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Games
I agree. So have your thoughts on Final Fantasy 16? The Xbox rumors, special Nick in the building?
Yeah, I think it's true. It's coming, and to Adam's point, I just think all that other stuff it's happening. Like we're at the point, like, you know, to be perfectly honest, like, right, the ideal situation for everyone, really, is just you know, that the walls go down. Right?
Everybody put their games everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. Just maybe put their games everywhere. That's just I don't really care. I play anywhere and everywhere. I don't really care about any of that anymore. So it just makes sense. And like we talked about before, like the management over at Square Enix has changed.
Yeah.
And you know, the idea of these exclusives just for the sake of, you know, exclusivity, this idea that okay, it's not worth it to do the work to put it on Xbox. doesn't make a whole lot of sense considering where Xbox is looking to be, right? You know, Xbox isn't just a console. You're talking about PC. You're talking about cloud, which is, you know, more and more, all of those different avenues are viable. So the idea that you don't spend the money, which, to be perfectly frank, to port these games over from one console to the other, these consoles aren't that different from one another. I think the amount of money they would spend in porting it more than justifies what they would get in return.
I was told something on the scale of Final Fantasy VII would take probably about 8 months.
Okay, so there you go, just to port it, right? So to me, it's something that's totally worth it, and I think the new management there sees that. So yeah, I'm so interested. I would love to see what those terms were with Sony on FF7, right? I would love to see how much they tried to lock it down. And it's strange that they didn't try to do the same with 16, if this is true, and this game is coming sooner rather than later. So yeah, it's interesting. But again, maybe it was them also seeing tea leaves, like, you know what, at some point, you know, the changing of the guard over there at Square Enix is like, at some point, we're not going to have that. We're not going to be able to make that same argument that, hey, it pays just to put it here, take the X amount of money and we'll put it here.
Right.
You know, especially when you talk about Square Enix and their endeavors, like on the Western front, right? What happened on the Western front? Whether it was Tomb Raider, whether it was whether it was Avengers or whatever, or Crystal, and none of it ever made enough money, right? None of it ever made enough money, and this is stuff that was on multiple platforms. So to have your biggest selling games that you know will make money wherever they are, only be limited to one platform, and then maybe a second platform later on with a PC release, something like that. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense in this future that we're looking at. So yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Sean Special Nick, he said, honestly, not sure on Final Fantasy VII. He said, I don't think Sony wants to let it go. It'll be interesting, you know, the timing of it. When it
and unless there's some kind of clause in the contract, it's up to both parties to extend that contract. So I'm curious if Square Enix at that point is like, look, because clearly they're moving a different direction in terms of how they present exclusives and multi-platform. So I'm curious, as long as PlayStation did put some like no competition clause or anything like that in there, where they have the final say. I'm curious.
First right to refusal.
I'm curious if Square Enix just said, "Thank you for the work you've done with these, but
thank you for your patronage."
we are going to take these games and put them on PC
for the streets. For the streets.
Because to me, like
we're going over here though.
Thank you.
To me, PlayStation
taking our talents to South Beach.
To me, I do think Square Enix has gotten to the point where, you know, you got what's her name that went over there and it's like, look, you're never going to expand with just PlayStation. You're never going to do just PlayStation. And I do think that they are listening, because you saw a Mana game being marketed by Xbox.
That is huge.
To me, if there is a conversation that could be had, Square Enix, unless PlayStation, like, we'll drop you like a bag after a bag, then, you know, obviously business comes first. But if PlayStation doesn't go that far, I don't think that they're going to extend that.
Yeah, we got to see. I'll jump in. Look, you know, the stars are aligning as far as I'm concerned. We've already seen all this stuff. Once that man came out on stage on the Square, one of them Square conventions, and they hugged up side by side, to me, the writing was on the wall. And then the symbolism of not Phil saying it, them saying it. We want our games on Xbox. We're believing the push on. The writing was on the wall. The relationship has been mended.
It was quick to say he said that. Not
me. He's like, because you know what Phil slick with that. So once I saw that, I said, it's only a matter of time. Now it's just the contractual stuff, you know. And I'm with you, Addict. I don't know, you know, how fast they can move. Maybe it's a situation where they could just announce it, and then it's being worked on, and then you get it from the year. But I do feel it's coming, you know, on some level. Now, we'll be interested to Special Nick's point, where Final Fantasy 16 is first in the list. I would be surprised. I didn't think Final Fantasy 16 was accelerated on the list as far as, you know, the order, you know, kind of thing. So we'll see about that. But this is you know, I don't think this is a K&N situation. I think King is on to it. I think it's going to happen.
Because my affiliate is in the audience.
Yeah, your affiliate is right there. Special Nick.
My affiliate is in the audience. And I all I do is protect individuals, you know, Shapeless Nick. That's not Special Nick. That's his alias for over here with us.
Yeah.
That's how he signs in. But we're not gonna throw him under the bus, but you know, he's out there, he can tell y'all exactly what it is. So K&N is out here bringing you the news.
Salute.
Sometimes you don't want to hear, but you're gonna hear.
No doubt. Thank y'all for the football. Yeah, I know you did not use my joint for you. You messy. You messy. I ain't feeling that.
I could just see King in like the Leonidas 300 thing where he's like, this is K&N.
Talk about K&N, the news, not what you wanted, what you need. Nah, we can't be doing that. But I don't like that.
He kicking the actual reporters into the hole.
I ain't feeling that at all.
It's got like an army of reporters it's like not even a big well. It's like just enough where they can't get out, and he just comes in. He's like, "Who's gonna write calm dying today?"
Oh man, this editorial team is crazy.
Well, what he does is he puts a laptop in like a little what's the thing? Like the little well buckets. It was like, who gonna write it?
Nah, I don't like this. So we're gonna move on for the last thing. This is the last joint. This is real quick. Palworld.
We do it.
Let's just get it out.
I got something to do.
Oh, you got something to do. Yes, you got something to do. Yes. Let's do that.
Before we lose.
Before we lose. Yes.
Okay.
Mute your mics.
Mute your mics. All right. This episode of the Iron Lords podcast is brought to you by HelloFresh. So let's start with the question, what is HelloFresh? With HelloFresh, you get farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Each HelloFresh box is packed with farm-fresh ingredients, and everything arrives pre-portioned right to your doorstep for less hassle and less wasted food. Don't let recipe boredom strike, because HelloFresh has more options than ever. Dig into their biggest menu yet with over 45 dinner options to choose from weekly, and even more market add-on items that suit any lifestyle. Make saving time your breeziest resolution with quick, convenient recipes delivered right to you. Just choose your meals. Apologies. Don't let recipe boredom strike, because HelloFresh has more options than ever before. Dig into their biggest menu yet with over 45 dinner options to choose from weekly, and even more market add-on items that suit any lifestyle. Make saving time your breeziest resolution with quick, convenient recipes delivered right to you. Just choose your meals and select your delivery date. HelloFresh handles the meal planning and shopping, so all you have to do is open your weekly box of pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step recipes to get cooking. So you've resolved to actually sit down and eat dinner around the table. But what do you do about those nights when your schedule is packed? Turn to HelloFresh's lineup of quick and easy meals, including their 15-minute recipes designed to help minimize mealtime stress. This time of year, everyone's looking to revamp their eating habits. Look to HelloFresh's wholesome, health-forward options, like over 30 calorie-smart and protein-smart recipes each week. They also said that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh agrees. In fact, they're giving all subscribers free breakfast for life, and that means you'll enjoy a totally free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery. Now, that's worth waking up for. Now, for me, in the past, I've said there's no cooking on the weekends in this house, but the truth of the matter is that eating out is very expensive. In this day and age, eating out is ridiculously expensive. So what Lady Sav and I have decided to do is to take a little bit of what we do during the week, which is cook a little bit more, and add that to our weekend regimen. So now HelloFresh comes in and saves the day once again. She and I cook a number of different things on the weekend while saving money. And the truth of the matter is, it's a kind of a bonding experience. So for us, some of the most delicious ones that we've had so far is the Mushu pork bowl, which is one of my favorites. Then there's a chicken sausage bolognese, which is out of this world. And I like me a shepherd's pie, and their pub style shepherd's pie is absolutely amazing. And again, it's something that she and I get to do together. So it's very cool because you get used to sort of the same recipes all the time. And for us, you know, we're two Puerto Ricans. We cook sort of Latin fused meals all the time. We don't necessarily step out of that comfort zone. This allows us to do something very, very different. And again, for what we were paying going outside to eat, this is a big, big deal. So if you want, go to HelloFresh.com/IronLords free and use code IronLords free for free breakfast for life. You heard correctly, free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while your subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/IronLords free with code IronLords free. Get all of this with HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
No doubt. Getting that Hello Fresh on, you know what I'm saying? Little bonies.
Yeah.
I see you like that shepherd pie a little too strong. Though.
I like shepherd's pie.
Wait,
I don't know.
What was the pie that we had? Oh no, it wasn't shepherd's pie. Whoa, yeah, that's kind of crazy. You just saw that movie. I mean that play.
Oh yeah. This is nothing me pie.
No. What was the name of that that bowl that we had when we went to your birthday at that Medieval Times? Remember they came out with that vegan meal? They had the best bowl. Oh, yeah, because Kaibatsu was like, what's that you eating? Continue to eat your chicken.
Well, the chicken was good too. Like chicken, like that food was good. Like,
it was really good. It was really good. We just had to eat with our hands.
That's the best part.
We gotta be real
that
serious. More ale. I felt very, very medieval.
Mead.
Yes, more mead. Anyway, finish this joint up. So yeah, this is kind of the bonus topic. We had to talk about it. It is absolutely breaking the internet right now. Palworld, y'all. Palworld. I cannot keep up with the success because every time I have a stat, I got to keep refreshing the Palworld account to see what is going on. So as of today, latest tweets from Palworld and from Studio Pocket Pair Games. Palworld has sold over 4 million copies in only 3 days. Momentum has increased since yesterday with the latest sales at 86,000 units per hour. Thank you, everyone, for playing Palworld. Please leave a review if you're enjoying the game.
Came out 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Now, mind you, this update was 8 hours ago. Prior to that, like every 16 hours, they would have an update like, yo, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Yeah, like it's crazy. Then they also, Palworld has the highest concurrent player count of any paid game in the history of Steam. They are now #1, overtook Cyberpunk. We can't believe it. Thank you so much to everyone. You know, he says we cannot really think the team is working that hard and make Palworld even better as we speak. The game is so popular. They've been updating the server outages praise as the number of concurrent players across all platforms exceeded 1.3 million. The Epic Online service is currently experiencing outages due to the unusually high load worldwide. So they've been on and popping. The team is working around the clock to try to substantiate the need. It's crazy. Obviously, what King would love is this game is also on Game Pass in-game preview. The devs have said for now that it is Xbox and Steam and no PlayStation for right now. Who knows what happens in the future? But they going by the old tweet. It's crazy. I wanted to talk about. I'll jump it off. I wanted to talk about it because look.
What I'll do is I'll switch my. Ever media card so they can see the gameplay.
Oh yeah, please. Once you do that, I'll switch over as soon as you do the gameplay, or you can just share your screen and take over on that. But look, I gotta be honest. Like, this is when the hardcore, and I'm guilty of it sometimes. We don't know how this industry gonna go.
Yeah, no, we don't.
We don't, right? And
it's not for us anymore, really.
Yeah, like we sit there and tell them, y'all need to make this. Why did y'all sign this game? Now, in my defense, I remember seeing it at the Xbox. Oh yeah, thank you, Addict. You got the job of pen. I remember seeing it at the Xbox, what you call the showcase.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, one thing about me, Cog don't usually like the cutesy stuff, but if you got violence and you got pillaging or some crazy mechanic that makes it mature, then you have my interest. And I was like, yo, this Pokemon is violent out here. Like they really doing stuff. And then obviously shout out to my man Ty Guy Travis when he was telling me about it, and they were talking about the enslaving mechanic and making it work for you, and then you can catch humans and you catch people slipping.
You can
and
sell them too.
Yeah. And then it starts getting hilarious, right? So it's like now it's mature Pokemon. But then when I learned more about it, I only played for like a 2 hours. It's really, it's got Pokemon aspects, no question. But it's really like Ark in a way, survival. It's a survival game coupled with a little grounded mechanics. I haven't played the co-op yet, so I got a ton of questions for Addict. But what I'm just trying to say is that this goes to show you never know what's going to be the next best thing. And the only thing I also got to give the Xbox community a little smoke right now. These are the same guys. There's this talking about, I don't remember after the direct, dudes are like, all right, we got the reveal for the year. It's stacked and everything. But what are we gonna play from now until May? There's nothing. And I'm just like, we acting like Game Pass don't exist. We acting like our backlogs are not crazy. And lo and behold, guess what Xbox got? guess what Xbox got right now in Game Preview?
That's what we playing.
Right. So it's so funny how entitled we are as gamers with this stuff, saying that we don't care about. But it goes to show there's stuff for everybody. And the other thing I didn't get to say at the Developer Direct that I really did like.
Yeah, everybody that's on Xbox.
Yeah. I didn't say that.
You're not on Xbox. You got Popeyes biscuits.
I didn't say that. I was going to say that Xbox, the beauty of their lineup is they got a game for everybody. This is the Nintendo guy, right? That he was. This guy is like, I play Pokemon only. I've been thinking about something like this. He might be interested. Aura and all that, the strategy people for the PC, they might be interested. The hashtag just one for the Hellblade, they might be interested. The guys who want the traditional Western RPG fantasy avowed, they might be interested. And then you want the blockbuster of the summer. You got the Indiana Jones. You got the machine. It's on Xbox, King.
It's on Xbox. It's on Xbox.
So it goes to show you Game Pass's diversity is crazy. So I'm really happy for this team. I'm really happy. Like, and here's the thing I really want to give credit to Xbox. Shout out to Global Publishing. Shout out to ID at Xbox, because Solve, you're going to appreciate this. We remember when PS4 and Xbox One first came out. One thing we had to give PlayStation 4 their flowers was that they were like, we're the indie station. We support the indies. We got
That's when they was broke and they needed help.
Rezo guy.
No, they have faded from that since. They do have it.
Yeah,
not to that.
Like, we got our money up to get out the door, you vagrant.
Once the AAAs went up, they kind of slowed on that. They still have indies, but not to the level that they were in the beginning. And then I remember people challenging Xbox. Yo, why the indie developers are so difficult to get on your platform? Why does stuff cost so much? Xbox policies are bad. Then to see the transformation in the Series X console and S console generation, they have been on fire with their choices. They've been on fire with their finger on the pulse of what indies should pop or what's going to go on. They've been given the right global publishing deals. This, you got to give whoever was on it, saw Palworld and was like, yo, let's lock them down. Now, the question I got for y'all, which is leading to the poll, this thing is, bro.
A juggernaut.
This is, you start off with this kind of energy. This kind of seems reminiscent, if it keeps trending this way, like how Minecraft was going, how like Pokemon was going at the very beginning. Being that you have this relationship already with the Game Pass, it's in-game preview. It's not the full thing, but it's in-game preview on Game Pass. Like, what do you do with this pocket games? What do you do? Do we Minecraft them? Do we what do you do?
Bro.
I don't think it's that far.
This is a phenomenon right now.
I don't know, bro. I have two words for you: Genshin Impact.
Ooh,
they missed out, and Phil knows they missed out. Sarah knows they missed out. I don't know, bro. 4 million in 2 days?
2 days. That's somebody's whole. That's like, some people don't even get that for like 5 years. Like they dropping they going diamond in hours. Like, this is crazy what this game is doing.
MLB The Show numbers.
I guess I'll have to see how they handle like supporting the game in the long term. Before
Fair. But do you think Xbox should jump
Someone
in?
said Addict's house is a mansion.
No doubt. And the fun question I got for y'all is, we know Nintendo's watching.
Oh,
It's Nintendo steaming right now. Are they saying, how dare they? Should we take them to court? Because Addict showed me, Addict got the day. He showed me some of the close resemblances to some of the most popular Pokemon.
I think it's an uphill battle for them. First of all, this isn't a game that dropped like Shadow Drop they didn't know about. They've known about Pokemon with guns for a long time.
True.
Like if they didn't shut the door on this back then, it's because they can't.
Okay, but you know how dudes get when you start making billions. They don't care about you until they like, oh, wait a minute, you as big as the Joe Rogan experience. Like, oh, you got money now. Like, somebody. What you think?
Nintendo's never been the kind of person to go after them make the money. They've always are very hyper trigger when it comes to like suing and to me, if Nintendo was able to, Nintendo already done.
Would have done it. They would have shut the door on this before it even came out.
People don't remember there's a game called Tim that jacked more Pokemon than this game.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
and there's enough differentiators probably.
Didn't they say something about they created like the Pokemons, the pals, they create them through some AI thing where it's an amalgam.
Oh yeah, it's the AI art in this game, King.
It's the AI art. So
this the number one game using AI art, King.
And you know what's funny?
He's like, that's nice.
I'm curious, like as like deep resembles. Hold on, let me show. There's a Pokemon.
Yeah.
This Pokemon right here. Let me wake
the one that's dead. Oh my God. The one that's sleep. That's
this Pokemon right here.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
He's playing right now.
I love
this Pokemon right there.
Yeah.
There's literally one almost identical to that Pokemon in Pokemon, but he's on 4 legs and not 2.
And then the gameplay is so different to Pokemon 2. It's not an RPG, right? It's a survival game, right? So
this bird looks like Pidgeotto. I
don't know, bro.
It was a hot line. I thought it was a hot song.
Later, I don't know, bro. I have a feeling Hogue
already made it.
No, Hogue made a statement. I got Hogue on
he did?
Yeah, Hogue was like, hold on, I'll tweet I got the Hogue joint for you. Because I was curious where Hogue was at with it. So Hogue, give me 1 second. Hold on, is that the Hogue tweet? Give me a second. I almost got it. Because I've been retweeting so many Palworld success tweets that it's fine. It's hard to catch up to my timeline. Give me. Where's that? Nope, not there. Basically, the gist of it was that I know. I'm sorry. The gist of it was like, look, there's likenesses, but the reality of them actually being able to do something. He said you could sue for anything, but the reality of them doing anything with this is pretty much fair nil. So yeah,
you know what's crazy about this game? I'm not strong enough, but there's like these guards. I can literally just plunder this whole village, like steal everything there, like. But that dude with the gun there, yeah, he'd kill everyone I have. So.
Oh, I found it. Anybody can sue for any reason, Hogue. So I can't tell you what Nintendo will or won't do with Palworld. I can tell you, however, that they'd have a tough time winning on any infringement claim that isn't arguing a direct design copy. He said the game itself is a Minecraft, Zelda, Monster Hunter mashup unlike anything Pokemon has put forth, so there's no winning there. The PAL designs have elements that are similar to Pokemon, but even though they fly a bit, I love this line, they fly a bit close to the sun for my taste. That's a really hard case to win. Nintendo would be better served seeing what elements of the game might fit with its own brand. He said, yo, Nintendo need to get their stuff together. Hogue is cooking. So yeah, that's what Hogue said on that one. But continue, yo.
The interesting thing is like they got like these world bosses, like literally these things are designed for multiple people to fight. I haven't really beat any of them. But the cool is that like you can catch them too.
That's the Chicken King.
You can catch them too.
You can catch them too. And what's funny is there's a Pokemon called Lucario on
oh yeah.
on Pokemon, and then there's another one called Anubis
Mm-hmm.
on here, and they. I'm not even joking. They're almost identical.
Yeah, I saw that one. It's just like the color palette.
It's
is
just a
different.
coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Yeah.
I'll go to Anubis real quick.
Right.
It's
Friendly coincidences.
It's a fairly good. Look, we can't.
and
say too
look at the glider.
the Oh, yeah, that's kind of.
Well, okay, so this company is the same company that they put out some other game that was kind of like Breath of the Wild. So this is their thing, just biting off Nintendo. Like, this is what they do.
Yo, Astro Pancakes too. He said, "Can you catch mustard hearts?"
Yeah.
Yo,
Bust them in the chest and put them in a box and sell
See,
them.
I would say.
I hate that term.
I
You
would
gotta come up with
say-
a better term. than that.
The thing is, though,
Nah, those shirts are selling. You must mind your business.
get at it.
there's a
You know I
Pokemon called
mailed you one, right?
Rosina.
Yeah.
Look almost just like that one.
Yeah, I burned
Okay.
it when I got
So,
it.
Addy, as a person who has the most hours in this game, like one thing that you surprised me because you,
I'm level 21.
yeah, you gave me like you will. I was like, Addy,
Can we get to the topic so we can finish
yeah, this is it. I was just like, yo, you've been blazing it like you feel that they
'Cause
got
he's
one.
actually just playing.
Play, he out of pocket. I know, he out of, I'm about to stop him right now because he gonna take over. This is gonna be a stream with Addict in a minute.
That's all he doing.
So yeah, I just say like you do because I spoke to you. You was like, yo, I was like, is it real? Because I know Addict gonna give me the real after he been blazing. Like, do they got something? You were like, oh, yo, yeah.
They have something. I'm just curious how they handle it.
They ain't got nothing for me.
Oh, word? Okay, go ahead. Let's
I put the game on. I was like, all right, yo, Palworld. Ooh.
Yeah.
Put it on. I said, the frame rate. I thought. Yo, I said, Palworld.
you can't rock with that frame rate.
I said, oh, my eye, my cataract.
They're working on the optimization.
Yeah, they better work on somethingization because I worked on destallization.
Okay.
It's like, uninstall ahora. This right here is basura.
Oh,
I said,
damn.
I don't care what it do for you, but it ain't doing nothing for me.
All right, fair enough.
I think this
Nah.
game is more
We good.
like art than Pokemon.
Okay.
I
Art
just
is
think-
subjective. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just
Arc.
arc, whatever.
Not
Messy.
art, not art,
Messy.
arc.
They just the thing, that
Jesus.
the thing that they did is they took the
He's so
they
ready.
they took the capture system from Pokemon and like instead of like you taming them in arc, you
Beat them
just
into
capture
submission
the-
and make them work.
And what's funny is like what's the things called again? They're
Pals.
they're called spears.
Oh,
okay.
instead
Like
of
the-
Pokeballs, they're called Pal Spears.
Yeah.
And what's funny is like if you look at the design of them, they look like almost identical to the Tim Pokeballs. Like it's just like look, that's why like I see a lot of like Nintendo people getting really upset
Yeah,
with
they
this
mad.
game.
They mad.
This is
What
like
is-
a dude coming out with watch the line instead of hold the line.
Yeah, watch the line. Yo, I mean, what if it's the what if Pokemon is the PUBG and they the Fortnite?
This is what's going on right now. I mean, I'm literally looking at a carbon copy of somebody.
This is how we used to talk
Your
about
homework.
Fortnite. Fortnite had this type of this crazy inertia.
The energy.
That's
yep.
the same type of energy, and it became what it is now.
Oh no, I'm not saying that it's not.
Oh, okay. I thought
Okay,
you hated
listen.
on it.
No. For me,
Yeah, you just say like the frame rate. Fix the frame rate.
So,
In
yes.
defense of them, King, they ain't game preview though. They
Right,
not, they not fully game pass release.
and what am I not? I'm not a beta boy.
Yeah, you not. Yeah. Unless it's the game you
encourage-
like. Unless it's the game.
I
you like.
encourage everyone to look up Lucario on Pokemon and tell me this is literally a color palette swap of that dude. Like, and I would never mess with him because he's level 40 something.
No doubt.
But
No,
yeah,
sorry.
this is literally a copy.
Yeah, fair enough. Solve your boss. We gotta go. We wildin'.
Yeah, we
Oh, on this? Like
No, we wildin' just in general today. Okay.
Yeah. No. What you said?
No, how long we going? We wildin'.
Yeah. No, it's
this
crazy.
is
It's crazy.
ridiculous. We gotta stop it.
Yeah, man. This is yeah. They need to get these dudes looking.
Drop the bag.
You look at now. Looking at this point.
Woo.
Yesterday's price is
They
not
got today's price. Facts.
You need to jump.
You got to jump on it.
jump.
You got to edit that deal. Now, here's the question: Do you lock them in and keep them locked, or do you Minecraft it where you like, yo, we can make a
Keep them
I'll
locked.
be like,
Keep them
nah.
locked.
Word King, nah.
but live?
Keep
But
'em
King,
locked.
you
I
open to
think-
live service money, King.
I think
Nah.
you.
PlayStation
I think
can
you
have it?
just. you just hit them up and be like, yo, we're not, because I don't think they should buy them.
Okay.
But I do think they should hit them up and be like, what's it going to take for this to be only on our platform and in Game Pass for as long as you guys are around?
We just talked about why this is not the greatest decision to make. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
I guess to me, like they don't even really necessarily have to like lock it down to a console exclusive. It's like just make sure this never leaves Game Pass. Like,
all right, that works.
All right.
Yeah, no, that's it. Then you hustling backwards, right?
All right. So what you want, Ken?
Give them as much money as they need to get it.
Okay.
And then you can choose. You can make that choice, whatever. Put it on PC. Put it wherever Game Pass is, right?
Ironically, none of their games, because they've made a few, have been on PlayStation. That's what I've seen on Twitter. I don't know if it's true.
Keep it like that.
Keep it like that. Keep it like this.
Yeah, keep that up.
It's true, but someone posted all their games on Twitter, and none of them have came out on PlayStation.
Really?
Good. I like our odds now. They know where their bread is buttered.
Oh my God! This fuels King's ego.
Buy them. And put them in Game Pass, wherever Game Pass, if it's on PC, whatever, put it in the PC. Honor those deals. Don't put it on PlayStation. But
you know what would be crazy?
You don't see Pokemon all over the place. That's what I'm talking about. Lock it to you.
Okay.
We're looking at this the wrong way. Once Nintendo buys them and have them replace them with
that's why I said get them them first.
Nintendo would buy them and burn them to the ground.
No, I actually think this kind of concept is really good. And if Nintendo were smart, they would buy this company and they would replace them all with real Pokemon.
But this is the thing, though, right? This is I think
put their polish on it.
The Pokemon fans that are actually playing it and not hating on it are like, this is the kind of stuff we wanted from Game Freak forever.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's why it's gravitating to
resonating.
Because again, I'm not in the Pokemon community, but Attic, you told me like a lot of people are very frustrated. That's in that, like, yo, they're not making advancements or the way it runs. Right? Yeah. So now, like, some studio came in and kind of Fortnite the situation and giving people what they want, and now you got this potential phenomenon. Let me jump in real quick. Let you finish, so whoever I interrupted.
Yeah, I said.
Yeah. Look, I just feel that it's a tough one because I understand what King is saying. But there is a part of me that with live service, you leave so much money on the table.
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I know, the Xbox community is like, nah, we good. Let them, you know what I'm saying? But if this ends up being what would Jez Gordon calls it, one of those legacy style titles, like a Minecraft, like a Call of Duty, you could be bankroll fresh on this. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I get it. Either way, I do think, like Saab said, yesterday's price is not today's price. But you've got the relationship. And if what Addict's saying is true, that they've already had this relationship where they only messing with Xbox or they're small. So they just
like her.
Yeah. You fostered that. Y'all gonna like the poll. Let's get your super chat.
She made her own loyalty without you even I ain't gonna take no other favor.
But shout out to ID at Xbox or Global, whoever saw this. Get at corporate cogs, get at man a shield, get at man a raise, because y'all might have. Last year, Phil said they sad about what happened about Genshin Impact. You may have something that may have shaken the earth right now. You better do something. Figure it out.
Make that next week when y'all come in on Monday. Make that the announcement. We purchased power. What's up?
Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Let's give them a budget so we can get them frames right.
Yeah, and get them out of game preview and move the servers from 4 to 32.
Let's get it, bro.
Yeah, I will say that is one of the frustrating parts. Like, we don't have a lot of information.
Right.
But like, if you're playing on Xbox, if you're playing this on Xbox, like, you're literally doing yourself a disservice. Like, it's been butchered compared to its like actual release. And it's just like, to me, it's like,
get Jason
that's
in there.
frustrating because Microsoft spent money on a Game Pass bag. So it's like, we're not even getting the same product.
But you're right. I don't want to minimize what you're saying. The only thing that they're going to come back at us, which is a little valid, is this is technically in-game preview on game.
In-game preview on Steam too.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
No, so apparently the Xbox version is a couple of updates behind.
That's what I heard.
But their team is probably small.
It's probably a small team. But
hit up,
call Jason, and his team, DJ Serrano, the Great Wizard, get them in there and do what you got. This is too big to be playing around. You got to do something. So that's why I got. You want to get super chats, and then I'll do the poll. Or you want me to do the poll, whatever. How you want to do it?
No, super chats, I got on it right now.
All right, cool.
We got Scrubberone for life. Scrubberone for life, $2 super chat. What begging bums get a PPP loan and pay off that PS5?
Yo, I can't believe they calling it a PPP loan. That's ill. That's kind of ill. Court begging. Oh, that's crazy. Those are I go for that was very messy. You gang, but that was an ill flip right there. You did PPP loan. That was ill.
Right,
so I'll give you that one. Y'all fighting today.
Because they don't buy all out.
Then we got Doc 50, $5 super chat. We got Troy Baker 2 PS ain't getting nothing. Yo, Troy did a good job though. He really does sound like indie.
He does. He does.
J Boy on the run, $2 super chat. You're fam addict, so we disagree. You said with fam, so LOL. So
that's what's up.
Fam is
fam can agree to disagree. It's all good.
Black Ronin 357, $5 super chat. We can criticize things and not be hypocrites like some people who sit on a high horse and don't like fan-made scissor reels. Wow. That's
I'm about the
piece.
Said.
Not what he said.
What? You gotta tell me what happened later.
We'll talk later. I'm about the piece. Love head, get a piece of game.
Yeah, exactly. That is not what he said. Jesse Darby, $2 super chat. Shout out to our 5-star
but I still
general.
feel like that was out of pocket. He shouldn't have said that.
Shout out to our 5-star General King David.
Blessings, Big Chief.
Let's put the crest in the chat for Ohio boy. Welcome to the realm, Lord.
Salute,
Bronze,
Ohio in the building. Buckeyes.
Then we got the homie Fonz Gaming, member for 32 months, Lord Bronze. Always great discussion, Lord. But why is Cartoon Addict looking into my soul? South Park Addict in the building. Yes. Then we got Senjutsu Sage, $5 super chat. In my opinion, Visions of Mana is coming to Game Pass, but it won't be revealed till closer to release. To not pre-release sales too much, that is true. Also, it could
I don't
wait
think
till
it's coming.
the last minute. Then we got J-Boy on the run again, $2 super chat. Sav, we paying Game Pass. The growth is happening, so $50, okay? Listen, I ain't mad about paying less. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mad about paying less. Then we got Sage once again, $5 super chat. Sav is practicing for LSM Live. Yes, I am. You know it's love, but I gotta make some jokes, of course, brother. It's always love. Always love. Then we got Sage once again, $5 super chat. Check Sav's bank account for a recently deposited check from Colin. He's becoming Clarence Thomas before our eyes. Colin is Harlan Crow. Oh my God.
Not the Clarence Thomas.
Listen, man. If there was a check in there,
Are you astroturfing Colin Moriarty? Are you?
Listen, you guys, like we said, you hear what you want to hear sometimes. You guys twist things, and it's not what was said.
Messy.
Listen, I'm the first one to be like, if he said that, man, you have to eat that heat. But let's be fair. Let's be fair.
What else we got?
Rap legend Freddie Fox, $5 super
Yo,
chat.
Freddie Fox
in the building.
Oh, salute the Fox. Yo, that's all right.
NFL 2K5 launched at $20 and still better than today's Madden. Hellblade 250 will not diminish its impact, and graphically it still beats anything ever.
You ain't lie. I said that in my most overrated game was Madden series into 2K game. Facts. Continue.
Chris R, $5 super chat. If Microsoft sets a new standard where I pay less money, I'm all for it. It's the most value company in the world. The lights will stay on. Yeah, I'm not worried about their pocket. I really don't care about that.
Salute.
Then we got Andre Doyle, $2 super chat. Game of the Year nominee Alan Wake 2 is also $49. Yes, it is.
Good point. And digital only.
Digital only.
Good point. That's a good ball right there. You're right. I forgot about that.
Then we got J Mac, $2 super chat. $20 price point made 2K football a hit.
Facts.
Yep. Everybody copped. I didn't even play football no more at that point, and I bought that game. Facts. We got Tai Casares, $3 super chat. You guys are still going. Have a good day, Lawrence. Have a good evening to you.
This is unpredictable. Just too much wild stuff and fighting amongst ourselves.
Then we got Lord Kaibatsu,
ILP.
$2 super chat. Palworld Xbox cert holding back console version.
Oh, the certification. Okay, he got the bars. Okay, so yeah, get in there, team. Get in there. Go make it work. Get that version up.
Then we got Black Ronin 357, $5 super chat. Go watch Solo Leveling. Arise, Sung Jin Woo is here. Enjoy your Sundays and let's go. Palworld is fun.
Addict,
Solo Leveling is so far I haven't seen the episode that dropped yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's a really good thing. It's like an anime that's pretty much about someone that doesn't grow at all, and he's just the same level in the lore. And he got like some hack where he can actually be the only person in the world that can level up. Like,
oh, nice.
All right, let's get out.
That's
All
it.
right,
We
We're
good?
gonna-
All right, poll. We'll do our PO poll. You're gonna like it. With the unbelievable success of the Palworld launch, should Xbox look to expound upon their current Game Pass / Game Preview relationship with Pocket Pair games? The choices are A, yes, Microsoft should drop the bag at all costs, like Minecraft. B, wait, monitor their success. Game is already in Game Pass. Or C, I don't care. When Nintendo lawyers get a hold of this, it's on site. Shout out to all those. The poll will go up later today. Shout out to the legends of the New York Video Games Critics Circle that came through and blessed us. Harold Goldberg, the legend, and of course the new executive director, Ryan O'Callaghan. Much love to them. And of course the New York Game Awards, which all the Lords will be a part of on Tuesday. If you're in the New York area, go get some tickets. It's I believe I'll put the link back in the description. The New York Games critic.com and you could go check that out. I'm going to put the link for that if you happen to be in the area. Want to support Neil Druckmann will be in the building getting his legendary award. Reggie Fils-Aimé will be in the building. You know what I'm saying? And of course the Iron Lords will be
might see Keely in a sweatsuit again in the building too.
with the hoodie and the watchdogs look. You know what I mean? He low. But yeah, come check us out, man. We support, what's going on in the community, and again, giving back to underserved communities as well as the journalism and video games aspect. So come check us out. And if you can't make it, go check out the stream. I put in the website, so it'll be streamed on YouTube, Twitch, all that stuff. So if you can't make it, you can still see us and support. Lord Addict, where can people find your metaverse, multiverse character? Whatever you got going on. You in Palworld right now.
This individual is exclusive to ILP.
Oh, exclusive. We got the contract. We dropped the bag.
So yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I like this. What you doing?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP.
Woo.
Find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. I probably ain't gonna release a whole lot of videos this week, but I will be releasing maybe 3 because
you're gonna be in New York, brother.
New York.
We gonna be chilling. I gotta get you the ball.
You can also find me on streaming at Addict Arena. I've been streaming Palworld a lot here lately. Now that base that you guys saw that was done offline with my girl, we didn't stream that. But yeah, it's massive. Let's not pause.
Yeah, he said I ain't pausing that.
It's massive.
So yeah, I appreciate where we're coming through. We had like 850, 900 people in here.
Salute.
It's going to be a great week. We have a lot of cool guests lined up for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
We got a lot of stuff going on, man. We got a lot of stuff going on. Yes, I am an AI algorithm. Yes. I have come from the future.
No doubt, Lord Sovereign.
I'm here to tell you that there's a PlayStation 6.
Oh, this AI is bugging.
He's from the multiverse. He's not from the main 616.
He's not for the 6, he's for the other one. Okay, I got you. You're the double timeline.
A whole different timeline.
All right, fair.
Where they didn't get shafted on by Xbox. Xbox doesn't exist in his realm.
Lord,
he might not be wrong.
Lord Sovereign.
In our multiverse, King is white.
Oh my Lord, you messy. We gonna move on from you. We gonna move on
Fold
from
the line.
Lord Sovereign, where can people find you and being very disruptive and spicy today?
Yes, you can find me running to the bathroom.
Yes.
You can find me running to the bathroom with my bladder's about to explode right now.
Yeah, we got to get you. Manny says, Addict's avatar blink, please, bro.
But yeah, thanks. Shout out to
I blink when I need to.
To Harold and Ryan. Excited to be there on Tuesday. Excited to be presenting. It's a cool event. So like Cog said, go out there if you can. There's still some tickets available. If not, support the stream. Let's grow this New York gaming scene. Let's do that. Yeah, excited.
Well, I
for
want,
all of us to be
each of
there.
y'all to watch it because we're gonna be on it.
We're gonna be on it.
We're gonna be on it.
We're gonna be looking dapper.
Woo, very fly, very
Is
smooth.
it, do
said
they
hello.
stream it?
Yes.
Yes,
Put the link in it. I just put the link in the description.
Yeah.
ladies.
Lady.
No.
Not
Sup?
for him.
What's up?
Sir, gentlemen for him.
Yo, dudes. Yo, hey guys. Hey guys, Sam's gonna be. This is your chance. Joystick.
No.
If you're in town.
I'm gonna stand right behind Reggie, yo.
Strange Love, if you're in town. The New York. Hey guys. Play with my
You know what's funny? I'm looking at this avatar gonna look crazy in shorts.
Oh my god, you messy. So yeah, so continue.
Otherwise, you can find me playing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lord King, where can the family find you? What you got going on, too?
Oh man, you can find me putting out videos every day, keeping the boot on these Sony Pony necks. We're not stopping. Hashtag no PlayStation 6. The hell where that guy's from. but yo, had a great time with our guest today.
Yes.
Harold's always a great talk to, and today he was just ushering in the next guy. So that was nice to see. Very humble as always. I can't wait to sit down to talk with Ryan.
Yeah, I like
and,
Ryan.
about that. I like where his headspace is at. We could talk school
I think
stuff.
we all bonded on Ryan on a deep level on certain parts of what he was saying. Every part. We all had
and
something.
In fact, coming to the Bronx is kind of crazy.
Facts.
And if y'all are here, listen, excuse me, you guys don't have to be invited by us all the time to see where we're going. But we're inviting you.
Yeah.
There's some tickets left. Yeah. If you want to be part of our gaming culture, this is what we do. If you're in the tri-state area or live close to the tri-state area, please find out about the tickets for the New York City Game Awards and try to get in there just to see all the people that's in the room and just to be part of that experience. It has a real New York City feel. It's a real eclectic group where you have from the richest people in the room to the not richest people in the room, of the most known people in the room to the most not known people in the room. But what we do have in common is video games, and you will be welcome there. And just come up, man, because we're going to be taking pictures. We're going to have fun. Let's just have some fun. It's a night for video games, and we have come a long way.
Celebration.
Oh my God, Astro Parakeet.
Let's definitely have fun.
Yeah, let's do. Oh my God, I can't. Not with the cake. The cake was funny though.
You got a bucket, son.
He got the bucket. Attic with the bucket is kind of ill. He from New York. He coming to NY styling on him.
I can't wait to put him in that velour suit. He gonna have a bucket with some Air Force One.
I cannot.
No glizzies for Attic, because last time we had him out of town, he was popping glizzies, and I was like, yo, what are you wearing? My God. I got the pictures,
and
bro.
I'm not like King. I can enjoy food and not act like it's a childish thing.
He said, I'm not like King. I can enjoy a fine glizzy.
You're the one that put on that
New York glizzy.
Oh,
You're the one that put on that extraness on it.
I would like a fine New York City glizzy.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
With mustard.
Mustard hard on top.
This is how I'm gonna look identical eating that glizzy.
Oh man, we gonna move on. We gonna move on.
What's up?
This is how I'm gonna look. Exactly why I eat that glizzy.
Yeah, we gotta end the show. Catch you guys. Anything else we gotta do?
We got one more.
Oh man.
We got Splendiferous member for 23 months going bronze. Jimbo, your fan base want a favor before you sell them all from stocks and leave beg Father Phil so he can please put Blade on PlayStation.
Oh my God.
They got a lot of more worries. They want Indiana Jones first.
We good? Everybody's good?
We good.
All right, everybody enjoy Sunday. Big.
Get out of here.
All right, yeah.
Tell him AI Addict sit.
AI Addict said y'all over on the. Oh no.
Glizzy Addict.
Not the cowboy hat. Now you look like Astro Parrot.
Tell him AI Addict sent you there from the future.
You heard? You here?
You heard? Glizzy Addict said hello.
Blizzy Addict sent you from the future.
All right, deuces. Peace.
Peace.